Hi, everyone. I did receive a note from the clerk's office. They are close to restarting the stream, so maybe a couple more minutes, but we should be starting soon.
Audio test for YouTube. Test 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Audio test channel 2, Conseil municipal d'Ottawa. And one more audio test. Test 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Mr. Chair, we were able to resolve the security issue that allowed someone to briefly gain access to the live stream for the Planning Committee. We believe that issue has been resolved. We've been in touch with IT and we'll be doing a review after the meeting to ensure that that does not reoccur again. We have restarted the live streams to the Ottawa City Council YouTube channel. We're able to now proceed with the meeting. Should something reoccur, we will advise the committee and ask for a brief recess so that we may address it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Caitlin, and to your team in the clerk's office. We will begin then. It's Planning Committee for Thursday, February 10th. This is meeting number 56 of the term. We acknowledge that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. Il est important de souligner que la ville d'Ottawa se trouve sur un territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine Anishinaabe, dont la culture et la présence ont enrichi et continuent d'enrichir ces terres. Eric, can we do a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair, I can do the roll call. Councillor Dudas. I see you on the screen, Councillor. Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Here.
Councillor Brockington,
Here.
Councillor Menard,
Here.
Councillor Akutsi,
Yeah.
Councillor Kitts,
Here.
Councillor Hubley,
Here.
Chair Moffat,
Here.
Chair Gower.
Here.
You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you. We have a motion from Co-Chair Moffat on bulk deferral of items that are not relating to the Ottawa Hospital file as per yesterday's council decision. We'll bring that up on screen, and Co-Chair Moffat, you can read it into the record.
Thank you. Whereas City Council resolved at its meeting of February 9th, 2022, that all committees be canceled until 18th of February, with the exception of the proceeding with the Planning Committee meeting on February 10th, 2022, to consider only the matter related to the Ottawa Hospital, site plan control, 930 Carling Avenue, 850 Carling Avenue, and 520 Preston Street. Therefore, be it resolved that all items in this agenda, other than item 2, site plan control, 930 Carling Avenue, 850 Carling Avenue, and 520 Preston Street, be deferred to the next Planning Committee meeting.
Okay, is the motion carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Okay, thank you. Are there any declarations of interest today? I'm seeing none. Confirmation of minutes from the meeting of January 27th. Are the minutes carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Okay. So moving through, the only item we are considering today is site plan control for 930 Carling Avenue, 850 Carling Avenue, and 520 Preston Street. We had a notice of motion from Councillor Menard from our previous meeting relating to a deferral. So we'll need to consider that motion first before we proceed. Clerk's office, if we can bring that up on screen, and Councillor Menard.
Yeah, actually, Chair. So what I'll do, because of our decision yesterday at council, which was that we were going to hold this meeting today, the other committee meetings have been canceled up until the 18th. That includes advisory committees. So what I'll do is I'll hold off. I'm working with staff on another piece related to this. So I'll hold off on this motion and then see what we can come up with staff after delegates. I think that's a better process at this point, and we don't need to consider this motion right now.
Okay, to be clear though, if there is a motion for deferral, it's not something we're going to be considering after we hear from 35 delegates with the time we're spending here. So if you're working on deferral motion, I'd like to consider it before rather than after.
Understood, Chair. I think the process at committee meetings is normally that motions and directions where possible are introduced before delegates so they can know what's on the table. I've got some that, unfortunately, because of the occupation, we've been working on late into the evening last night. So some of those will not be able to be ready for prior to delegations. They'll come as soon as they're ready after working with staff. So if you'll indulge me in that, and I think in terms of other processes, Chair, we often have motions after delegations, after delegates have raised something around timing, around issues of the item that end up coming later on. So I think just indulge me in giving me some time to work with staff on these, and we don't need to consider that initial motion right off the top.
All right. Thank you, Councilor Menard. And I'll just ask all members, if you do have motions today, please submit them to the clerk's office as early as possible so that they can be circulated and given their full consideration. So we have a long meeting ahead of us. We have approximately 35 public delegations registered. We have a presentation from staff. We have a presentation from the applicant. It will be a long day, and I do want to ask cooperation from our members, from the applicant, and from our delegations to really make sure we're keeping the focus on what's in front of us, which is a site plan for the parking garage. We did spend 3 full days back in October considering the master plan for the Ottawa Hospital. We are not considering today the geographic location of the hospital. That's been decided. I would really impress on everyone to please keep this focus to the parking garage and to the site plan. Sean Moore is the planner. In a moment, he'll give us an overview of what is germane to the site plan. I hope we have a good discussion today. So we will begin with a presentation from staff, then a presentation from the applicant, and then we'll move on to delegations. Sean Moore is the planner on this file. Good morning, Sean. I'll hand the floor over to you.
Good morning, co-chairs. My name is Sean Moore. I'm the file lead for the site plan application regarding the parking garage for the Ottawa Hospital. I'm not sure if my presentation is up on the screen. Is it up, Mr. Chair?
Just coming up in a second, Chair.
Thank you. So next slide, please. Staff recommend that Planning Committee endorse the parking garage site plan phase of the overall Ottawa Hospital Master Plan, and staff recommend that Planning Committee return delegated authority to staff for the site plan control approval. Next slide, please. The overall site is located here with the blue star in wards 16 and 17, south of Carling, west of Preston Street. Next slide, please. This application is phase 2 of the new campus for the Ottawa Hospital, with the overall master site plan being phase 1. The master site plan was endorsed by council on October the 13th, 2021, and approved through delegated authority on October the 27th, 2021. Phase 2 represents the parking garage site plan, which is shown in the green area, and which helps to implement the overall master plan. Next slide, please. Zooming in, the area in green further illustrates the specific site plan area that we're dealing with for the garage site plan. Next slide, please. Most of the site plan drawings for approval are detailed technical drawings. So this image is a graphical representation of the elements of the phase 2 parking garage site plan, just to highlight some key elements. These elements would include the private road A and B, the sidewalk and cycling facilities along those 2 internal roads, as well as the cycling and ped facilities along Carling, Preston, and Prince of Wales Drive. The landscaping design around the street edges and the garage edges, as well as the programming of the roof. The parking garage includes approximately 2,500 parking spaces, over 300 indoor secure bike parking spaces, over 220 outdoor bike parking spaces, and will include EV charging spaces. Next slide, please. Key touch points with internal processes and external agencies included 3 urban design meetings, 2 of which were held by the city's urban design review panel and 1 from the NCC. There was an NCC board meeting and approval held on January the 20th. And there was a presentation to 2 members of the Accessibility Advisory Committee Working Group held in February 3rd, 2022 by the applicant. Next slide, please. Some key public consultation touch points included a pre-consultation in October with local community associations. A public meeting was held on November 24th over Zoom, attended by about 140 participants. And then 2 workshops or special meetings with community associations and advisory groups were held in early January on mobility and landscaping. There's also a dedicated email box set up. Next slide, please. What we heard that accessibility questions, including travel distance, concerns about traffic volumes on adjacent roads, suitable bicycle parking, access and security, desire for protecting cycling facilities and connectivity, expression that this is not the ideal location of the hospital, desire for tree retention and maintenance and conservation, questions about impacts on Commissioners Park and events held there, landscape design questions about minimizing impacts on Dow's Lake and Rideau Canal, and questions about an all-season approach to landscaping and maintenance. Next slide, please. Some key attributes about the site. For Road A, there would be a 3-meter bidirectional cycle facility on the south side of Road A, along with a 2-meter wide concrete sidewalk and boulevard for tree planting. There'll be bicycle storage and parking areas, and there would be a 3-meter sidewalk on the north side of Road A. Of course, access to the garage. Some key attributes for Road B on next slide would include the continuation of 3-meter bidirectional cycling facility towards Prince of Wales, a separate 2-meter sidewalk, boulevard for tree planting, on-street parking for pickup and drop-off, plaza space, bicycle storage and parking areas, and a connection to a unidirectional bike infrastructure on Prince of Wales Drive, and of course, access to and from the garage. Next slide, please. It's harder to see, but just wanted to layer in some landscaping. Once the landscaping's layered in, you get a sense of the public realm being created. Prince of Wales Drive would have a public sidewalk along with a 1.8-meter unidirectional cycle track and separation of these two facilities. Next slide, please. In terms of Carling Avenue and Preston Street, to the top image, there would be a 3-meter bidirectional cycle facility going from the Trillium line connecting to Preston Street. In the bottom image, the 3-meter cycling facility would continue south, separated by a landscape tree buffer area and 3-meter wide pedestrian sidewalk linking to the unidirectional cycle track going on Prince of Wales Drive. Next slide, please. So this just delineates, once you layer in the landscaping, you can see that get a sense of the public realm being created along Preston Street. With the in red, there's the ramp that would reach the top of the amenity space on the top of the garage, going through the landscaped berm area. Next slide, please. Finally, I just want to point out that through site plan control applications, often we deal with road modifications. So in this case, there are several road modifications that are required. And the next two slides will show two of those. One is the Prince of Wales and Preston Street intersection, where cycling facilities will be brought across to connect to the pathway through the Arboretum and the cycling facility going east on Queen Elizabeth driveway. And then the next slide illustrates that the unidirectional cycle track on the north side of Prince of Wales would continue south and connect eventually into the on-street infrastructure on Prince of Wales Drive. Next slide, please. The last slide I'll show is accessibility considerations. So from the distance from the north side LRT station is 480 meters through the weather protected High Line. There's proposed 72 accessible parking spaces, including short-term parking at the main entrance, paratranspo, taxi drop-off at the main entrance and at the emergency entrance would be available. The High Line on the top of the garage will have resting locations every 30 meters, and the applicant is proposing people movers that are planned and sized for inside of that High Line feature. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sean. And we'll come back to staff for questions after delegations. We're going to move now to the applicant presentation. I know we have Joanne Reed, who's the lead for the applicant today. Joanne, I will let you introduce your team with you and share your presentation. I think we're just bringing them into the panelist room now. We're just waiting for Joanne to come in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear us? Sorry for that. A little bit of technical difficulties there.
No problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the member of the city's planning committee and to all of the other city councilors for the attention to this matter today. I appreciate that many of you are very busy with the events in our city, and the hospital is grateful to have the opportunity to speak to you today. We would like to also thank the city staff with whom we've been working very closely on this submission. I am Joanne Reed, Executive Vice President and Chief Planning and Development Officer at the Ottawa Hospital. The work to replace the aging Civic campus began in 2006, only a few years after the Civic and the General and Riverside hospitals amalgamated to create the Ottawa Hospital. Over the past 15 years, the hospital team has worked closely with all three levels of government, a unique requirement of the National Capital Region, and consulted extensively with healthcare partners across the region, as well as staff members, patients, stakeholders, Indigenous communities, and the public at large. We need this new hospital more than ever. 100 years is a long time in the life of a hospital, and while the Civic has served us exceptionally well, it is nonetheless time for us to build a modern facility that will continue to benefit people across our region. 100 years ago, the community grew up around the hospital, and a core value that continues today is to be a good neighbor. When it opens in 2028, the Ottawa Hospital's new campus will be the largest and most modern teaching and research hospital in Canada. Our community's hospital will be a place where our patients receive exceptional world-class care. Our highly specialized emergency and trauma services will treat the most complex adult injuries and illnesses for patients across Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec, and Nunavut. It will be a center for innovation, discovery, and learning, where great medical minds will tackle the biggest questions in healthcare and work together to solve them. We are building the future of healthcare here in Eastern Ontario, and we are building it together. Today, I'm very happy to introduce you to Jason Emery-Groen, Vice President of Design and Architecture from HDR, who will walk you through our submission. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Joanne. Thanks, Sean, and thanks, Mr. Chair. And I assume there may be some slides that will come up here in a moment, if I'm not mistaken. Very good. Just going to adjust a window here on my end. Wonderful. So thank you. And we wanted to give an update on the progress of the Ottawa Hospital new campus development parkade and park this morning. Next slide, please. Here is an overall view of the parkade, including the edges at grade, as well as the roof area on top. Number one, in the far lower right is the Preston Plaza, a park and public area at grade that offers direct access to the public parking as part of the parkade. Number two, in the far left is the Beacon Plaza, a secondary entrance to the hospital that will link to the hospital via an overhead pedestrian bridge. Number three are the Eddy Plazas at the confluence of various walkways on the rooftop park itself. Number four is the Vista Lawn and bleacher area with views across Dow's Lake and Commissioners Park. Number five is the folded pathway, a new experience through the trees to reach the rooftop park. Number six is an Indigenous garden as part of the rooftop park area. Number seven is a central accessible playground. And number eight is the Dara Tennis Club, relocated from its current location on the farm. Next slide, please. We wanted to walk you through the pathway from the LRT through to the hospital. Here is a view taken from the red arrow up in the top left there in the plan, above and through to the mixed-use development potential along Carling Avenue, with an example of how the Dow's Lake Station access could be extended. The red line in the map above denotes the level pathway within the High Line through to the hospital. Next slide, please. At the first 100 meters, one can look out through the glazing and access the rooftop area with a mix of uses, including cafes and seating areas. Next slide. At about 150 meters, one can access other pop-up retail areas and spaces along the High Line and carry on through the use of people movers, as well as options such as shuttle vehicles. Next slide. At 270 meters, one arrives at the edge of the hospital, and where the cafeteria and general retail areas are part of the public spaces within the hospital program itself. Looking back towards the mature trees of the escarpment, a nod to the historical similarity of the West Annex in the original Sir John Carling building cafeteria. Next slide. And at 400 meters, you arrive at the main entrance of the hospital. An item of note, it is anticipated, as Sean mentioned, that paratransport will have direct access to the front entrance here as well. Next slide. And similar to the one that Sean showed in his presentation, also in calculating the distance from the existing station, one would add 80 meters here for reference. Next slide. Here is a site plan showing various cycling and sidewalk facilities. And if we go to the next slide, it should come up with a few labels. You can see the vertical circulation at either corner with number 1. Next slide. And at number 2 to the right is that folded pathway up to the rooftop. Next slide. Number 3 is the high line along the roof and level with the entrance of the hospital. This is an enclosed area. Next slide. And number 4 denotes various cycling tracks along roads A and B, as well as along Preston. And next slide. And number 5 denotes the unidirectional cycle track along the north side of Prince of Wales Drive. Next slide. Here is an example plan of the parking garage proper, and this is level 2 within the garage. Next slide. The public vehicular access in and out at level 2 is denoted by the black arrows. The letter B denotes the bicycle storage at the garage. On this level at the west, left on the screen, and on one level down, in line with the grade access at the Preston Plaza at the east, to right of the screen. Next slide. The red boxes denote the main areas of vertical circulation, the beacon to the left, the Preston Plaza to the right, and the north access at the top. Each vertical circulation area includes both elevators and stairs. Next slide. Accessible parking is located adjacent to each vertical node, and limited mobility parking is also included adjacent. This is in addition to the accessible parking at the main entrance of the hospital. Next slide. And EV parking is located on level 1 in the northwest of the parkade. Next slide. Here is a view looking northeastward with Downs Lake in the top right. You can see various elements here of the parking garage. Next slide. Number 1 represents the Beacon Plaza, just in the bottom middle area. Number 2 are both the vehicle access points on roads A and road B. Number 3 is the West Highline lobby that connects the beacon to the Highline itself. And number 4 is the North Highline lobby. And ultimately here on the slide, number 5 is the pedestrian bridge that will link to the hospital through the escarpment of trees. And that is in line and level with the main entrance of the hospital. Next slide. And this view is that same approach, however, just a little bit lower. So taken almost closer to grade here at the intersection of roads A and B. Next slide, please. Number 1 is the secure indoor bicycle storage that you can access off of road A and the cycling infrastructure on that location. Number 2 is the elevator lobby that takes one up through the beacon and onto the Highline. Number 3 is an ancillary vehicular drop-off, an extra vehicular drop-off that ties to the main entrance of the hospital for various modalities in the future. And number 4 is the pedestrian bridge that links back to the hospital. Next slide. Here is an aerial view at Preston and Prince of Wales. So this is looking towards the west on the site. And if we can advance to the next slide as well. You'll see a number 1 appear, which is the vehicular access at the lowest level, which comes off of Prince of Wales Drive, is intended to predominantly serve the public component of that parkade as well. Number 2 is the elevator and stair that relates to the Preston Plaza in the corner of Preston and Prince of Wales. And number 3 is that folded pathway that you've seen in a few other diagrams as well. Next slide. And here is a view lower to grade as well. as well, the elevator and stair at the Preston Plaza itself. Number 2 is the indoor bicycle storage. There's a yes. And number 3, the folded pathway that comes up through the treed area. Next slide, please. Here is a section taken along Preston Street, which is just to the right where you see the vehicles, with a view through the folded pathway. This also shows the bidirectional cycle track as separate from the sidewalk. Next slide. And this is a section through Prince of Wales Drive with the unidirectional cycle track separated from the sidewalk here as well. Next slide. This is the section through Road B with the Beacon Plaza and the cycle track dismount zone. So this is just adjacent through the Beacon Plaza, closest to where the bridge will connect across to the hospital. Next slide. And this is a section through Road A with the bidirectional cycle track separated from the sidewalk as well. So the main approach up through to the hospital. Next slide. And these 2 last sections are through Carling Avenue. This one is west of the LRT line with the interim condition shown without the mixed-use buildings, but with the interim MUP shown separate from the existing sidewalk along Carling. Next slide. And ultimately, this is another section through Carling Avenue east of the LRT line with the interim condition shown without the mixed-use buildings again, but with the interim bidirectional cycle track shown separate from the existing sidewalk along Carling as well. Next slide. And here is an example of how the trees will grow over time in 10-year increments, taken from the corner of Preston and Prince of Wales. It gives a sense of how the trees will start to be planted and grow through to maturity. And that is the last slide. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Jason, and thank you, Joanne. And we will come back to you later for questions from the committee. So we're going to move on now to delegations. The first 3 delegations are Paul Surette, Barbara Popel, and Jason Vallis. We'll just give our clerk's team a few moments to bring people into the room here. So for our delegations, you'll each have 5 minutes to present today, and then we'll give any committee members or councilors an opportunity to ask you questions as we go. So I see you there on my screen. Good morning, Paul. You're up first, and let you go ahead when you're ready.
Great, thank you very much. Let me just set my timer here so I don't go over. Thank you very much. My name is Paul Surette. I'm here as one of the representatives of the Dow's Lake Residents Association, which is a community right adjacent. Thank you very much for hearing for us. We've got a slide, PowerPoint slide program, which I hope, Eric, you could bring up. Great. Okay, thanks. If you could just flip it to the next, great. Okay, thanks a lot. I'm starting my timer again. Look, I'll make this clear. We're going to talk about 5 things basically today. Quickly, our sense that there has been a lack of meaningful consultation. I'll chat about that in a second. Secondly, that the design of the garage, and not just general, but the design of the garage worsens easily predictable traffic congestion and parking problems. Related to that, there is not yet a TDM plan and project that has been started, and my colleague and fellow resident Barbara will speak about that. Questions about the feasibility and timing and nature of the green roof. And then most importantly, so we left that for the last so that Monica could have maximum time to speak about it, is the profound accessibility issues that we think are involved with this design specifically. Next slide, please. We would also just want to underline the fact we've been told often, oh, well, don't worry about that. This is just about the parking garage. The reality is that once we lock in this location and this design, I don't mean the site location, I mean literally where the garage is parked, it will cement all of these problems that we believe are problems permanently. And so we need to take this moment of decision very seriously. Thank you. Next slide. So our recommendation is that the city does not approve the parking garage at this time, but instead does the work that I think is that we believe is necessary to make sure that the design is appropriate. So I'll just talk about a couple of those issues and then hand it off to Barbara Popple. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but I'm just going to highlight it because both the hospital and Sean Moore highlighted the degree of wanting to be a good neighbor and a consultation. I'll just say this. We do not feel like we have been, despite the motions of Councillor Leeper and Councillor Menard last time, we do not feel there's been significant, robust consultation. Even the workshops that we did, which we appreciated being invited to, there was no opportunity for us to highlight the issues that we thought were most important, including the specific impacts that we thought this design has on traffic congestion issues. So I just want to flag that, and I would really strongly ask and encourage everyone involved to just like robustly engage with us. We don't have to, we know we might not all agree at the end of the day, but it's incredibly frustrating to feel like our voices aren't even heard on the issues that we want to speak about. So I'll just leave it at that. Next slide, please. The main issue I want to talk about in the remaining 2 minutes are the traffic congestion and parking issues that we think are going to be exacerbated by this specific design. If you could flip to the next slide, please. By way of background, look, there are at least 17 major intersections in very close proximity to the site, as noted in the TIA, that already show significant congestion. So 4 of them are at between 100 and 109%, which means it's an hour to 2 of continuous congestion a day. 9 of those have more than 2 hours continuous congestion a day. So it's a challenge. Now, 4 of those are located right beside Road A, B, and the proposed entrance of the parking lot. So there are significant issues with this site that need to be dealt with and taken into consideration. And parking is already in short supply in the area, particularly in winter. Next slide, please. We believe that the specific design is going to worsen all of these things. So the design and the design of and the access points of Road A and B will create bottlenecks and intensify congestion, as will the parking garage entrance. I believe it's number 1, the one right directly off of Prince of Wales. It's going to create huge problems for residents and for commuters and for visitors, we believe. And we just note that this civic hospital has more than double the daily population of the current civic hospital, but has virtually the same number of parking spaces as the current civic has it. So next slide, please. We believe there are negative consequences for the hospital and the neighborhoods, including the risk of emergency vehicles being trapped in traffic, major traffic congestion for residents and commuters. Seconds. Thank you. Significant increase of danger to pedestrians, cyclists, and residents in adjacent neighborhoods due to increased speeding and cut through traffic as drivers seek to circumvent it, and insufficient parking. Next slide, please. So our concern is that neither the hospital nor the city has properly studied. I know you've done some, but have neither properly studied or addressed these issues. There's a refusal to discuss traffic and parking issues directly related to this design at the workshops. The traffic calming studies have not been completed. The traffic congestion remediation studies or plans have not been done. There's no risk mitigation plan for real. And as my fellow resident will talk about, there is no traffic demand plan left. So if you could flip 2 slides. In summary, not surprisingly, we don't think it should be approved. And if you do approve it, we would beg that the following steps over the summer and fall, especially as additional studies are done, really robustly include neighborhood associations. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. And I appreciate all the work that's been going on into this.
Thank you, Paul. So I know we have yourself and 3 other speakers from the Dow's Lake Residents Association. What we'll do is we'll continue through and let the residents finish their presentation and then come to all of you together for questions at the end. So Barbara Popple is up next. Good morning, Barbara.
All right, great. Could you please show my slides for me, please? Thank you very much. Just to the next slide. I'm going to be talking about transportation demand management. Next slide, please. Why am I talking about transportation demand management, or TDM? The hospital has predicted that there'll be 20,000 predicted daily arrivals at the new civic campus in 2028 and 35,000 arrivals by 2048 once the three office towers, the research tower, and the Heart Institute are built on site. You've seen the buildings of some of the towers lined up along Carling in one of the earlier presentations. In 2018, the hospital measured that 85% of the arrivals at the Civic Hospital were by car. The Ottawa Hospital assumes that in 2028, only 50% of the arrivals at the new campus will be by car. This is a massive modal shift. The hospital assumes that by 2048, when all those towers are built, only 35% of the arrivals will be by car, another major modal shift. What does this matter to the parking garage? Because the parking garage's designed capacity assumes that these modal shifts will be achieved. Next slide, please. A little bit about TDM projects. Only a large-scale, multi-year TDM project might be able to achieve these drastic, extremely ambitious modal shifts. Major TDM projects in other cities have been multi-year projects, staffed by experts with a proven track record in TDM in achieving huge modal shifts, expensive, and some examples are that they have involved in some cities permanent, universal, free public transit rather, major investments in expanding and improving public transit systems. They've also been transformative in many cases. For example, they've had timed zone restrictions for cars. We see all this in the City of London for the center of the city. Road tolls. And one very important thing to notice is that despite all of these major projects, many of them have only been partially successful in achieving the desired modal shifts. The biggest successful TDM project in Ottawa was probably the one that reduced car arrivals at Lansdowne Park during events such as Red Blacks games. This one, a few years ago, achieved a 55% combined transit and car plus shuttle bus use. In other words, cars would go over to Carleton University, park there, and shuttle buses would bring them to and from Lansdowne Park. Of course, this only happens a few dozen times a year in normal years. And the Ottawa Hospital's modal shift objectives are much more aggressive than what was done with the Lansdowne Park Red Blacks games. Next slide, please. So what really concerns us is that the transportation demand management is missing in this large, very large project for the campus. There is no funded multi-year funding, staff already in place, TDM project team. Consequently, there is no detailed TDM project plan. I'm a project manager and I have not seen any evidence in any of the consultations that we were able to get of a plan for TDM. And very, very importantly, there's no risk management plan to mitigate the consequences of failure to achieve these modal shifts. And if these modal shifts aren't achieved, where will all those cars park? Next slide, please. Our conclusion is that the city cannot approve this garage design as is. Approving the parking garage design would dramatically increase, probably to close to 100%, the probability of permanent traffic and parking problems in the future. So the planning committee must delay approving this application until all of these concerns have been robustly addressed.
That's time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barbara, right on time. So next we have Jason Dallas and then Monica Olney from the Dow's Lake Residents Association. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on this important landmark structure. If we could just advance to the next slide, please. And next slide. So the concern and other that I have, as well as others in the community, is that the renderings of the parking garage and the green roof as shown are misleading. In fact, just minutes ago was the first time that I had seen the staged growth of those trees that you see there. I do not believe those are included in 100 pages of DevApps material that we went through. So it's not clear what time frame these images are projecting and how it will become a reality. It's also not clear what are just ideas or concepts for the reimagined Queen Juliana Park that we've been looking at that's on top of the structure. So, we don't actually know what's being improved today. If you go to the next slide, it's hard to see, it's small, but these are the only images I could find to give a sense of what the structure looks like without trees, which is what I think we need to expect. Perspectives showing staged growth and seasonal changes were requested during landscaping workshops and by email, but don't appear to have made it into DevApps, as I mentioned. So it's difficult to judge what we're actually approving. The design brief and planning rationale for Queen Juliana Park is suggestive of what we might find there. It talks about 5 acres of open space for public use. Program opportunities include tennis and other malleable outdoor spaces for yoga, tai chi, frisbee, pickup soccer, tennis courts, and perhaps pickleball. A children's playground, a splash pad are also considerations, as well as passive opportunities for a walking loop and frequent rest areas, etc. This all sounds great, and the images do look impressive, but we don't know how this is going to become a reality. And when does it become accessible to the public? Is this in 2024 when the parking garage is complete? 2028 when the hospital opens? Or will this continue to be used as a staging area for the construction of the research towers, which are shown on and off in the various images, 2030 and beyond? It's also not clear what accountability the Ottawa Hospital will have to maintain a public park once approved. Next slide, please. Also concerning is the use of images that clearly depict the site many decades into the future, with no plan for the management of those trees and how they're going to achieve that state of maturity shown. There's only one section that I found in the hundreds of pages submitted documents that speaks to the long-term tree canopy adaptive management plan. It's about 3 sentences, and it basically states that that will be prepared in the future as a future commitment. It would seem logical to me to have some idea of what it would take to maintain these trees prior to building the structure and landscaping, or if it's even technically feasible on a roof. The green roof, next slide, please. The green roof is a critical feature of the parking garage, which will be a focal point at the intersection of a UNESCO World Heritage Site and beautiful parkways in our community. The stated goal for the overall site is 40% tree canopy in 40 years. However, it's already admitted that the current plan only actually achieves 30% coverage, with each phase of site development an opportunity to reassess. The reimagined Queen Juliana Park, the green roof design, which is on top of the structure, is actually factored in as potentially making up some of those shortfalls, with the remainder of the trees or canopy being provided off-site, so not even anywhere near the hospital, as far as we know. Major questions about the viability of trees on the roof, their final mature size, the timing of the green roof, and how the city would ensure that the results live up to the renderings were raised during the recent landscape workshop. The only assurance that were given in that venue was that there was mechanisms in place in terms of securities, and that, and generally speaking, a 2-year everything had to be in place for 2 years in order for the contractor to meet its obligations. 2 years towards a 40-year plan, or lack of plan, really. So in summary, the reimagined Queen Juliana Park on top of the parking garage and the surrounding trees are critical to blending in this massive structure into the site and meeting stated canopy coverage goals, on which the plan is being asked for approval today. The renderings of the garage are at best misleading and at worst a form of greenwashing. Before approving the structure, a clear plan on how the green roof and tree canopy becomes a reality must be provided. And commitments as to when the space will be available to the public should also be made, which is not clear at this time. So thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions or comments.
Okay, thank you, Jason. And the fourth speaker from the Dow's Lake Residents Association is Monica Olney.
Good morning. Can you
Good
hear
morning.
me?
Yes, we
Thank
can.
you. I want to say a few words about accessibility in the sense of how does one get to the hospital? I'm not talking about accessibility inside the hospital, and I'm not going to talk about the great care that the hospital gives. The garage, as we have said, sets the stage for the whole campus. Approving the garage cements the 520 meters from the LRT station to the main doors of the hospital via the High Line. That's over 5 football fields in length. It's 540 meters from the LRT station to the main doors of the hospital if you use the outside sidewalk. It's 350 meters from the South Carling sidewalk up the hill to the main doors. 75 meters from the best case scenario of the accessible parking spots that will be in the garage. And there are a number of distances that we are not aware of from the garage. However, these distances are too great for persons with disabilities. And I'd like to just note here that a lot of the hospital's numbers are calculated from the south side portal of the LRT. That south side portal on Carling, south side, is an imaginary portal. It does not exist, and it's questionable as to whether it will exist. The important thing is that when one gets off the LRT, they get off on the north side of Carling. They have to cross Carling, and that adds to the distance. Next slide, please. Allow me to give you some facts. Roughly 1 in 4 Ontarians lives with a disability, and most of us will have a temporary disability at some point in our lives. And disabilities are visible and invisible. And disability increases with age. So for example, 13% of those aged 15 to 24 have a disability, whereas 47% of those aged 75 and over have a disability. And seniors represented 15% of our city's population in 2016. And it is estimated that they will make up over 22% of Ottawa's population in 2035. So the conclusion to be drawn here is that Ottawa has a growing and aging population, and the number of persons with disabilities will increase substantially. Next slide, please. We are very concerned that the city and the hospital have been dismissive of our citizens with disabilities and have been ignoring them. We say this because the Ottawa Disability Coalition's concerns about accessibility and distance issues were raised multiple times and ignored or left unanswered for at least 6 months. Actual and accurate distances and accessibility issues regarding getting to the hospital by public transit were not mentioned in the October 1 and October 4, 2021 Planning Committee meetings, nor the City Council meeting of October 21, nor the URDU meeting in November 21, and just recently not mentioned in the NCC parking garage meeting of January 2022. And for about 5 or 6 months, the public was being told that the distance between the LRT and the main doors of the hospital was 250 meters, or 2.5 football fields. During this period of months, neither the city nor the hospital deemed it necessary or appropriate to correct that distance to 520 meters. As recently as this January 2022, the hospital's architect publicly stated the distance was 294 meters. The correct distance is 520 meters. And even today, the architect did an awful lot of talking about the cycling paths, none about distances for pedestrians or for the disabled. Next slide, please. The parking garage cannot be approved as is. The hospital will be inaccessible to our citizens with
50
disabilities.
seconds.
The parking garage must be moved so that the hospital can be located much closer to Carling Avenue. Councillors, you have a moral and legal responsibility to ensure that our most vulnerable citizens are treated with equality and inclusiveness. And this plan for the garage fails them. We should aim for not only a state-of-the-art hospital, but also for one easily accessible by all people. And to pretend that an overpass or an underpass across Carling and a covered pedestrian walkway to the hospital solves the distance problem is disrespectful to the intelligence of all our citizens. We deserve better. We demand better from you people. In conclusion, the city cannot approve this design as is. Approving this design guarantees that all of these serious problems become permanent. The planning committee must delay this application and until concerns have been addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monica. So we'll go now to our committee members and councillors for questions to anyone from the Dow's Lake Residents Association. Councillor Menard, your hand is up first.
Thanks very much, Chair. And obviously there were 4 presentations there, so I hope you indulge me in a few questions rather than just the usual smaller amount per delegate. On the transportation demand management, the hospital and city staff are saying that will come later after the garage site plan is approved. Why is that not good enough?
It's not good enough, I think, because without knowing, without the city knowing what they're getting into in terms of what the city will have to do to have any chance of the TDM achieving its goals. I'd intentionally put something in my presentation saying about how expensive major modal shifts are. And you'll notice that almost all of those had to do with what the city is going to have to spend. Major improvements to the transit system, possibly making, these are things that have happened in other cities. So I'm not suggesting that they will be what is done in Ottawa. I'm not a traffic expert, but other cities have done things like make transit completely free to encourage people to get out of their cars and get onto transit. They have done major improvements in other cities to their transit system. In the case of Ottawa, these improvements would have to include things like making the buses reliable and servicing probably more of the suburbs, and definitely extending the LRT in pretty much all directions. Big costs, and 2028 is coming up awfully quickly. It takes a long time to do some of these really big changes. So
Right.
That's why do it now. Don't keep pushing off the TDM till later.
Appreciate that. Has any city or hospital official sat down to talk with you about your specific concerns of parking, traffic safety, traffic demand in the community? Have you had any of the officials given their time to do that with you?
I'll let Paul answer that.
Thanks very much. The answer is no. We've been trying to raise this since early October, late September, constantly trying to provide as much data as possible, as much reasoned argumentation, as much constructive thoughts as non-experts about what we're viewing, about what we've experienced, and what we think might be able to mitigate these things. And honestly, although we're very frustrated, we've done it, I think, in a extremely professional way within the boundaries that have been set. We have also gone well beyond that to try and ask very proactively for time and attention to be given for at least the discussion of these details. For example, in regard to the January 11th and 13th workshops, yes, we were invited to them, but we explicitly asked for another one on transportation, and then we raised transportation related issues that were related to mobility during that session. And we're told very clearly that now is not the time. So now is not the time, apparently, to talk about our concerns about the location of the entrances and the traffic congestion that these are going to create from the parking lot and the road, the new roads. We're supposed to just accept that this gets done and then worry about it later, as if magical thinking is going to solve all of the problems that are fairly easily predictable to come out of this. So, to kind of answer both of your questions, no, we haven't been consulted. We have not been engaged. We have not, our constructive attempts at being constructive have gone completely unanswered. And just getting back to Barb's response as well, if we don't have these studies done now, we cannot evaluate whether the location of the garage on transportation issues is the right place within the site. We cannot evaluate whether the parking capacity is reasonable. We cannot evaluate whether the road design is going to be a huge problem and be a massive issue for emergency vehicles coming in. That's why it needs to be done before. And to say that you're in the midst of thinking about hiring a firm who might start doing it in fall, this is already locked in. Once the parking garage is approved, the overall design of the site and all of the implications, accessibility wise, traffic congestion wise, etc., are linked in, and we haven't done the proper analysis to understand whether and to what degree they can be mitigated, and if the design has to change as a function of that.
Yeah, well, you're certainly not wrong about that. In the original holding provisions, there was that was back in 2018 a reference to that parking plan, the parking plan in communities, and so that hasn't happened, even though that was an original holding condition. In fact, almost all the original holding conditions have been disposed of. The LRT is more than 500 meters away. That's 5 Canadian football fields. So for someone who walks or rolls at a slower pace because of disability issues, which we've heard today, I'd say 2 kilometers an hour, that's up to a 15-minute walk, roll or trip. Given the transportation demand management that they say will happen here, the modal share that'll happen, why is that not good enough?
Who are you asking the question to? Oh,
yeah.
Paul. Okay, go ahead, Paul.
No, I was going to say, Monica, why don't you speak to the accessibility issues? And I'll take, or Barbara can take the modal share.
Sean, can you just repeat what you want me to answer?
Yeah, well, we know the LRT is more than 500 meters away. That's 500 Canadian football fields. So for someone who walks at a slower pace, with the disability issues, that's 2 kilometers an hour, up to a 15-minute walk from the LRT or roll or trip from the LRT into the front entrance of the hospital. Why is that an issue for you? Why do you see it as a transportation demand management issue, a modal share issue?
Well, it's an issue for me. I mean, somebody who's walking with a walker, somebody's using a chair, somebody with a cane, they've got that disability. It takes an awful lot of their energy to walk 5 football fields. So what's happening here? You get a patient who's going to the hospital who drains himself of energy and ends up with brain fog, unable to properly maybe communicate with their doctor. And don't forget, I think all of us can maybe attest to the fact that we can be somewhat nervous before a doctor's appointment. Think of these people who have to use public transit. An awful lot of our disabled persons are not well off. They don't have a lot of money to take a taxi. So they're taking light rail transit or buses or whatever. That's a long extended journey for them possibly. But I mean, think of it, you've got to walk 520 meters. And the city, the hospital waxes on about how the high rise is going to have maybe rolling sidewalks. It'll have benches for you to rest on. That's all fine and good. But how safe is a rolling sidewalk for people using a walker, even for people who are using a chair? I mean, those are not safe for people using a cane.
And in fact, none of those things are approved or are part of this either. We have no idea if those are going to happen around benches and around the rolling sidewalk. So appreciate your comments.
That's it. And can I just add?
Yep, I've got more questions.
At the end of their journey to the hospital and their appointment with their doctor or doctors, these people have to get home.
Mm-hmm.
Another 520 meters.
Absolutely. The Ottawa Hospital originally promised that the parking garage would be buried. How do you feel about that broken promise to residents?
Well, I can't believe, I think city councillors did not do their job back in October of 21 when they lifted the hold provision. Like you said, Sean, there were four main things there that they discounted, disregarded, but one of them was full integration of the LRT to the hospital. I don't know how many of you people are familiar with Montreal, but that metro goes to the bottom of the bay, great big department store. How beautiful would it be to have an LRT system that goes right almost to the main doors? They're fairly accessible. I mean, locating the parking garage, as we say, cements everything else on the campus, bring that hospital right across the street from the LRT station, you know?
Well, that's just a logical thing to do, but unfortunately that's not what we have here. Are you aware of any other parks that the Ottawa Hospital maintains, large scale parks that are maintained by the Ottawa Hospital?
None.
Anybody? Okay.
No.
Okay. I guess my last question is, we're meeting right now while the city's under a state of emergency. This site location has been selected by various orders of government. And we're here now approving a parking garage. I just wonder your views about the democracy of this decision, where we're at right now. I can't believe we're here, but I just would like to know your views about that. That'll be my last question, Chair.
Can I just answer a part of that and then maybe on to Paul or whatever? But I think we have to understand this decision seems to have been done very, very quickly. And so many people jumped on board. I do not believe for one instance, and I would love to be proven wrong, I do not believe for one instance that the Board of Governors of the hospital did their due diligence with regards to this site, nor do I believe the NCC did it totally. They had identified Tunney's as one. But in the end, when we had so many politicians and hospital Board of Governors jump on this site as the best site for them, they did not do their due diligence. Did they think about the LRT? Did they think about the 20-meter differential between high point and low point, the earthquake fault, the Mooney's Bay sewage thing? If somebody, if you're going to demolish a wall in your kitchen to extend it somewhat, I think you'll have somebody come in and tell you whether it's a bearing wall, and then you know that your costs go up or certain things can't be done. I don't believe the hospital did any of that. Everybody jumped on board and we're stuck with this.
If I may, I would like to, if I may, and just, we talk about the different levels of government and the representation here, and what's happening downtown. The linkage there, I think, is something to think about, because, basically we see these folks occupying downtown because they don't see themselves represented, or they don't have a lot of trust or faith in their political leaders. And I think this type of proposal, when people see what's actually built, because no one's going to take, it took hours to go through this application. When people see what's actually built, and I'm looking at it on my other screen because I have snapshots of what this thing will look like, not 40 years from now, not 20 years from now, but what it's going to look like for the next 10 years. And it's not pretty, right? It didn't make it into our presentation, but it just goes to show that we're not being honest. We're not being truthful with the residents of this community about what is actually being proposed here. And for me, that I find that really sad. And I think once people see it and realize what's lost and that we can't go back, it's going to be very discouraging. And so I don't have a lot of faith in the process. And I think this is, basically why we're seeing the kind of crisis that we're seeing today, because people don't have a lot of faith in their political leaders.
So, Councillor Menard, we want to hear from everyone today. We have 36 people registered to speak. We're an hour into the meeting and we've heard from 4. Completely respect that people have many, many concerns, but we would like to give everyone who's taken time today to book time off work to participate the chance to do so. I would really like to remind our committee members to keep this on track to the site plan in front of us. Councilor Menard, if you have additional questions.
I don't, Chair. I just said earlier, that was my last question. So I don't have any other questions. We don't have to spend any more time on that. I think they've been answering those questions. I'd like to hear one last time from Paul, perhaps, but I don't have any other questions. And it wasn't my choice to do all 4 in a row, but.
Quickly from Paul, if you have a quick comment.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. And we do appreciate other people's time as well, and yours. The term is democratic deficit, and we see it at various levels. I don't have to talk about the site level, but on this, I think we all find it extremely depressing that on the site-specific design questions, there's very little openness to our concerns being heard. And most importantly, on the accessibility, the TDM, this hospital needs 65% of all of its visitors coming in non-vehicle ways. That means 65% of all visitors are going to have to navigate those distances. It's going to be a problem for everyone. It's particularly going to be a problem for our most vulnerable communities. And that's why we really think that there needs to be a lot more, at the very least in the future, a lot more consultation. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to all of you from the Dow's Lake Residents Association. Our next 2 speakers, we have Dr. Jody Warman and Dr. Kwadwo Kyeremanteng. Dr. Warman.
I just want to make sure I can be heard. I think I can see my screen. Perfect. Thank you.
Good morning.
So thank you so much for the committee, and good morning to everyone. I'm really excited to talk to you this morning. So I'm Dr. Jody Warman. I'm a clinician and a scientist. So I'm both a neurology doctor. I see patients in clinic, and I'm a researcher. And I care for people with the rarest types of neurological diseases. The Ottawa Hospital is one of the largest academic research hospitals in the country. Research and innovation are core parts of how we care for our patients, how we care for you, and how we've improved care for people all around the world. Discoveries made right here, new treatments and technologies developed here in Ottawa have a worldwide impact, and we are incredibly proud of that. When this new hospital opens, it will have space for research integrated right within the clinical areas. That means for the research and the scientists like myself, who are integrated and as part of the hospital's everyday work, it means that we can offer every patient the possibility to participate in research and potentially benefit from innovative new therapies if they want to. The new campus will also include dedicated research space and modern facilities. This will help us attract the best and the brightest from around the world and make Ottawa a hub of innovative research. And when those talented researchers, scientists, and doctors come here to create the future of healthcare, our patients are the first ones to benefit from these cutting-edge treatments. As a neurosciences researcher, scientist, and medical doctor, I am particularly excited about the new Civic will be home to one of the most advanced neuroscience research programs in the world, a dedicated neurosciences institute that will bring basic neuroscientists, neurologists, neurosurgeons together to translate research into the benefits of our patients. At this Neurosciences Institute, we will see patients with rare neurological diseases from across the regions and well beyond. Every day, I have patients who need to travel from Pembroke, Cornwall, Renfrew, from other parts of Ontario because we can offer this care in Ottawa. Many of these patients will need to drive to the Ottawa Hospital for their appointments. When they get there, the last thing they need to worry about is parking. They're already anxious and stressed about their visit. We need a parking structure with enough space to ensure low stress and smooth arrival at the hospital. Also, as a proud resident of this incredible city of Ottawa, I completely understand the calls for a site that makes our city more beautiful with more trees and public spaces. I do think that this innovative site plan has achieved this. Unfortunately, the province doesn't generally fund parking structure. The money spent on an underground parking infrastructure is better spent on new medical equipment and on research that can change the lives of our patients right here in Ottawa and around the world. The money needs to be spent on critical medical equipment that will help them take the first step after a terrible stroke or have the cutting edge therapy that literally saves people's lives. In the last few years, our teams of neuroscientists at the Ottawa Hospital have made great strides for patients with Parkinson's disease, neuromuscular diseases, multiple sclerosis. In Ottawa, we are leading the trials in stroke, so patients that would have been paralyzed are now getting up and going home the next day. We are leading the research where patients are essentially cured of very aggressive multiple sclerosis with stem cell transplants. And our incredible advances in neuromuscular disease in Ottawa are creating the roadmap for future therapies around the world. Just imagine what we could do with new facilities and better clinical integration. We really need a hospital sooner rather than later, and we need to move forward with this project and build the future healthcare in Ottawa. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Worman. Just looking for any questions from our committee or councillors. I'm seeing none, so thank you for joining us today. Dr. Karamanteng is next. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I'm driving, not driving, I'm in a car, sorry. And so I'm not going to put on my video, but I just really wanted to thank everybody for the opportunity to speak to this. My name is Kojo Karamanteng. I'm the new ICU head as of July of 2021. And I just really wanted an opportunity to comment on the importance of, the parking and the patient experience. When our patients are absolutely in the most vulnerable states of their lives, their families are coming in from all parts of the region, east, west, as far as Nunavut, in this extremely trying and difficult time in their families' lives. And honestly, the parking situation just adds to the stress. Like when you are in a situation where you want to be able to attend to your loved one, and unfortunately, you're having to drive around for minutes to an hour to try and find a spot. Like this is the last thing that our patients and families need to be going through. And so this opportunity to really enhance the patient and family experience is so important. And I can speak also for the hospital staff, trying to, reduce the amount of burnout and stress that has been overwhelming, especially throughout this pandemic. Having that space to know that we could drive in safely, effectively. Also having some of that green space and that wellness opportunity to decompress, I think will mean a lot to our staff. So I just wanted the opportunity to come onto that. Dr. Worman mentioned a lot of things that prior in terms of the experience for her patients and the research, and I would echo what she was mentioning. I'll also say that overall, just as an ICU doc, like I am so looking forward to the new campus to be able to provide the innovative, high quality care to our patients once again in their most vulnerable states. I think is going to be an incredible experience, and it's going to put Ottawa on the map. Like we're already on the map, but like it's going to put us, truly on the map in terms of innovation, research, patient experience. So that is all I wanted to say. And I just wanted to, once again, thanks Council for an opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. It's good to hear from you. Are there any questions from the committee? I am seeing none. Thank you, Doctor, for joining us today. Our next two speakers are Diane McIntyre and Jerry Fiore, and I'm going to hand over to Chair Moffat for the next few speakers.
Thank you. So we have Ms. Diane McIntyre here as our next speaker.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Super. I'm just going to start my timer. Just a sec. Start. Okay. Oops. Sorry, I screwed up my timer. You're going to have to tell me. Thank you for having us today. This is an important discussion. It's a very critical discussion. My intention was to speak primarily about the proposed green rooftop. I totally agree with Jason Vallis, who spoke earlier. it has been greenwashing. And I'd like to mention a couple of specific things. In past presentations, I talked about soil volumes to support the various trees and plantations that are shown in the many very attractive designs. The design panel also questioned, quote, the amount of soil proposed and that further studies of soil requirements should be undertaken for difficult conditions. But page 61 of the presentation online still shows very tall trees. And from Jason Emery's projection today from road A and B, tall trees are also shown at the rooftop level. So I'm questioning soil. I studied the papers. I spent several days looking at them. And when I looked in the updated material, I did not find a number of answers I was looking for. For example, LG 201, the green roof grading, is a drawing that is unreadable. LS 502, 601, and 602, green roof details, is stamped right across the middle, no detail, TBD, to be determined. When? LS 302 and 304 are very misleading because we know that trees of that size cannot be grown in 1 meter of soil. LS 401, roof landscape sections A, B, and C are all marked to be updated. I'm wondering when. LP 002 gives soil volumes and it leaves out any reference to the rooftop park. LP 100, the planting schedule, is labeled preliminary and not for construction. There have been very few comprehensive answers about the questions we've asked about the long-term viability of growing trees on berms, mostly built out of high-density styrofoam panels, and few answers about the maintenance plans. I provided the city with 2 documents from the City of Toronto, Guidelines for Biodiverse Green Roofs, and the Green Roof Construction Standards. Have any of those been really considered, and when will we, the public, actually see answers to those questions? I'm left wondering what we actually know and what lies in the imagination of the artists who draw the pictures that we've seen. Secondly, given that we face a climate emergency worldwide and heat island effects in the cities, we need a mature tree canopy. I'd like to congratulate City Council for their decision yesterday to protect Lazy Bay Commons. I suggest we do the same for the Central Experimental Farm and Queen Juliana Park. The Council expressed a readiness to work with the NCC about Lazy Bay Commons and new locations for embassies. Why not save the farm too? Thirdly, I'd like to talk about funding. The TOH is currently estimated as a cost of $2.8 billion. Of which the Ministry of Health theoretically will contribute $2.1 billion upon completion. Upon completion that meets all the standards of Infrastructure Ontario. The garage complex, as we all know, is not funded within Ministry of Health, and I wonder about the research towers and where that funding is. Is that included in the $2.8 billion? So the Ottawa Hospital Foundation website, and I called them yesterday and I said, I'm reconsidering my will, but I want to know, are my dollars going to go to long-term care health? Are they going to go to new equipment? Are they going to go to staff salaries? Are they going to go to research? Or are we going to build a parking garage? How would I, as a contributor, know how you were going to use my money? I haven't had an answer. Traffic implications have been well covered by the wonderful people in the Dow's Lake community, so I won't build on that. But both doctors talked about parking and the importance of that. Yes, it is important, but that could be achieved on any site. It's way too far.
30 seconds.
Okay. Finally, and last but not least, I'm going to skip that last one about, I have some stuff on Infrastructure Ontario approval status, which is not even for another couple of years for the hospital. So the future of healthcare is closely linked to climate. There are too many unanswered questions. We need a full risk analysis. We need an independent environmental impact assessment. We need traffic studies, and we need accessibility solutions. Let's not, with so many doubts in our minds, steer this mighty ship Ottawa into murky waters. Let's take time and have the right answers. Now is not that it's a time to pause and slow down. Let's not follow the directive from whoever of, full steam ahead and damn the torpedoes, because there's lots of torpedoes out there. There's lots of danger signs. I'm a long-term strategic planner and we need answers. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. We have a question for you from Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am wondering more about the financing aspects, Diane, because we hear different stories about this. We hear the estimate of 2.8 billion for the hospital, I believe in 2016 dollars, and that the City of Ottawa is going to be expected to pick up a fairly large chunk of change, or they're going to ask us to. We haven't had any commitment from staff or from councillors to pick up that. What I estimate is, I think, 300 million. That's a huge amount of money. And so I just, on the financing part, we've been hearing from our GM as well that, $9 to $11 million every single month, that the costs are going up on this. What is your estimate of based on other hospitals, in terms of how we're actually estimating the total cost here? What's your view of how we're estimating the total cost? And can you explain more about, the assertion that this is not all fully financed, this has not been fully approved. There could also be a change in government that may say this site is crazy to build a hospital on. Can you just indicate, some of your understanding around the finances for the site?
Thank you, Sean. I was unable to get this slide through to you folks on time, and I don't know if you can see it. But this is the Infrastructure Ontario site. It's a January 22 market update. It shows the Ottawa Civic Hospital, and I filed a number of questions with them, of which I don't have all the answers. The VP of Communications at Infrastructure Ontario called me back yesterday, and he told me he'd get to me today, but has not yet. So what's that chart? Okay, there's a chart up on my screen. Okay, so
it's the image that was sent, Chair, from the speaker.
Not by me. I did not send that image. I sent an image last night and it was too late, Eric.
Apologies for the confusion.
Yeah, it's okay. So at the moment, Infrastructure Ontario have not told me why the issuance of a request for qualifications was deemed not applicable in this case. And what the process is prior to the signing of a project, that's it, thank you very much, signing of a project agreement, which you'll see, if you look down to the line 3, you'll see the Ottawa Hospital, and if you look under contract execution, you will see that it's not until 2024. You'll see that the cost is shown as greater than $2 billion. So it is in the pipeline for Infrastructure Ontario. But Infrastructure Ontario has a role of making sure that standards are met and that things are actually going to happen. So there's a lot of questions, as you'll see there. There was absolutely, under the RFQ, they've said, request for qualifications, not applicable. I've asked why. Under the project agreement, I've asked what are the steps that lead to that and what could stop it? I don't have an answer yet. Under the progressive DBFM, just so everyone knows what that is, that means the proponent has an agreement with a consortium who will design, build, finance, and maintain the project. Now, under the finance, we had that at Lansdowne Park. What are we paying? 10% on the dollar. That's our mortgage. So basically, the proponents are our mortgage holders. It's very important to understand these numbers. This hospital, when you compare hospitals of the same size, are low. If you look at the Ottawa Library and the estimates that were provided there versus what's really going to happen, that was low. If you look at the LRT that we bought at bargain-based prices, we've gone off the tracks. So the costs are way too low, Sean, and thank you for asking me that question.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Diane. What's your understanding of how much Ottawa is being expected to contribute to the project?
I have not seen the financial model, and that's one of the reasons why I called the hospital foundation yesterday and asked how the funding was going to be done. But I haven't had a call back. I haven't had the courtesy of a call back. And I said, I'm reconsidering my will. And yes, I'd like to contribute to healthcare. I care about healthcare. I had both my knees replaced by the Ottawa Hospital last year out at the Queensway Carleton. So I do care deeply about healthcare, but I don't want to build a garage with my money.
Okay.
And a garage can be built anywhere.
I'll ask that of staff specifically and of the
Please
hospital, so we can hopefully get clarity, because I don't think anyone in this Zoom meeting knows exactly how much we're on the hook for potentially. So thank you.
And Sean, I think you also have to ask, how much is it going to cost to widen Bronson and Carling?
Thanks.
What are we going to do there?
The rule is that delegations respond to questions from councillors. And thank you very much, Ms. McIntyre. I see no further questions. Our next speaker is Jerry Fiore with the Ottawa Disability Coalition. Good morning, Jerry. You just unmute there. Just unmute yourself, and you're good to go.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for having me. I have to thank Monica for leading off with all types of explanations from accessibility point of view. The Ottawa Disability Coalition is a consortium or coalition of about 20 organizations around. And one of those organizations is the Council on the Aging. So when you put all this together, we probably represent about 25% of the population of Ottawa. And we're all concerned about accessibility, every single one of them. And that's so I want to make that point that accessibility is extremely important. There are several issues with the hospital on accessibility, and Monica and others have pointed out some of them. The biggest one that I want to talk to is the distance of travel from the LRT station. And I want to give you an example of something that works in Ottawa, and that's the Riverside Hospital is fully integrated with the bus transitway underneath it. They come off the bus, they take an elevator up, and in 50 meters, they're at the elevators in the hospital going to their medical appointment. That is what I call integration. What we have at this hospital site is the hospital is being connected by a 520 meter, 480, whatever the distance keeps changing. That's a long distance, to travel. And I have to remind everyone that people are going to the hospital not for a nice walk through a nice high line. They're going there to be treated. They have some problems with them. They're not feeling well. They have an injury. Someone may have a sprained ankle. You want them to walk from the LRT all the way there. That's not right. The other aspect of this is there's a lot of time it takes to get there. And one of the premises, and you heard it from the doctors that spoke, you want to get to the hospital as quickly and as safely and as convenient as possible. You don't need to be stressed out driving. Well, if you think you're stressed out driving, try taking public transit from your home. You have to walk to the bus stop. You have to get on. You have to transfer once. You're going to transfer again because this is not the main line of the LRT system. And then you have to walk another, half kilometer into the hospital. Talk about stress. So these people are being, mistreated, ignored. All of the requirements are being ignored. And as I mentioned, they're ill and all of that. And basically, the people that are taking the transit are people that can't afford a car. They can't afford the parking. They don't have someone to drive them. So what's happening is these are the most, the low poverty people. They happen to be the people that are living in isolation someplace. There's a lot of problems with, as Dr. Etches has found out in all of the vaccination, with racialized Indigenous, people that don't speak the right languages and all of that. And all of that burden is being put on them to take the transit. So somehow I don't think you're going to encourage those, the rest of the population to start going to use rapid transit and the LRT to get out of the car. You know, when they see, well, I have to, at the end of this transit ride, you know, go another half kilometer. And that it's totally inconsistent, and it's totally against the work that we've been trying to do on equity, diversity, and inclusion in this city. And that I spent 2 hours with United Way on Tuesday talking about all the measures that we can take around the occupation downtown with all of the disabled groups and the marginalized group. Well, in fact, the whole population is being inconvenienced there, of course, and more than inconvenienced, they're being insulted and spit on and all of that. And I have another hour meeting tomorrow with the same group of about 40 organizations. And I don't think this council, I don't think the Ottawa Hospital really recognize how hard it is for these individuals who really can't speak for themselves, haven't been directly consulted.
30
They
seconds.
They can't use a lot of electronics to communicate their messages to you. So I'm doing that. So basically, this is not going to work for these people. And I think what has to happen on this site is basically the research and the training institute should be moved to the existing campus alongside where the existing Heart Institute is. And therefore, it frees up space, and therefore they can move some things around, move it 250 meters closer to the actual LRT, and that it's only a mitigation way of doing things, but that's the site. And what can I say? It's just not workable for accessibility the way it is.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We have some questions for you. First up is Councillor Eglai.
Thank you, Chair. And Jerry, thank you for coming out and your engagement on this. And I know you as a longtime resident of Ward 9, and your engagement, you know, covers not only this particular accessibility and mobility issue, but many across the city. And you and I have had many discussions on that. And I consider you to be you know, an advisor on these things to me. So I appreciate your efforts in that regard. I helped to facilitate a meeting with the hospital over the last couple of days, which you were present at, Monica was present at. The hospital had its chief planning people, had its accessibility advisors and consultants there as well. And my sense after that meeting, and you can tell me whether you agree or not, but my sense after that meeting was that the hospital was committed to continue that dialogue with you and other representatives from the accessibility community, continue to talk about how this could be improved. Some of the options discussed or were on the table at the end of the meeting were people movers, working with OC Transpo to have buses directly to the door, a discussion about the accessible parking spots, both at the emergency entrance and the main entrance of the hospital. So I just wondering whether you had the same sense at the end of that meeting, Jerry, that the doors were very much still open to have dialogue, continue to have discussions, look at the options that have been suggested during that meeting, and a willingness to look at other options as they come forward.
Well, for sure. I was on this project starting, actually I was asked by a person from the Ottawa Hospital to join the campus engagement group, which started up in 2018, and committed to trying to make this site work and trying to integrate the hospital into the communities and the communities to cooperate and stuff like that. And so even after that CEG was disbanded, I've continued dialogue with GBA with the architect and with the hospital, and so they're all Sean Moore too is with all those conversations, but that's all it is. It has been conversations. The hospital itself, I have no question about it, but it's trying to get to the hospital that has been my major concern. And yes, there are possibilities to mitigate the situation on persons with disabilities. But the farther that you have to go and walk, the more convoluted the pathway is for persons with developmental difficulties. There is a limit to what you can do, and I'm not optimistic that that it will happen, because I've been talking, as I say, for 4 years, about these, and some things have not changed in those 4 years, and that. But certainly, I am committed to keep talking. My big concern is I'm doing the talking, and it's not the Accessibility Advisory Committee full meeting that the hospital has gone to and made a presentation at and received the feedback from the Accessibility Advisory Committee. They did have that one meeting, which was mentioned at the meeting you organized, with the Site Plan Review Committee of the Accessibility Advisory Committee, but they have not had a full session presenting all of the issues before them. I'm one voice. I think the Accessibility Advisory Committee has been ignored, and I find that really a fault of the organizational system, and so I really want them to have the opportunity, along with myself, to continue these dialogues. But as I say, the stress on the persons coming there, regardless of whether they have a disability or not, they have these injuries, they have the diseases and stuff like that. So this is really an EDI issue. And I do not think the EDI issues, the EDI lens has been applied at all in the situation. And that, so, and the ODC is committed to EDI across the board. And that, so I want to make sure that there is a guarantee that these mitigation things will happen, and they're the best that they can happen. And so far, we don't even have a design for how do we get from the north side to the south side, and having faith in, well, as other presenters have said, well, we'll get to that at the time. I don't find that as an acceptable practice in that, but I am willing, and I thought it was a very useful meeting that we did have, Keith, in terms of that, and I really thank you for organizing it. And I'd hope to have more, but I do want to say I don't think we can make something as good as if they had chosen it at the Tunney's Pasture site, which had on site an LRT. The distances would have been 100 meters or something like that. That's on the main line of the transit, serving people from a larger group of people can get there easier as opposed to being on the other line. And that, so I use that as a benchmark to say what we could have done so much better if it had been there. And so now we're into mitigation.
Oh, and I appreciate that, Jerry. And as was pointed out by the chair, unfortunately at this meeting, we can't talk about whether this is the right site or the wrong site. We can just talk about this site. Just one last quick thing, because I know there's a lot of people waiting, is one of the things that came out of that meeting, again, correct me if I'm wrong, was a commitment from the hospital that there will be a way across Carling. The decision is whether it'll be over or under. and an EA still needs to be done in that regard, and that there will be all sorts of opportunities through the EA process, mandated through the EA process, that will allow the public to continue to have input into this and continue to have consultation about what that final solution will look like. But the hospital did commit that there would be a fully covered site, climate controlled site, that would get you from point A to point B.
Yes, they did commit to that. But what I'll express what other people have said. Once the garage is cemented there, the hospital can't be moved closer to the site. And actually, for technical reasons, they can move it closer to the rail line, but they have chosen not to. And that, so I think by cementing it in there, we're cementing the 500 meters, and no matter what happens, the 500 meters is an accessibility concern, and we'll work towards that if we have to. But
well, those are some questions we could have for the hospital, but I'm looking at the chair, and I'm going to cede the floor to the next counselor in line for questions for you, so you have an opportunity to answer everyone's questions.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, Jerry, I think you had seen the original hospital designs where the hospital buildings had been designed right beside the LRT station. I think that this is the fundamental problem right now, right? Because we're seeing that the garage is where it is, blocking that access to the main entrance of the hospital, and is not connected meaningfully to LRT. So I guess the question to you is, you're suggesting from an accessibility disability standpoint that this not be approved today. If I'm getting your drift, that we come back and design this hospital properly and not be stuck with this poor design for the next 100 years. Is that essentially what you're telling us?
That's essentially what I'm saying, that the hospital has some options about placing the training and research site on the existing campus. And I will tell you, it is 750 meters from the new site of the hospital to the other campus. So I would suggest that they have all their able-bodied people walk 750 meters between the two campuses, and not have non-able-bodied people have a shorter distance to go. And by doing that, having parking over at the campus for the researchers, for the Heart Institute still over there, and all of that. So keep planning on Dow's Lake. Just don't put unnecessary facilities on that campus, because they have access to the other campus. And I don't think they've been thinking in that. And so they have not looked at all their options. So I would like to see a deferral of any decision on this and have the hospital go back and do some more thinking on the arrangements that they need to make. And that
fair point. And I know Councillor Brockington wants to ask a question too. The last thing I'll leave you with is just that ramp, that winding ramp up to the top where there's the so-called park. Can you just comment on that from somebody that knows about accessibility issues, that ramp and how it'll be received and what that means for you and your community? Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, well, I treat that ramp as a recreational trail. It's not an access trail to get someone from where they're coming from to the hospital, and that it's a recreational trail. And in conversations with Marty Peters and others, Marty Peters is the advisor on accessibility with GBA, and that I'm comfortable with them putting in enough benches and stuff like that as a recreational trail, but I really do not treat it as something. I mean, the site it was better suited for a toboggan run than for a hospital. And that, so, you know, this trail is a recreational trail, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Thanks. And I don't think you're wrong on that. I think that's exactly what it's intended to be. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Fiore, for your presentation. I read a number of your email submissions, and thank you for your engagement. I just want to say, for a number of weeks now, I've looked at site plan or maps of Carleton University. I've looked at site planner maps of Ottawa University. I've looked at Tunney's Pasture. I've looked at Bayshore Mall. I'm looking at their transit station, and I'm looking at how people get to the far corners of a university campus, or the Bayshore transit station if I want to go to Walmart, or Tunney's Pasture where I worked for 16 years, the station and some of the far buildings. Some campuses the topography is flat. It's a more or less straightforward walk. Campuses, very difficult unless you use the tunnels or the overhead bridges at Ottawa U. And I'm trying to wrap my head around these large institutions and how they accommodate and make it easier for people who have, whether it's mobility challenges or even developmental challenges, getting from a drop-off point to where they need to go on a campus or on a complex. In this case, with the hospital proposal, should it be approved today, the site plan, there is a proposal about potentially an overhead from the north side LRT station to get on the south side of Carling, and then overhead roof or cover to protect people from the elements. Can you speak, if this goes ahead, how else can that distance from the station to the front doors be improved to assist people, particularly who have a variety of disabilities? Can you comment on that, please?
Well, first of all, the good thing about the High Line is it's air conditioned, climate controlled, and that and it's enclosed, so people aren't going to get lost. They know that they have to follow all the way through to it, and that certain people with visual impairment and developmental difficulties and cognitive difficulties need a lot more signage, a lot more directional information to get them there. So the High Line being enclosed, you're not going to get lost, and that. But it's going to be, you know, you saw some of the diagrams there with well, there's going to be benches here, and there's going to be possibly street movers, or people movers, as in airports and that going by, and there's going to be moving sidewalks, and people with a lot of people can't use moving sidewalks, for sure, and so that's not a solution by itself, and that so there's going to be some difficulty with trying to put all that together, and that so I think there's a lot more design work that has to be done in that, but direction finding can be very, very important to those people, and that you can't do much about the distance. Having benches along the way is fine, but it just adds more to the time that people will take. And as I say, so one of the fundamental premises is you want to get there as quickly and as safely and stress-free as possible. The High Line will reduce some of the stresses in terms of the direction information and stuff like that. And being indoors is really good. And that's all. I cannot dispute that, but there's more work that definitely has to be done to ensure that.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for your active engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington, and thank you, Mr. Fury.
Thank you.
I do anticipate that your comments here will create some questions come time for the applicant and for city staff. So I appreciate your discussion here and that engagement. Our next speaker is Edith Gardel, who I see right there.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I speak with gratitude and respect from the unceded territory of the Algonquin peoples, who are the only title holders and owners of this land. And I want to bring my comments with the question and with the responsibility for considering the full evidence. I have only 4 points in addition to the points which I made in writing before. In a critical, important issue that directly or indirectly affects every Ottawa citizen for generations to come, I urge the committee to weigh all the emerging evidence and wait for the results of the provincial public LRT review before making any premature decisions. It was fundamentally linked, this garage project was fundamentally linked to the LRT connectivity. In a project that the TOH planners see built up in quotation only in 2047 to 2049, waiting for these important findings of the review after all the LRT shortcomings is what the citizens expect and deserve. And after so many glitches, only evidence-based decisions can restore the credibility of the LRT and specifically the issues around the Trillium Line and Dawes Lake Station. So it's about the accessibility on that point and connectivity with the LRT. Another point of accessibility is financial accessibility. And in this time here of uncertainty, the public needs regular, transparent, and current communication with financial updates, as Diane already alluded to. Can the proponent provide Ottawa citizens with a revised cost estimate for this garage project? Point number 3. In my version of the report, that's on document 2, page 37 to 41, almost all the approved plans and reports are dated on the same day, namely January 14th, 2022. I would suggest to communicate the actual dates and times to reflect when the work was actually done, and also to further any necessary updates. And finally, specifically to the accessibility point, the TOH report considers only, and Jerry has already alluded to that, only some of the accessibility issues addressed in the Ontario Disability Act and also reported in the report document. The struggle of some persons with different abilities, and I consider abilities in the widest sense, financial ability, social ability,
1 minute,
physical ability. The struggle of persons with different abilities to climb up far and uphill to reach the entry door. This first step of the goal to access the quotation mark 21st century first-class healthcare in the heart of the nation's capital, this is not dignified. In the Human Rights Code, it is considered undue hardship, and it opens the city up to possible litigation. It also contravenes the principles of the United Nations Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, Article 9, Sections 1 and 2 on accessibility. This is one of the human rights treaties to which Canada is a party. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gardel. Any questions for our delegation here? Seeing none, thank you for taking the time today to be here. Our next speaker is William Van Geest, and he will be followed by Chris White and Noel Lomer. Noel Lomer. William, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me clearly?
I can hear you very clear.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak. I'm addressing you on behalf of Bike Ottawa. Bike Ottawa has met with the Ottawa Hospital twice regarding the plans for the parking garage, and we want to update the committee on the progress that we've made, as well as our outstanding concerns. First of all, I want to remind the committee that the more people access the hospital by efficient transportation modes like walking, biking, and transit, the easier it becomes for everyone to access the hospital quickly, including those in cars, and the better the hospital will function overall. Even the hospital's own transportation impact assessment acknowledges this. So one important matter that we discussed is the connection of the Trillium pathway to the hospital entrance at Champaign. Current plans force people biking from this entrance to the Trillium or vice versa to bike on Carling, which has no safe infrastructure. We were pleased that the hospital committed to not only finding a solution to this problem, but to also accommodate the temporary bike lanes that were implemented along this portion of Carling last summer. We were pleased to receive a commitment to examine raised continuous crossings at all intersections surrounding the parking garage, and that the hospital is considering making the intersection of roads A and B a raised intersection. Continuous crossings are a best practice because they clearly indicate that people walking and biking have right of way and provide drivers physical guidance to this effect. We urge the committee to hold the hospital to these commitments. Our first outstanding concern is about how people who take bikes on the LRT will get from the station to the hospital. Currently, there is no plan for this. The main connection to the campus is the elevated walkway, which will be built for pedestrians. We urge a solution to this problem. Second, we are concerned about the width of the cycle track along Preston. Current plans afford this facility a 3-meter width, which is the minimum recommended by the Ontario Traffic Manual. Given that this is a busy, critical link between several bike routes, we do not believe this is adequate for future growth. We urge that this facility be widened to accommodate not only future volumes, but cargo bikes, trailers, and recumbent bikes, and parents riding side by side with their children. We also note with respect to volumes that there are 12 major developments planned for the immediate vicinity, the generated volumes of which will need to be accommodated. Third, we are concerned that turn radii are too large at the entrances to the parking garage, as well as at the intersection of Road B and Prince of Wales. Tighter turn radii decrease the distance that people must walk or bike across these entrances and help slow drivers, increasing safety for all. In addition to these concerns, I wish to acknowledge the concerns that the Ottawa Disability Coalition has raised. Bike Ottawa recently attended a meeting where numerous community groups and individuals raised a host of concerns related to accessibility. We urge that the coalition's concerns be given full consideration, particularly the request they sent to the Planning Committee that these plans not move forward without full review and acceptance by the Accessibility Advisory Committee. In closing, the hospital seeks to build a world-class, state-of-the-art facility. Let's ensure that this includes the plan for mobility and accessibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for, yes, Councillor Menard?
I'll ask a question. Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks for being here. Nice to see you, and thanks for the meetings that we've had in conjunction with city staff to try to ameliorate some of these issues. One of the issues we talked about was the Preston width and the concerns with the 3-meter bidirectional cycle track there and the smaller separated sidewalk, but really the right of way for active transportation. I suspect one of the things that Bike Ottawa might like to see, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is width of that very large area with the turns that are not not a proper corner, but they're very smooth, easy turns for if you're in a vehicle, you just turn right around that lane from Preston to Prince of Wales. Is that one of the major concerns here, the width of that of Preston Street on that portion beside where the new garage is supposed to go, and the width of that intersection overall at Prince of Wales and Preston?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for raising that. We did discuss that, and from my recollection, we had a commitment that would be mitigated. The largeness, I guess, of the turn radius at Preston going to Prince of Wales. Just by way of context, that connection is not a 90-degree one. It's quite angled. So, as you say, Councillor, it's very easily to take that at speed. And we know that there will be people waiting to cross at that intersection, walking or biking or using a mobility device. So it's critical that turn radius be as tight as possible there to prevent, as you say, high-speed driving. We did receive a commitment that there would be no right turn on red on the southbound Preston to Prince of Wales. So we're pleased at that as well. That will, again, protect people who are crossing from the hospital parking garage area to that area to the east. To your question about the width of intersections, we're always concerned about that. As I've been saying, the length of crossing of intersections is critical for the safety of folks. So the closer that we can get the crossings, the shorter that is, we can get these crossings, the better. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I apologize. It is a very distracting morning, but I did want to take a look at the cycling considerations. William, I believe that there is a general sense in terms of cutting off the Dow's Lake to Trillium corridor that, we might be affecting recreational riders or something. Can you just give us an understanding of the importance of this particular corridor in the overall cycling patterns in, not just the area, but the city?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So Trillium is, one of our most important north-south corridors for people biking, and it's really some of our best infrastructure. It's separated people walking and biking, and it's also there's relatively little interference with car routes. There's not, for example, car lanes, adjacent to it. Which just makes all the difference for particularly vulnerable road users. So that corridor, as I say, is essential. Then folks going south from there will want to continue that trajectory. So folks heading into the core, they'll do so on the west side of Dow's Lake. Obviously there's tons of people that want to use the canal. So all the neighborhoods, for example, in Kitchissippi, your ward, that will want to access the canal or Dow's Lake or anything in that area will be using the Trillium corridor. So it's essential that this what we're talking about is a replacement, of course, of the Trillium line be not only at the standard of what it is currently, but better. Partly because this is a practice we should have with all our bike infrastructure, all our replacements, but also to anticipate the higher volumes that we're expecting in the area. I think the TIA mentions 12 developments that are going up there. So again, I can't stress enough the importance of this corridor. And not just for recreational users. We're talking about people who are running errands or going to work or anything like that. Very important corridor.
Yeah, people come from the north, the south to commute, recreational riders, as a safe way to get north and south. A lot of people trying to avoid Bronson as a direct route, for example. So that brings me to the importance of the width of the path that is now intended to get us from the corner of Dow's Lake, which is where a lot of riders are arriving, whether they're commuting or heading to the Gatineaus or whatever. The width of that path has been proposed at 3 meters. And I know that you have had multiple meetings with the hospital asking for wider. Why is it critical that it be wider? Why isn't 3 meters enough?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So there's a variety of reasons. One is sheer volumes. Again, this is high volume bike route. One is also, non-standard bikes, whether it's cargo bikes or folks with a trailer, folks with a cargo bike who are transporting children. So a slim route just won't do for those people on those types of bikes. We have people passing each other in opposite directions, side by side. So it's critically important that they have the room that they need. I'll also point out that just on the topic of cargo bikes, we're seeing an increase in use of cargo bikes for delivery. It's the way to go for deliveries in an urban area. And we expect the hospital to be no exception to this. They're nimble and they're, you avoid car traffic. So I would certainly expect, numerous cargo bikes to use this among others.
I know that you've had several meetings with the city. I believe at one point recently the hospital reached out. I have not had a chance to catch up in the course of the past couple of weeks. Is the path is still proposed at 3 meters, right?
That, to my understanding, that's right.
Yep. And I guess we'll chat with the hospital about why they haven't worked to accommodate that clear transportation need. William, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Van Geest, for your presentation. I just wanted to go back to, I think, one of the first things I heard you say about for cyclists coming off the Trillium Line train and how there's no, or at least there's no infrastructure or capability to accommodate cyclists to get through that same, I guess, pedestrian tunnel. Can you just elaborate? What is the expectation for cyclists?
It's complicated. So when we asked this question, I believe the answer was that people biking will, haul their bike up out of the station, go along Carling. I hate to say it because we all know how dangerous Carling is, but anyway, go along Carling, westbound, that is on the north side of Carling, wait at the intersection at Champagne and cross there. It's perilous at best. I wouldn't recommend it. So that's, I think, the best we've got, to my understanding.
Okay, that's something that we need to explore still. Okay. The south side of this parcel, the Prince of Wales Preston intersection on the south side now has an NCC pathway network that comes to the intersection. Are you satisfied with this intersection crossing for cyclists?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think with the assurances that we've gotten, for example, like the no right turn on red, this should be fine. In an absolutely ideal world, this would be a slightly raised crossing or maybe a raised intersection. I certainly think the raised intersection should be considered. I know raised crossings themselves typically don't go on arterials like this. I would certainly hope a raised intersection would be explored here.
Fair enough. Okay, I appreciate your input today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, William, for your time today.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Chris White.
Hello, greetings. I am speaking from the unceded, unsurrendered traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. I'm very grateful to be a guest on this territory, and I'm also very aware of the responsibilities associated with that very important fact. Thank you for listening to my comments here today, but before I make them, I do have a couple of procedural items that I would like not to count in my 5-minute time slot. Can I have a ruling on whether I could ask a couple of procedural questions?
No.
Hello.
You can provide.
Sorry?
You can provide comments to the committee on the site plan that's in front of us. There's no question period here.
In terms of the process that we're following for this meeting.
Sorry, what's the question? I'm
well, I have several, but I want to be assured that this is not part of my 5-minute presentation.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and answer questions for 10 minutes and then give you 5 minutes to talk. So what don't what are you missing here?
I'm missing a ruling right now as to whether I can bring up several procedural questions before the timer starts.
Okay, there's really nothing at play here. You have 5 minutes to address this committee on the matter of the site plan for the parking garage at the location that the Ottawa Hospital is to be built.
Well, for example, can I ask certain facts to be read into the minutes or recorded in the minutes?
You can do whatever you want in your 5 minutes, which must start.
Well then, okay, and another example, I'm not getting a lot of cooperation here, but another example is that the city clerk received a notarized submission asking for this meeting to be postponed. I would like to be assured that that will be addressed, given that this meeting is continuing, as we see. What happened with that request? I would like that to be recorded somehow during this meeting or addressed. Can I have that assurance?
There was a decision to host this meeting today. There was an effort to not have the meeting today. Here we are having the meeting. One of the councillors had a motion to defer this decision from today to not discuss it today. We did not vote on that. So we are here now hearing this.
I'm talking about a notarized submission to the city clerk.
That has no bearing on us holding this meeting right now.
Okay.
Do you want to take your 5 minutes?
Feel free to jump in, and
there is no jumping
me up here.
So
there was a request for this meeting not to take place. That was
Mr.
a formal
White,
official
Mr. White,
notarized request.
Do you want to take your 5 minutes to speak to committee or not?
Well, I just want to make sure that is addressed, just a matter of procedure.
Okay, can we start the 5-minute clock, please?
Yeah. Also, well, I'd like all councillors to turn your cameras on, please, so that I can actually see you as we're making this momentous decision, this historic decision on the largest expenditure in the history of the city of Ottawa and the longest term project ever taken on. Please turn on your cameras as we discuss the feature film and the Fringe Festival production that will be made about this situation, especially because of the occupation. You know it's going to happen, and you're going to be in it because this is the last approval, the very last approval that's required before this entire project proceeds. So in light of that, I want to make sure that we have everybody's name and that you're very conscious of the significance of what's about to happen here. This is a historic occasion, this particular meeting. You might know me as co-founder and long-term artistic director of the Ottawa Folk Festival. You might know me from my radio shows on community radio, or as somebody who's spent a lot of time actually creating a better community in various ways, and being very disappointed at what I'm observing, this particular session being an example particularly of a lack of representation and a lack of true consultation and input in terms of enormous decisions with impact on everyone. So in my written submission, which I hope you will consult, I addressed two particular areas of omission that guarantee that any decisions that are made through this process will not be the best decisions by definition. Why? Two reasons. One is that this process has been entirely undertaken by people who are not representative of enough people in our community. For example, there is no representation anywhere in the 4 levels of government and agencies that have approved this project. There is no representation, in other words, the people involved in making those decisions. As far as I know, none of them are Indigenous. None of them, well, some of them definitely have disabilities because 25% of people have disabilities or will have at some point, either permanent or temporary. But the disability community has expressed today that they were not represented in these decisions and not consulted in any kind of genuine, authentic way that has affected the design in any way. Even though the big learning about accommodations for people with various of the many, many types of visible and invisible disabilities, one of the major learnings is that those considerations have to be factored in from the beginning, or you will not achieve an ideal solution. That is obviously not happening. Those people are not being represented in this process. Other people that are not represented are not represented on this council and are not represented in any of the other board of directors or representatives of government at any level, people of low income. Their voices are not being heard. It is easy to demonstrate that those voices are being not represented, not heard. That's a systemic condition that we are all
left.
part of. The other thing that hasn't been factored in, again, please refer to my written submission, is the unbelievable, inestimable value of what is proposed to be destroyed in this project. That is 53 acres of National Historic Parkland, 750 mature trees, providing invaluable services, public parkland, and countless creatures and habitats, wildlife habitats, proposed to be destroyed. No financial value has been placed on the worth of the assets of what is already there. That has not been factored into the budget.
That's time.
That is a massive oversight that needs to be addressed.
All right, thank you. Questions, Councillor Menard?
Thanks very much, Chair. Chris, I just want to thank you for your powerful comments at the end there. That's what, fortunately, we're not all grappling with here, but there's a site plan on a parking garage, but there's obviously huge implications at play, much larger ones than just a parking garage here. And what we're about to lose in precious green space in the core and that wildlife you talked about, those trees. And so I just want to thank you. Thank you for your submission. I know you've been active on this and appreciate all your work in the Ottawa community as well. So just wanted to say, thanks for coming here and succinctly talking about the fact that this is destroying a much loved green space in our core. And we should not be allowing this to happen. But we're at a stage now where we're at approval of a garage site plan. So really appreciate you being here. Thanks. Sorry, Chair, I know that's not a question.
All good. All right, thank you so much. Mr. White, thank you. Our next speaker is Noel Lomer.
Mr. Chair, just before the delegation begins, may I be reminded if I have some motions who I send those to in the clerk's office?
Eric.
Thank you.
Mr. Lomer, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can absolutely hear you, yes.
My name is Noah Lomer. I'm an Ottawa resident and a member of Reimagine Ottawa. I was born in the existing Civic Hospital, and probably in my time, I'll receive care at a new Ottawa hospital. I'm in favor of new hospitals to provide better health care at locations serving the growing communities of Ottawa. My concern today is with transportation and access to the proposed hospital garage site. Approving the garage access leads directly to approving the hospital access. Access to the garage and hospital site will be blocked by traffic choke points, taking patients and all those arriving at the hospital, risking those patients. I ask you to investigate carefully access to the hospital site and consider other better solutions. The hospital has stated on February the 8th that, quote, ambulances and other emergency vehicles will use a separate route that goes directly to the emergency department, unquote. What is the separate route? Councillors, consider exactly how traffic will come to the garage and hospital site. Will there be a dedicated hospital ambulance lane? If so, traffic on Carling will be further blocked. Ambulances and other vehicles will arrive into the center of the city on Highway 417. City planners have stated that eastbound travelers exit at Rochester and westbound travelers will exit at the Bronson Exchange and follow Catherine, Bronson, Carling to Road A. Westbound 417 ambulances will exit at Bronson onto Catherine, turn at Bronson, turn at Carling, cross Carling and Booth, cross Carling and Preston, and turn onto Maple Drive into the emergency entrance. That's 2.9 kilometers through potentially dense, congested traffic intersections. Other hospital traffic will use a similar route. The study reports that there are four of these major intersections which do not have acceptable levels of service now. Those are Preston and Carling, Bronson and Carling, Preston and Prince of Wales, and Catherine and Bronson. How will ambulances and other traffic go to the hospital when those intersections have even greater traffic burdens? City planner Sean Moore has told inquirers that traffic volume at these intersections is acceptable now, that if volumes increase, the city will deal with it then. Traffic will face potential transportation choke points, but the city has not dealt with them. Problems for ambulances will be repeated for other vehicles. Councillors, call for a comprehensive transportation study of the area before any approval of the site garage plan. Do you trust this plan? Will you vote for it? Will Planning Committee withhold approval until a separate route is shown to be workable and accessible and safe? Future growth in the Centertown area and traffic generated by the hospital will place a huge burden on traffic in the area. At full build out, the new civic development will consist of approximately twice the number of patient beds, twice the gross floor area, and approximately 3 times the number of staff currently working at the existing civic campus. Ottawa's population growth is in eastern, southern, and western areas. Drivers to the mega hospital site along Prince of Wales, Fisher Avenue, and other north-south access roads will also face blockages. How will your constituents feel? Has the Planning Committee asked the Ottawa Paramedic Service if the proposed routes are workable for ambulances? Councillors, ask the paramedics. The transportation solution for the hospital is to develop community care hospitals in suburban and rural areas surrounding Ottawa, diverting traffic away from the downtown core. Transportation to hospitals in the east, south, and west of Ottawa could offer level 1 emergency and level 2 standard care, and would reduce transportation to level 3 and level 4 hospitals with teaching and research at the center. Bring the hospitals to the people, not bring the people to the hospitals. Councillors, please be responsible for these transportation issues and vote against endorsing the site plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I'd love to have this hospital in my ward, so I'd welcome it if that was an opportunity. I do know, just to one point, Councillor Leeper did have something that he brought forward back in October 1st, when we talked to this about that issue, about the access from the highway and trying to ensure that it was coming in off of the 417 at Carling and Kirkwood and coming up Carling from that way, to try to get it out of some of the areas where it potentially could impact us, as you've mentioned in your comments. Councillor Menard has a question for you.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just very quickly, thank you, Noel, for being here. Thanks for all your submissions on this site. You've been engaged in it all along, and I appreciate it. You know, I really want the transportation modal share to work here. We have to have it work, or what you're saying will happen. We will have huge backups here. And I'm not someone that usually talks about that, because I think that there's ways to shift modal share in many areas of our city. But if we don't do it properly, meaning transit integration, meaning facilitated easy access with walking and biking, and close in proximity to our bus service right into the site, with options like free transit for people that are hospital workers getting to the site. If those things aren't done, we will not, that type of thing isn't done, we're not going to achieve the objectives. And exactly what you're saying will come to pass here, because we've got huge buildings going up on the north side of Carling there that are going to add a lot more parking in that area and traffic in that area. The parking is not so much a concern to me. It's the overall congestion of the area where the site is going. So I guess the question to you would be, you know, what, in terms of the site as it is now, you've seen the site plan. Do you have some recommendations for improvement? And I mean, your recommendation may be, well, look, the garage doesn't belong here. But is there any other recommendations for improvement that we can chew on today in terms of getting to a point where we don't get to what you're saying will happen? Thanks, Chair.
Are you asking me, Sean?
I am. And if you have suggestions for us, or you know, solutions that you've seen that can help mitigate what we're about to see here, I would love to hear it.
Thank you. Dr. Barry Bruce, the former Chief of Staff of the Queensway Carleton Hospital, has commented publicly that the mega hospital is inefficient, it's expensive, it doesn't work. Over 600 bed hospitals are inefficient and don't work well. He suggests level 1 hospitals for emergency care and level 2 for standard care be situated at different locations in communities close to where the need is. The central location could well serve for a level 3 tertiary and level 4 quaternary care for the research and teaching facilities that the two doctors mentioned. That would completely change the scale of this hospital and reduce the transportation access needs. We need better hospital healthcare policy. This is a mega hospital that is not going to work. We're going to create many problems. Transportation is just one aspect of them. Rethink this. Get a better hospital plan that is not going to burden Ottawa for decades.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lomer. No further questions. Our next 3 speakers are Joan Kinney, Linda Paul, and Jennifer Humphreys. I know Joan is in here already.
I am in. I don't know if you can see me or not.
I can't see you, but I can hear you.
Oh, well, I have everything on as far as I know, so I apologize if you can't see me. Okay, here we go.
There you go. Now I can see you.
Okay, so thank you for allowing me to speak to you this afternoon. I am here today to express my concern about the new civic hospital development proposed for the Central Experimental Farm and the Queen Juliana Park. Today, I wish to focus on the long-term impact that this project will have on tourism and the economy of our city. I am also concerned about the project starting with the construction of a parking garage before plans and studies are developed and or completed. The approach to build the garage before all plans and issues are settled does not follow best project practices, in my opinion. It seems to me that this is like buying the cows before you buy the farm. Over the years, Ottawa residents have hosted many Canadian and international guests, either personally or through travel agencies, etc. We welcome these people to the National Capital Area, and we show off the cultural, historic, and natural features of Ottawa. The Rideau Canal, the Central Experimental Farm, Dow's Lake are all prime attractions that our guests love to see. Without a doubt, many guests actually plan their visits around the Tulip Festival and Winterlude. I'm extremely concerned that our guests' experience will be seriously affected by the noise and disruption of the construction site of the proposed garage, which will be a backdrop to the tulip beds in the area and other events. For the longer term, I am concerned that the construction will obstruct the enjoyment and of an important natural area of our city over the next 20 years until the main hospital phases are all completed. Has an impact of tourism been assessed? How can the city pretend to care about climate change and live up to our country's promises to protect forests and to build new urban parks when they are destroying 60 acres of green space and chopping down well over 600 trees in the center of our national capital? I actually grew up in Sudbury, Ontario, where trees were very scarce, and its moonscape was used as a training site for 2 moon missions. Since then, there have been significant efforts by Sudbury to regreen the area, which have made a positive difference to improve tourism and the health of their citizens. The irony is that I moved to Ottawa to enjoy the green space and trees, and now Ottawa is moving in the opposite direction with out trees and green space. Mayor Watson, previously the Minister of Tourism for the province and now as mayor, must understand that our parks and green space help to promote the region and its economy. Not only do we need an accessibility impact study, we also require a traffic impact study, which has just been talked about, and a tourism and related economy impact study. These should definitely be completed before any construction begins. In my opinion, we cannot afford to give up 60 acres of green space when several brownfield options were considered by the NCC, such as the Chinese pasture. I sincerely hope that the committee makes the right decision today for our future health and well-being. Don't let the legacy of this council be a reduction of tourism and diminished economy. And I'd just like to add one thing for your information, if you are not aware, that there was a petition to Parliament calling for an inquiry about the process involved in giving up the Central Experimental Farm land that was tabled in Parliament yesterday afternoon. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Kinney? Seeing none, thank you for your time. And our next speaker is Linda Paul.
Hi, you can't see me because I don't have a camera on my laptop. Sorry about that.
No worries.
I'm calling because I'm a regular patient at the Civic Hospital. I have chronic inflammatory demyelinating polyneuropathy, which is a rare neurological condition. I visit the Civic Hospital 15 to 20 times a year, 13 times for intravenous immunoglobulin treatments that leave me rather weak and dozy at the end. When we were asked by the Ottawa Disability Coalition to ask what we needed to improve accessibility at the new hospital, high on my priority list was accessible parking and easy access to the hospital. Right now at the Civic Hospital, there are no parking spots which are close enough for me to walk to the main entrance. And at times, I have had to struggle to get from the main entrance to section D in the hospital where my appointments take place. So instead of overcoming these barriers, the new plan is embracing the barriers from the past. Although there are no AODA standards right now from the distance from the parking to the hospital or from transit to the hospital, accessibility standards evolve over years, and it is extremely likely that this hospital will be not meeting accessibility standards. This should be the hospital of the future, but it will not meet current common sense accessibility standards. There are lots of people, in addition to people with disabilities, who will need a shorter and who will need help getting into the hospital. Not everybody has an accessibility parking pass. People break legs, sprain ankles, and that kind of thing. All these workarounds, like a moving sidewalk, people with foot drop can't use them. I don't know about people with wheelchairs. The shuttle bus, another possible workaround that will go from the LRT station to the main entrance. I don't know how that will accommodate accessibility aids. Workarounds, and they're what you do in aging, obsolete buildings where you can't build them to meet current standards. They're not something that you intentionally have to plan for in a building that hasn't even been built. Another problem is, how will the distance between the LRT station and the parking garage affect medical and physical assessments? If you have to walk 520 meters just to get to the entrance of the hospital, how will that affect a heart stress test, or a test from your respirologist, or a test on your mobility and strength when you are struggling just to get in the door? This will undermine the effectiveness of any medical treatment and assessment. I just feel an overwhelming, profound sense of betrayal that this new hospital has intentionally ignored the needs of people with disabilities. And that's about all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Menard has a question for you, Ms. Paul.
Yeah. It's not so much a question, Chair. I'm just going to turn my screen on here. I'm having trouble focusing because I'm getting reports that online truckers are saying they're going to be circling schools. I've had staff leave my office who are facilitating this meeting with me right now to go get their kids. And there's a new encampment in my ward. I'm not going to be able to be here throughout this meeting. I'm going to be off and on. So I just want you to know that. I suspect others may need to as the course of the day goes on. I appreciate the delegation and they're bang on again in what they're saying. I'm having, maybe it's a point of order, I'm having trouble focusing right now. So I just need to let you know that and make everyone aware of the online threats that are being made in our city right now.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Paul. We're going to go to Jennifer Humphreys. Oh, you're just on mute, Jennifer. You know, you caught it before I told you.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you. On behalf of the Glebe Community Association, the GCA, I urge you councillors to defer consideration of this site plan control application pending further assessment of its environmental impacts. To date, 2 environmental impact statements have been published in May and October 2021. Both were commissioned by the proponent, and to our knowledge, no independent environmental assessment has been undertaken. We ask you to require an in-depth independent study, including such considerations as the current heat island mitigation effects of the park compared with predicted effects after construction of the garage, and the air pollution likely to be generated by the introduction of 2,500 or more motor vehicles coming in and going out on a daily basis. The GCA has expressed concern at the numerous trees slated to be cut down on the site. We are concerned that a substantial number of these 523 mature trees are being removed to accommodate the parking garage and a surface parking lot to be constructed later. Recognizing that the proponent has plans over time to achieve 40% canopy coverage on the site, which is critical to the health and well-being of surrounding communities, the GCA encourages that councillors require and monitor best practice planting and continuing maintenance for trees preserved, moved, and planted. At a minimum, regular care and watering for saplings should continue for 5 years. We have witnessed a constant struggle to keep trees thriving in venues such as Lansdowne Park, in large measure due to the failure to implement such practices. The GCA is also deeply concerned that the proposal is incompatible with the city's climate emergency declaration. We do not see a focus on climate change mitigation. There are many statements about sustainable measures, including that, and I quote, "The new civic development will feature a hybrid of the most modern sustainability models to design and construct high-performance buildings on the site," unquote. But there's no commitment to net zero, merely, and I quote again, "the potential for a future-proof design that aspires to be net zero ready," unquote. And yet, net zero is what the city's forthcoming high-performance development standards are meant to achieve. That the very first building proposed for our new hospital is a massive 4-story parking garage suggests a disregard for the imperatives of climate change. It speaks to maintaining a car-centric culture rather than encouraging public transit. Indeed, the overall site plan provides only limited integration with public transit. Moreover, just 25 spaces out of 2,500 will be equipped with EV charging, a mere 1%. Admittedly, it is noted that the ability to extend charging to every space in the future will be made available. However, given the federal mandate to prohibit sales of gas-powered vehicles by 2030, 25 charging stations seems exceedingly low. As well, we know that active transportation leads to healthier people and a healthier city, but just 535 bicycle parking spaces, a fifth of the spots allocated to cars and trucks, will be made available. Back in April 2019, when this city declared a climate emergency, maybe we could feel complacent. We had time to figure things out. We could make plans, and in a few years or a decade, we could implement them. Things have changed. It's not just the Western provinces of our country that have experienced heat domes, droughts, floods, and forest fires. Here in Ottawa, we've seen catastrophic floods, and we've seen
1 minute left.
Extraordinary tornadoes. Our annual temperatures are far above average. Our seasons are shifting, so we no longer know what to expect. We no longer have the luxury of making sustainability plans for a decade down the road. This is why, again, the Glebe Community Association urges this committee to require an independent, comprehensive environmental impact state assessment and to defer consideration of the application until this work has been completed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Ms. Humphries? I don't see any, so thank you for taking the time here today.
Thank you, councillors.
I'm going to hand it back to Councillor Goward. Just as a heads up, I know Councillor spoke to me about having a lunch break at 1 o'clock. It's 12:34 right now. Our next 3 speakers are Christophe Elie, Richard Moon, and Deborah Ironside. So go ahead, Glenn.
Okay, so Christopher Elie is up next. Christophe Elie, pardon me.
Hello, everybody. Is there going to be a decision made with, I've gotten a couple of calls, and clearly Councillor Menard has mentioned what is going on in the city as a concern as to whether things continue or not. What is a decision being made by council on this, or with respect to this?
We are continuing with this meeting.
Okay. So I'd like to, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for taking your time today to be a part of this. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that this is unceded Algonquin and Anishinaabe territory. My name is Christophe Ellie. I'm a political folk singer, and I tend to keep an ear to the ground on what's happening in my community. And in particular, this summer, I was truly drawn into some concerns in my community. In particular, I live in River Ward, and there was a threat to the Hunt Club Forest in our community that still exists. There was also Fisher Avenue, some concerns with respect to the environment along Fisher Avenue that is under threat. There's Queen Juliana Park, the historic experimental farm that we're dealing with today. And, you know, having gotten involved in trying to address some of these threats to the green space in our city, I've been privileged to work with a number of people and groups in the city. And today I'm speaking on behalf of or aligned with Reimagine Ottawa, who is a group of people who, you know, deeply care about, you know, ensuring transparency within the city and ensuring also that, you know, the people's voice is heard. And the key thing that I want to impress upon you, and I think that it's really been expressed by many of the people who have already spoken before me this morning, is that there is deep concern for the green spaces that exist within the city and the threat that exists to them. And listening yesterday to the city council, you know, I was just struck by the incredible sort of alignment between the community and our care for green space, and the city councillors, one after another, you know, spoke out about the fact that, you know, the NCC wasn't taking into consideration, you know, the importance of green space in the city. And so the question to me is, you know, like, where is the disconnect here? Because clearly the people of Ottawa are concerned about green space in Ottawa. Clearly the councillors, you know, have deep concern about the green space in Ottawa. And I know that from having worked closely with Councillor Brockington with respect to the Hunt Club Forest. I heard from a number of the councillors. I made some calls last week with respect to this issue and heard from some of the councillors' staff who clearly expressed, you know, the councillors' concern for green space in Ottawa. So what is happening here? And, you know, thinking through all of this, it just becomes more and more clear to me that you have the community that includes the councillors that care about the city that we live in and the green space in the city, and there's special interests. And, you know, if we take the Hunt Club Forest, for example, the community spends time day in, day out in that forest. It is a place of healing for our community. And yet you've got the Airport Authority and, you know, a member, the chair of the CEO of the Airport Authority threatening to cut down the trees, you know, because the Airport Authority needs more money. You know, we have a situation here, the experimental farm, that is a historic space. There's 750 mature trees of over 100 different species. You've got Queen Juliana Park, a green space in the city, while buildings across our city lay vacant because of the pandemic that we're going through. And nobody is going to be returning to those buildings. But yet those buildings seem to take precedence over green space in the city. Why is that? The special interests in the city seem to be having a stronger voice than the community and even the members of our city council. So it seems to me that the people of the city and the city council are on the same page here. And I really would, request that the city council, the city council, take the advice of Councillor Meehan yesterday, who said, don't worry about the decisions that are going to be made tomorrow. Vote with your conscience, and please vote against pushing blindly forward on this project where there's so many concerns by the community that are being expressed. And unfortunately, when you listen to the hospital and their presentation today,
we're at time. I've given you a bit of leeway on the 5 minutes. Are there any questions from councillors for Christophe? I'm seeing none, so we'll move to our next speaker, Richard Moon, and then Richard will be followed by Deborah Ironside and Sharon O'Dell. Richard. Good afternoon. Oh, you are on mute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Good morning, good afternoon, Planning Committee members and those using the streaming service. Again, my name is Richard Moon. I'm an Ottawa resident, and I'm here with the volunteer group Reimagine Ottawa. And again, just to reiterate, I know the Planning Committee knows the volunteer group well, but just for those who are listening to the streaming service, in addition to wanting to achieve transparent and inclusive democratic action, we are pro-healthcare and pro-environment. I'd like to, just before I start my formal presentation, to address the concern that Chris White proposed about his concern of the action that was sent to the city clerk. The notice from Jason Dunkerley, and many of you may know him, an Ottawa-based accessibility advocate and 5-time Paralympian, has in fact submitted to the city clerk an action with concerns for some irregularities and omissions. So rest assured, Chris, that will be registered in the notes. My presentation is in part an approximate 3-minute video prepared by Reimagine Ottawa, and I think it will speak for itself. After the viewing, I will address the Planning Committee members with my remaining 5 minutes. But before the video, I want to thank Eric Pillow for being so helpful and supportive to Reimagine Ottawa delegates. So Eric, please start the video. Thank you.
My name is Mike Vorobey, speaking on behalf of Reimagine Ottawa. We are a pro-healthcare and pro-environment group of volunteers whose numbers are growing by the day. With a commitment to transparent, inclusive, and very grassroots democratic action, we are seeking a better location for Ottawa's future healthcare infrastructure.
The hospital says they want to bring the bulldozers into Queen Juliana Park, where the Algonquin people have had their powwows for years before COVID, and start this silly parking garage. So we've got maybe 3 months.
The reason why is because we're in a system that allows this to happen.
Human beings are not wise. If we were wise, there wouldn't be no pollution. There wouldn't be no trees getting cut down for no reason or for development. Whenever that's not necessary, when there's other places that will do. Sometimes your inner warrior needs to come out because it's that serious. This is serious. Whenever we're losing trees, the waters are being polluted, there's pollution in the winds, there's forest fires and flooding, and things are on the verge of going extinct, and the oceans are dying, and people aren't getting angry enough.
We need to put nature first. We need to put the environment first. We need to put it ahead of ourselves because we cannot survive without the environment. We need to work together to try and change the laws in this land so that the environment is put first, so that hopefully we can survive into the future.
If Ottawa has spent billions on light rail transit, and this city is about to spend billions on a hospital, that those two major billion-dollar projects do not intersect is unacceptable in the nation's capital. Just totally unacceptable.
We say one thing at COP26, we say one thing at United Nations, and in our home, a few kilometers from the Prime Minister's residence, we behave entirely different.
People should realize this is a $300 million structure that's going to be a disaster for this environment.
These trees are the lungs of our city. Save them.
All we need to do is get people to go to the Reimagine Ottawa website at reimagineottawa.ca and click on the petition. Because I think you'll agree with me, if 2 million people do that, something will happen.
We are doing our part to protect the precious, irreplaceable, and healing green space the Central Experimental Farm has provided to our nation's capital since the 1880s. Won't you please join us?
If I may continue.
Yes, please continue.
Yes, very good. With my remaining minute or so, I'd like to end with an acclamation, one question and one statement. First and foremost, we look forward to a world-class hospital, but we want to maintain our precious urban heritage landscape. My question, why are you at the City of Ottawa so opposed? Or is it that you are prevented from, or you disagree with doing your due diligence and allowing for best practices in project and risk management measures, asking for the requisite assessments, and insisting on appropriate consultations for what is the largest capital expenditure in the history of the city? What kind of governance is this? Let me be frank. This is the elephant in the room, or should I say on Zoom? And all jesting aside, I look forward to your response on this. My statement, and I'm rushing here, please, let's not behave in a climate-friendly way and then harm the environment. That's just not acceptable. Hear the case before you for the evidence pointing to well beyond a reasonable doubt, for this project to start without doing your due diligence, passionately expressed and expertly presented by our delegates. Listen to your peers, your professionals, your associations, coalitions, and concerned students. Yes, for the sake of your constituency. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Are there any questions for Mr. Moon? I'm seeing none. Thank you for your presentation, and lots of familiar faces in the video from Delegations today as well. Deborah Ironside is our next speaker.
Yes.
Hi, Deborah.
Hello, I am Deborah Ironside. I am requesting that the Planning Committee not endorse the site plan control application and not return approval to staff to the parking garage. This site is unsuitable for parking garage due to the Mooney's Bay sanitary sewer, a collective sewer running through the site over which nothing can be built. The presence of Frankie piles that were remaining from the Sir John Carling building that was demolished due to the high earth tremor activity. The Gloucester fault runs through this area. The presence of bedrock where the parkade is to be positioned. Furthermore, submitting only the parkade site plan for approval and not the overall hospital site plan is putting the cart before the horse. None of the 4 key items in the City Council hold provision have been satisfied even when the hold provision was listed last fall. They are still relevant to the site. They are integration of the Trillium mold into the new hospital, full accessibility for all modes of mobility. You've heard a lot about that today. On-site parking, including underground parking, implementation of an off-site parking strategy. Moreover, the province of Ontario has not yet approved the $2.8 billion hospital budget a figure significantly understated that does not take into account a 15 to 20 meter slope, a fault line, and an irregular shape. So why is the city approving a building of an approximately $300 million parking garage for an as yet to be approved budget for a hospital? Again, putting the cart before the horse. As well, the orientation of the hospital towers on the site is unknown, as is the orientation of the parking garage on the site. The vehicular access points in the designs presented do not account for the current traffic congestion nor the future traffic pattern and congestion in the area. So how can a parking garage be designed, let alone constructed, without knowing this key information? Once again, putting the cart before the horse. There is no accounting for the increased traffic at Carling and Preston that will come with the increasing numbers of towers that are being built along Carling. We already have insufficient space for all the cars that are taken down Carling during the rush hour. No city will ever parking garage its way out of traffic congestion. Unfailingly, more parking means more driving. We cannot simply cross our fingers, close our eyes, and hope everything will work out. Hope does not change geometry. The city's official plan states that by 2046, the majority of trips will be made by sustainable transportation. So why, in 2022, is the city even contemplating a 2,500 space parking garage that has not been designed with the accessibility, transportation, or environmental needs of Ottawa and its residents in mind? The city's official plan also states that in both the regeneration and green space sections, the goals of protecting the urban tree canopy and providing equitable access to the green space to provide shade and opportunities for promoting mental and physical health and well-being, and of providing residents with equitable access to urban forest canopy. Queen Juliana Park is a valued and well-loved green space that encompasses Dow's Lake, the Glebe Annex, Little Italy, the Civic Hospital neighborhood, and nearby communities. Queen Juliana Park is an important parcel of green space for this area. It provides respite from the asphalt and concrete of so many of our downtown neighborhoods. It allows for recreation and relaxation of residents, and it serves as an important remedy for the heat island effect of our urban development, helping to significantly cool the area for residents as the city faces a climate emergency. These trees are the lungs of central Ottawa. Allowing this parking garage to proceed will not only creating an overbearing, inaccessible parking garage, we're also converting a well-used park into an inaccessible park that's destined to see far less use by the general public. That the city and communities were promised underground parking, the sudden move to erect a 4-story, 2,500 space parking garage on this spot is an incredibly difficult pill to swallow. I leave you with 2 images. This application is putting the cart before the horse, building a parking garage before the hospital budget is approved, and concrete and asphalt, glass and steel towers baking in the hot noonday sun instead of green lawns, majestic trees, shade, and cooling breezes. In the words of Joni Mitchell, we're taking paradise and putting up a parking lot. I urge the planning committee not to endorse the site plan control application and not return approval. 30
seconds.
I am showing an image I previously presented to Eric Pilot. We're definitely putting the cart before the horse. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deborah. Are there any questions for Deborah from the committee? Okay, thanks very much, Deborah, for sharing your thoughts.
Thank you.
Next up is Sharon O'Dell, and we may be able to, Sharon may be our last speaker before lunch, actually. Sharon, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am speaking on behalf of our committee, the Dominion Observatory Preservation Committee, which is part of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, and we are part of the Ottawa Centre at the moment. And the concerns we have about the 4-story parking garage is mostly about the light pollution and mitigating it. The architect, when he had his slides up and his plans, spoke about the structure and the size of it and everything. We're interested in the lighting and the planning for that and what kind of plans in advance would be happening, and if we could have some recommendations to put forward and some advice as per the dark sky guidelines, if that is possible. The other question, and maybe it's not as a problem would be just if there would be any vibrations. The garage is going to be built quite close to the LRT system, although there is a distance, I hear from others speaking today, trying to get to the main building. But when the garage is being constructed, the other concern is if there's an advanced plan for the vibrations to mitigate that, if that could affect other heritage buildings around, such as the Dominion Observatory complex. Other than that, we look forward to the Ottawa Hospital staff and hearing any more information from them. We recognize that while the construction of the new Ottawa Hospital will be a major benefit to the residents of our city, it is important that this development does not detract from current and future heritage, scientific, and public benefit character, such as the uses of the Dominion Observatory campus buildings, as we wish to continue with our public education outreach with astronomy, and believe that with mitigating the light pollution, it would be a savings for the city, a savings for the hospital, and would be a better benefit for the patients as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sharon. Are there any questions from councillors or committee members? Okay, I'm seeing none. We will raise some of your concerns with the applicant later on this afternoon. Thank you very much, Sharon. So Sharon was speaker 19 of 36. It is almost 1:00 p.m. So let's take a break here for a brief lunch. Let's go to say 1:25, should give half an hour. And again, a reminder, if you have any motions that haven't yet been sent to the clerk's office, please do so. And the sooner you can circulate them to colleagues, the better as well. We'll see you at 1:25. Thank you. Hi, everyone. We'll start up in a few moments. I think we need to see one more committee member live on screen before we can continue. Quorum is 6 of 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thank you, Riley. And there's Jeff. Okay. We are going to continue through our list of speakers. The next 3 on our list are Karen Wright, Hilda Blyer, and Christopher McIntosh. Karen, are you with us?
I am.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm the president of the Civic Hospital Neighborhood Association, and I would like to provide you with some feedback on the site plan. First, a comment. Wanted to support the excellent points that were made earlier today by the Dow's Lake Residents Association on traffic, transportation, green space, and access. I found that very valuable information, and hope you take that into consideration as you make your determination. As well, Diane McIntyre's points regarding the green plan. So despite efforts to improve the plans for the new Civic Parkade, the CHNA remains concerned about the accessibility, the loss of green space for health and recreation, and the significant aesthetic impact of the structure demonstrated in street level renderings of the proposed design. An underground parking structure was previously promised and would far better serve hospital visitors and staff, users of the campus green space, and the many users of the properties adjacent to the proposed parking structure: skaters, Tulip Festival attendees, cyclists, walkers, joggers, etc. The CHNA, much like many other groups, such as the Ottawa Disability Coalition, have grave accessibility concerns with the current site plan. Based on these serious concerns, the CHNA strongly supports the any potential motion to delay final site plan until after the city's Accessibility Advisory Committee is given the opportunity to review and approve the proposal. Additionally, we have the following suggestions, recommendations for conditions regarding the construction management plan. So first, as per the condition 29 of the staff approval report, the applicant is required to provide a final construction management plan that speaks to confirming areas for contractor parking. We recommend the condition be modified to specifically state the plan is to include a parking standard that clearly states on-site contractor parking will be sufficient for all construction workers in place from the first day of construction, and that none of the required parking be proposed to be on public right-of-ways. Secondly, we appreciate the urban truck routes are governed by bylaw, but as we've seen on Parkdale, it is often ignored and rarely enforced. We recommend the following condition. The owner agrees the construction management plan will include a proactive plan to enforce the on-site parking standard as well as the urban truck route bylaw. And third, we recommend the following condition. The owner agrees these stated components of the construction management plan will be part of the workers' construction site orientation. And with respect to environment and green space, the applicant has identified in the submission they will create a long-term landscape maintenance plan. However, what is not in place is an acknowledgement by the applicant that they must commit to fund annual budgets throughout the life of the structure to implement the plan. Otherwise, over time, the landscaping could simply drop in priority and be allowed to die. Therefore, we recommend the following condition. The owner acknowledges and agrees to commit adequately fund, a long-term landscape maintenance plan that ensures the ongoing health of the vegetation throughout the entire life of the proposal. We also recommend a condition that the owner agrees to provide a review and approval of the proposed plantings, species, soil depths, space provided at each location for the chosen species by a landscape architect licensed in Ontario. And finally, to ensure year-round safety of the site,
50 seconds.
We recommend a condition to direct city staff to work with TOH to share a comprehensive plan for winter maintenance guidelines and safety prior to occupancy of the rooftop amenity spaces and public accessible spaces around the garage. Those are my recommendations. I have shared those concerns and ideas with Councillor Leeper, who I believe was going to discuss with staff whether there were some staff directions that could be introduced to help mitigate some of these concerns.
Thank you, Karen.
That is it.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper does have some questions for you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Glenn, or Chair. So I thank you very much first, Karen, for sharing the conditions that you're seeking. I've been going back and forth with staff this morning to talk about those. A number of them may not necessarily be suitable as conditions that committee would need to vote on, but at some point in the near future, my colleagues on committee are going to see a number of directions that I'm going to ask staff to commit to. And those directions are going to be to work with TOH on a construction management plan that addresses on-site contractor parking, including limiting off-site parking impacts from the first day of construction, working with TOH on having the construction management plan address enforcement of on-site parking standards, as well as the urban truck route bylaw, and to work with TOH on having the construction management plan form part of the contractor's construction site orientation. With respect to some of the considerations around the public realm, I'm also going to be asking that the staff take direction to work with the owner to acknowledge and agree to commit to adequately fund a long-term landscape maintenance plan that ensures the ongoing health of the vegetation throughout the entire life cycle of the proposal. I'm also going to be seeking staff's agreement to a direction to work with the hospital to ensure that they provide a landscape architect's arborist review and approval of the proposed plantings. And finally, I'm also going to be asking staff to take a direction to commit to work with the owner to provide a winter maintenance guideline and safety plan for the rooftop and the pedestrian cycling access to the rooftop to ensure year-round safe access prior to the opening of the facilities to those public. So those wouldn't necessarily be accomplished by motion. My understanding is that staff will commit to working with the applicant on each of these. And if they do, can I just ask, would that be helpful towards satisfying some of the concerns that the CHNA has?
It would. Obviously, conditions are easier to ensure they are enforced or happen, but we can, obviously are happy that the staff would work on that, and we would simply have to do a little extra due diligence to keep in touch with them to ensure these things happen.
And you'll have my commitment to keeping you apprised of the progress of those discussions. So excellent. Thank you very much, Karen. I appreciate your intervention today.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm seeing no more questions. Thank you, Karen. Moving on to Hilda Blyer and then Christopher McIntosh.
Chair, the next speaker may need to, looks like she's online now.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Sorry. My name is Hilda Blyer. I am a member of Reimagine. I also was part of the submission from Botanica, where I am a resident, right across from the entrance to the experimental farm. I have been involved in other efforts before this topic became important. It is not that I am a neighbor of this wonderful site that intrigues me and makes me feel compelled to work towards a proper result, it is because I have discovered many things along the way that make it really important that I express myself that this really should not go forward. I thank all the people, the speakers before, who did address many of the topics that I have studied and have been concerned with, and Councillor Menard, who had to leave for very good reasons, and I'm sorry that you're all faced with so many additional pressures. The four things that he reminded us, the items that really have not been met, and we are ending up with the 4-story parking garage where we should see it underground, it is above ground, and the accessibility issues to and through the site are not being rectified. If I could have the slide now, Eric, I would appreciate it. I have just one slide, not a slideshow. It is something that I discovered after I felt totally baffled. I was referred to an engineer with the city, and I wrote, I've been trying to understand the name. Mooney's Bay sanitation easement shown on a drawing, but it's south of Carling, west of Preston. I no longer know the source. Hi, Hilda. This would be an easement for a trunk sanitary sewer, which conveys sewage to the main interceptor sewer that drains east parallel to the Ottawa River to the city's sewage treatment plant. Geographic information that is available to the public regarding water and wastewater infrastructure, including pipe sizes, may be found here. Well, that certainly opened up a whole new way of looking at the site. It's divided completely. The parking garage is up against it. Is that why the person using the hospital is separated from the door? Is that what I have been fighting against without knowing the reason? That trunk extends from the Prince of Wales Drive right up to, or we could say it in the other way, right up to Carling and a long part of Carling. Later, I learned, and quite recently in the report of July 2021, that nothing can be built on that area. Well, exactly what is that? Mooney's Bay Collector is a 1,050 millimeter concrete diameter concrete sewer, and it cuts through the westerly parcel within an existing easement. It's located west of the Trillium line, and I think you can see that in the drawing, and extends quite a long distance. Of course, it continues beyond the site. How does this affect us? Well, some of the participants today have presented wonderful things. The ones I hope will have a chance to see this will understand why it's not so simple to say, bring the hospital down, tilt the garage a little. The site is impossible. It is not just the trunk collector that you cannot build on. That area has certain difficulties. For instance, the City of Ottawa will need to assess the impact on their system using the flood risk
30
model.
seconds left.
For instance, in both areas. So, in addition, we have a danger to include the Trillium line within the parking garage in terms of threat to the environment. We have a danger to the environment because of building on the roof using a kind of styrofoam within the planting that is actually a carcinogen. The environment is really threatened. Now we have trucks on the route as a truck route, And I'm wondering how that became a, was that true, Preston?
So I'm going to have to stop you there. You're at your 5-minute time. I'll just look
very much.
Thank you. I'll just look to the committee to see if there's any questions. I'm seeing none. Thank you, Hilda, for your presentation and observations today. Move on to our next speaker, who's Christopher McIntosh, followed by Richard Hayter. Christopher, are you with us?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really pleased to be with you here today, and thank you for your community service on this community and beyond to our city as a whole. My name is Christopher McIntosh, and I'm honored to serve as the CEO of Pinecrest Queensway Community Health Centre. We are a family medicine and community development organization with local and regional programming dedicated to serving those experiencing barriers to service, including racialized, impoverished newcomers and sexual and gender diverse community members. We have a strong relationship with Ottawa Hospital, and that is demonstrated in many ways, including through the family medicine and hospital service links that are so important to our common clients, but also in our collaborative leadership of the Ottawa Health Team. The Ottawa Health Team is a new initiative transforming the way that people access health services and supports in Ottawa. It is made up of over 60 health and social service providers and clients, family and caregiver partners from neighborhoods across our city, and we strive to improve services and reduce barriers to care. And currently, the Ottawa Hospital, as well as my own organization, are really pleased and proud to serve as the co-chairs of that initiative. Our new hospital development is an incredible opportunity to serve our common community members differently, with enhanced safety designs and patient-centered planning that is and always should be the foundation of all of our designs and community planning initiatives. This hospital will serve communities all across Ottawa and Eastern Ontario and beyond. It will continue to play a vital role in improving our health system, and now is the time to help move the development forward. Today, we are talking about parking, and yet, when we are talking about parking, we are talking about access to care, both for the vulnerable community members needing care and for their caring family members upon whom they rely for their support and healing journey. While parking is important, it is a component, one component of a bigger picture that is a major healthcare project needed by our community desperately, and it needs to be considered within that much more important vision for our city. I have great respect for community engagement and development. I've appreciated my community's input into making the design of our new hospital even better. I've watched with great interest the engagement and community participation into the plan, with the understanding that each of us has the positive intent to serve our clients better and improve the health and well-being of our neighbors. For clients like ours at Pinecrest Queensway, coming from the outside of the core, we know they will need transit or access to parking. Connection to transit is essential for our clients who don't or cannot drive, so the site plan includes a direct link to the LRT line to make it easy and affordable to get to hospital as much as possible. In health and social care services, we often see people that are most vulnerable and stressed, whether that be the positive stressors that can come with a new family member being born, or the challenging stressors of caring for a critically ill family member. When people do drive, our clients shouldn't need to stress about parking when they arrive. People need easy access to healthcare however they get to a hospital. The parking garage has been arranged on the smallest possible footprint, thoughtfully designed, and includes a public park with recreation and wellness areas on the roof. And it's that I want to mark. The plazas and playground go far beyond what could be expected and creates what Ray Oldenburg coined as the third space. This is a space where we can relax in public, encounter familiar faces, and make new acquaintances. Though difficult to imagine as we attend to the needs of the pandemic, spaces like parks, places and worship, and yes, now even a parking garage, can be designed to level socioeconomic status. They can be playful and facilitate connections and conversation. They can be accessible without extravagance, and they can encourage belonging and ownership where those spending time there feel regeneration as a result. There's been ongoing dialogue, and that dialogue needs to continue. I have, with respect, heard my fellow citizens participate in the process today, and I have considered and continue to consider their feedback, and I've appreciated their time today as well. All plans require making the best decision possible with the information available. I submit to you that if we are required to build a parking space for our clients, as we are required to do so here, let's move forward together with this design that will contribute to the community's connectedness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Christopher. Are there any questions from our committee members? All right, thank you for sharing your perspective, Christopher, and for joining us this afternoon. Richard Hayter is our next speaker, followed by a representative from the Dara Tennis Club. Richard?
Chair, we'd ask that the speaker accept the prompt to be promoted to panelist.
Richard, if you are there, you will need to accept a prompt to be moved into the panelist room on Zoom. Well, why don't we do this while we're waiting for Richard to join us. Catherine Rideout is here from the Dara Tennis Club. Can we go to Catherine next? And then we'll come back to Richard after that. Is Catherine with us?
Yep, they're both online, Chair.
Okay. Catherine Rideout, we'll let you go, and then we'll go to Richard after you. Welcome, Catherine.
Hi. Hopefully you can see me and hear me okay.
Yes, we can.
Give me 2 seconds. So I'm here representing the Dara Tennis Club. I am the membership secretary, and we have a couple of other members from our board of directors here on the line as well today. The Dara Tennis Club has been a part of the experimental farm and the broader community for 100 years. It's a non-for-profit organization run by volunteers like myself who sit on the club's board of directors. Membership is capped at 250 members each year, and these members enjoy the use of 3 courts and a clubhouse currently in the southwest corner of the new Ottawa Hospital campus grounds. Since the decision was made to put the new hospital on the site of the former Sir John Carlin building and the current Queen Juliana Park, our board and our members have been actively monitoring discussions and participating in public meetings to better understand the impacts to and the future of our club. In 2018, ownership of the property that our club sits upon was transferred to the Ottawa Hospital. The hospital's leadership quickly revealed that they were supportive of our club and continue to be collaborative and transparent in their role as new landlords for us. In the spring of 2021, the hospital revealed plans that indicated the current clubhouse and grounds would be replaced with the utility buildings required for the new hospital campus operations. This had many members of the club, a number of whom have been members for several decades, concerned about its future. However, the hospital has taken into consideration the history of our club and the health benefits to the community and has included the new tennis facility for Dara as part of the new Queen Juliana Park located on the new Parkade rooftop grounds. Over the last year, the hospital and Dara have collaborated on specific designs for the new facility, which would include 4 new courts, lighting for evening play, and a new clubhouse. Dara has made it clear from the start that the partnership must respect 2 key criteria, that the Dara Tennis Club retain its current status as an independent non-for-profit organization that's managed by a volunteer board of directors to ensure that we can continue the 100-year-old tradition of providing affordable recreation to city residents, and that the construction schedule ensures uninterrupted operation of the club. And our understanding is that the current plan is to keep the current club operating at its current location until the end of the 2024 season, and the new facility opening in the spring of 2025. The hospital is committed to honoring these criteria while also agreeing to continue the longstanding tradition of providing a lease at minimal cost to us so that we can continue to provide membership rates that are among the lowest in the region. While many community members are concerned about this dramatic change to the existing green space, Dara sees this as an opportunity to create an active space that will support the health of our community and be used by hundreds of people daily and not just for tennis. Although many of the details still need to be worked out, Dara is excited to continue the planning of our new facility and ensuring that our community will continue to have access to affordable tennis and recreation for many more years to come. And finally, in working closely with the Ottawa Hospital to design our new location, we've been appreciative of the thoughtful consideration given to our needs, from access for our members, fence heights, court orientation, the flow of people, and where shade trees could be planted, The hospital has worked closely with us to get it right. We sense that they care about the usability and longevity of the site, and we think that it will be an asset to the city.
Thanks very much, Catherine. Are there any questions from the committee? All right, I'm glad you've brought your perspective of the tennis club here to the meeting today. Thank you very much. Let's go to Richard Hayter. I think Richard has been able to join us. Richard?
He's online, Chair. You'll just need to unmute.
Thank you. Thank you to all for the time and attention that you're giving this project. I've been directed by our council to start with our land acknowledgement. Then I go to introduction, some words, and then the presentation. And what I don't get done, I will send to you as an attachment. The Unionized Building and Construction Trades Council of Eastern Ontario and Western Quebec, our affiliates and their respective members acknowledge the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people, their elders past, present, and emerging, who are the traditional custodians of the land on which we work, live, and recreate, and further recognize their continuing connection to the land, water, and air that our activities consume. Hi, everyone. I'm Richard Hayter, Director, Community Relations for the Building Trades Council. But as I said, a few words before I start my presentation. First, I'd just like to give you quickly our council objectives, and that is to ensure that purchasers of construction services receive the best overall value for their investments, to promote labor stability and encourage the continuous flow of skilled apprentices and journey persons to shape and support our communities, to maintain the highest integrity in construction and maintenance practices, protect the public, to promote healthier, safer, and more productive workplaces, to ensure fair competition and professionalism in all aspects of project work, to actively discourage organizations and workers from enabling the underground economy. And we will celebrate our 150th anniversary as a council on the 19th of December, 2022. I just wanted to add that because it's our celebration year, many of our affiliates, in fact, all 20, wanted to speak today to share their passion for this project. But out of respect for the committee, we did not register our 20 affiliates. But I did want to add that listening and being the 23rd forces you into other areas that you don't want to necessarily discuss. But I know trees. I want to just say that. I grew up in the Gatineau Park, and I worked for 12 years as a senior forestry technician for the Ministry of Natural Resources and supervised the planting of well over 1 million trees on private lands in the Greenbelt, including the 1967 Greenbelt School plantings. But now I have to stand to speak for 5 minutes. We used dangerous chemicals to protect the trees and fought forest fires as a member of the provincial fire team to save the trees, damaging my lungs in the process. Trees grow from tiny seeds on their own. Eventually, some decay or become diseased, die, but they often regenerate on their own. But people need medical professionals to keep them alive and survive over the rough spots we will all encounter in our lifetime. So I'm pleased to be here to speak in support of the Ottawa Hospital's new state-of-the-art facility
1 minute left
that will serve the future healthcare needs of the citizens of Ottawa, Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec, Nunavut, and wherever the most complex of major trauma, complex adult injuries, and illnesses occur, proudly earning the title of Canada's hospital. In addition, we will all benefit from the TOH's world-class Centre for Academic Training and Medical Research, which will be networked with partners in Ontario and Canada around the world. Constructing a 21st century hospital requires fully trained, qualified tradespeople who need a conveniently located place to park in order to maximize productivity, streamline the project schedule, and enhance community support for the project by keeping our vehicles off of neighborhood streets. With the on-site parking garage completed in 2024, the Ottawa Hospital will benefit from both worker, contractor, and visitor parking revenues, estimated to be in excess of $19 to $21 million for the first 4 years of the hospital construction. Together, we will. Pardon?
You're at your time, Richard. I'll just let you finish your sentence there.
Together, we will celebrate the opening of its new facility in 2028 on time and on budget. The Ottawa Hospital is internationally known for changing the way medicine is practiced around the world, and they may influence how the hospitals of the world are built going forward.
Thank you, Richard. Are there any questions from the committee? And I will say I'll thank you for speaking on behalf of the Unionized Building and Construction Trades Council, and pass on our thanks that all 20 of your members let you speak on their behalf rather than signing up individually. We appreciate it as a committee. Thanks for bringing your perspectives today.
All right.
We have next two speakers are Jane Keeler and Jake Morrison. I can see Jane on my screen already. So Jane, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm associated with Reimagine Ottawa, which is a group of people who are concerned about democratic decision-making and the environment. On December 12th, 2021, volunteers set about surrounding the site of the proposed garage with the yellow caution tape. We chose that type of tape to indicate our doubt about this site as a kind of unfolding crime scene, believe it or not, and at least a scene which deserves to be prevented from further action while it's being investigated. So I'd like to see the video now, please. Eric, thank you.
My name is Chris White. I'm a volunteer with Reimagine Ottawa. We are pro-healthcare and pro-hospital in a better location. The Hospital Corporation, with the approval of the city, plans to build a huge parking garage. The plan is to build the hospital on a 53-acre site that will include a 5-acre parking garage. Reimagine Ottawa members recently outlined the site with yellow caution tape to show you where it is and how big it is. The caution tape outlined the overall area of the parking garage on National Capital Commission heritage land and Queen Juliana Park.
Right here at this corner, an enormous parking garage, and cut down all those trees with climate change and the need for forests.
It's amazing how big it is.
Yes.
It's huge. You can't imagine how big it is.
And we haven't even touched the back.
That's right.
Will you be able to get to the new hospital through traffic choked by huge developments and blocked at the Highway 417 interchanges? Is climate change important to you?
We got an environmental crisis coming. What we do in the next decade or two is extremely important.
Does cutting down 750 mature specimen trees to pave parking lots and build huge buildings that could go elsewhere matter to you?
It is so discouraging to find that this heritage site, this beautiful place that we have for people to enjoy the outdoors.
Imagine that at a time when we need trees more than ever to mitigate the climate crisis. They're cutting down 750 of them in order to make room for cars, which are what we need fewer of.
We are marking off the area of destruction.
Are you interested in preserving a National Heritage Site and Queen Juliana Park for public use?
British Columbia would never use Stanley Park for her hospital. New York would never use Central Park for her hospital.
This hospital just doesn't belong on public parkland.
We need it for our children and our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren. Who would give away precious land to build a parking garage? The city is out of their minds.
Instead of a mega hospital in the wrong location, Ottawa could have several smaller community care hospitals located in growing areas to give more efficient healthcare and avoid the many problems of the experimental farm site. The airport-sized parking garage will loom over the Tulip Festival Gardens and the Winterlude Skateway at Dow's Lake. Dozens of high-rise towers across Carling Avenue, including buildings of 48, 55, and 60 stories, will create traffic to compete with and block hospital access. The garage is just the first step of this environmentally damaging and badly located project.
The city has approved an awful lot of high-rises for this area.
Why was the site changed? It was done behind closed doors, and the public has never been given any reason why the site was changed.
The experimental farm is this incredible treasure in the heart of our city. Moreover, we're on the border of a UNESCO World Heritage Site.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would obviously request that you vote no to the endorsement of the site plan control application, and also that you vote to return the power of decision-making to the councillors from staff. It's your responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Are there any questions for Jane? I'm seeing none. Thanks, Jane, for your presentation, and we'll move on to Jake Morrison. Hello, Jake.
Got my mic on. Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you for the time here. I'm a member of Reimagine Ottawa also. I'm speaking about the inherent inaccessibility of this project and why it must be delayed to achieve a replanning and to actually provide a hospital that won't be a burden to its patients. Could I have my first slide, please, Eric? This slide shows the old Sir John Carling site on the new civic lands and with the planned buildings overlaid. Approving this site plan control application will start the destruction of these parks, which is my concern, and I would hope it was yours, but it will also start the process of building this sprawling and poorly accessible hospital, which must be everybody's concern. We've heard from many today about the issues around accessibility of this project. I don't have their expertise. But let me add another point of view that is based in common sense. The Ottawa Hospital accessibility consultant recently stated in a public meeting that accessibility was in the DNA of this project. I think on the contrary, that inaccessibility is in the DNA of this project. Responding to the shape of the land and the 30-meter rise for this site, the designers have created a hospital that will be difficult for its clients to navigate. The design is creating a hospital that is approximately twice the footprint of most contemporary urban hospitals offering similar services and bed counts. Moving the main entrance so far from the street and designing a hospital with this size of floor plate means that the new civics clients will not only have to struggle to get to the front door, but once inside, they will have to struggle to get to the services that they need. Next slide, please. The new Mississauga Hospital will be built on a major crossroad with a tram line on one road and intersecting bus lines on the other. The front entrance is on the street, perhaps as much as 50 meters from the transit drop-off. The building is 22 stories high and about half of the floor plate of the new Civic. It has about the same number of beds. Or it will have, sorry, it's not built yet. Next slide, please. This slide shows the new Mississauga site and the major buildings superimposed on the new Civic site at scale. The parkade is on the far corner of the lot and connected by a bridge. My point in showing this slide is to show the distances are halved for clients with a design like this. It's impossible to find a service within the hospital where a client would have to travel more than 50 meters from the central elevators. The longest distance for a client to travel within the complex is approximately 100 meters from the far corner of the parking garage to the central elevators. Similar distance on the new Civic is 360 meters. Next slide, please. Distances within the new Civic can be more than twice those in the new Mississauga. Distances to get into the new Civic are from 5 to 10 times those to get into the new Mississauga. Next slide, please. I'm sure that the accessibility consultants will do their best to make the plan work, but they're starting with a truly impossible site, too large and contoured to allow the kind of accessibility that we need. I ask that you delay approval of this site plan control application and that a complete redesign be considered to create a hospital that isn't such a burden on its users. And if it weren't obvious, I think a different site must be found, a site that will allow a smaller floor plate and close access to the street.
35 seconds.
Offering superior accessibility. At the least, please make sure that the Accessibility Advisory Committee process is completed before you make your decision. Accessibility concerns need much more consideration before this plan goes ahead. Also, if you must approve the site plan control application, please do not delegate this project to staff without making sure that the many significant issues to be determined come back to committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jake. Do any of our committee or council members have questions? I'm seeing none. Thank you, Jake, for your presentation today. I'm going to turn it over to Chair Moffat for the next two speakers.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gower. Our next speaker is Marion Crow. Welcome back, Marion.
Good afternoon, everybody. I want to acknowledge that I am joining you on the unceded, unsurrendered Algonquin territory. My name is Marion Crow. I am the first Indigenous appointment to the Ottawa Hospital Board of Governors, and I am a person who has worked in First Nation health for 25 years. I would like to say it is so important that this parking structure as an element of the hospital site plan is reflective of the broad and diverse community that the hospital serves. People will come to this hospital from within Ottawa, but they also travel hundreds of kilometers from Eastern Ontario and thousands of kilometers from Nunavut. We can't forget about these patients. We, as a community of Indigenous peoples, set a challenge for the hospital team and the architects in this project. We wanted to find a way to incorporate enough parking to support the hospital, and they needed to include public spaces that support the health and wellness of our patients as well, staff members and our community. The structure is accessible. It is the landscaping that has been thoughtfully designed, and I think the Ottawa Hospital has risen to the challenge that we set before them. When I spoke to you about this new hospital back in October, I talked about the vision for the future, one that both represents and celebrates Indigenous cultures and our peoples. In this project, I've seen an earnest commitment from the Ottawa Hospital to move forward in the journey of reconciliation. I'm excited for these discussions. I hope you feel my enthusiasm again, and I wish to continue to see these actions as we move forward. There has been significant progress on spaces that reflect Indigenous cultures. I've been part as the chair for the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Circle of the Ottawa Hospital to ensure that we talk about the trees on site, that we need to be removing these and treating them with respect, dignity, and ceremony to repurpose them within the hospital. Next week, the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Circle will hold its third meeting. I'm so excited about this. I want to thank everybody who has participated and brought their voices to our campfires. This continues to be a way for the Ottawa Hospital to not only address the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action, numbers 18 to 24, but also Joyce's principle and other pertinent documents that respect Indigenous peoples in this process. It is an honor and a privilege to serve, and I encourage you all to ask about the composition of our advisory circle, but also to approve this important step in this milestone historical endeavor. And I will add, contrary to speaker number 11, I am a First Nation woman with a hearing impairment. So there is Indigenous representation, I assure you. And I see a question from Councillor Gower.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your presence here today and your constant enthusiasm. We'll go to Councillor Gower for questions.
Well, I will ask you, Marion, about the advisory circle and the participants.
Thank you so much for asking about the advisory circle. We are so proud to report that we have approximately 70 individuals who participate in the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Circle at the Ottawa Hospital. This includes being guided by an Algonquin elder, so stewards of this land. We have engaged with the communities that are served by the Ottawa Hospital, including Akwesasne Pick, former Golden Lake, and of course, Kitigan ZB. And it is such a delight to be facilitated by an Indigenous company in guiding this work as well. So thank you for that question about the composition of our advisory. It also includes grassroots Indigenous organizations like the Ottawa Friendship Center and Wabano Health Services.
So let me ask a follow-up. We're dealing with a site plan application that typically is a very technical process through the city. Through the Ottawa Hospital's engagement strategy, consultation strategy, what kind of tangible changes or improvements have happened as a result of that conversation? Either perhaps specific to this parking garage, but it could be more general than that.
Absolutely. With the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Circle, it actually resulted in a need to have contributions on the Ottawa Civic Hospital new site. However, we are going to have an opportunity to have our voices heard in the programs and services that the campus will hold. And it is so important that we are able to not only embrace the green spaces, but to host things that will represent the ceremony of Indigenous people. And can you imagine with me the future that holds a hospital having Indigenous medicines that are grown right on site so that we have our own pharmacy and accessible medicines in the treatment and wellness of Indigenous patients?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I noticed Councillor Judas, you had your hand up, but you're okay? Did Councillor Gower ask your question?
Yeah, Councillor Gower asked my question. Thank you very much, Marion, for being here.
Perfect. Different sides of the city, but same mind. All right. Thank you so much, Marion, for being here today. Appreciate that again.
An honor and a privilege. Hi.
Our next speaker is Natasha Tyner-Lewis, followed by Deb Chapman and Wendy Muckle. Natasha, are you there? I know you had your camera on a couple seconds ago.
Hi, yes, I'm there. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Natasha Tyner-Lewis, and just to give you a little bit of a background, I was born and raised in Montreal. I moved to Trinidad and Tobago 13 years ago in the Caribbean and spent 5 years there living. And I met my husband, and we had 2 children while we were there, and decided to migrate to Canada in 2014. We came to Ottawa to start a new life, and I ended up getting pregnant with our third child. And I was pregnant in Ottawa, she was born at the Ottawa Hospital. The morning of August 27th, that morning was pretty stressful because I went into labor. My husband drove me to the emergency department, and I was carried in. So I was separated from my husband and two kids. We have no family support being here in Canada. My mother is quite ill in Montreal, so it was just myself and my husband. And he went off with the two little ones and tried to find parking while he was driving around all over the place trying to find parking that early morning. He wasn't able to find parking in time as I'd given birth to my daughter within that hour of getting to the hospital. So the stress for him to find that spot with the two small kids was tough and disappointing for him not being able to be part of the birthing process, and still brings it up to this day. Moving forward, we purchased our first home in a small town outside of Ottawa called St. Isidore, which is approximately 50 minutes east of the Ottawa Hospital. And in 2017, I was diagnosed with a brain tumor called a schwannoma located on the 12th cranial nerve. So over the years, I've had many MRIs, CT scans, and follow-ups. And in 2018, I had my first surgery, 10-hour surgery. And now I've had cyberknife treatments, and it's an ongoing process. So for me, this is my new reality. And I have yearly scans as well as follow-ups with many doctors. And driving to Ottawa is a stressful time for myself and my kids. I always make it a day trip. And I make sure to get out there way before in case of traffic, weather, accidents, or road closures. And by the time I do get there, the pressure is to get a spot. And driving around for a while with the children does make it unbearable at times and stressful. All while this is going on, I'm consuming gas as well as the parking fees, and this adds up on our shoulders as we're a lower income. I do believe that the parking garage would help all patients be less stressful or dealing with an already a very stressful time in their life. And I 100% support this project, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you for taking the time to come here and to present today. Any questions for Ms. Tyner-Lewis? Seeing none, I just appreciate, again, your patience today and being here to speak. Thank you. And I already said it, but I got, okay. Our next speaker is Deb Chapman with Sustainable Youth Canada.
Deb, hi.
Hi.
Okay, my name is Deb Chapman. I'm with Reimagine Ottawa. I was asked by Sustainable Youth Canada Ottawa, a youth-based club promoting environmental and energy sustainability in Canada, to present their video since they are in class. So Eric, if you'd like to play their video.
Hello, we are SYC Ottawa, the Ottawa regional branch of a youth organization dedicated to promoting sustainability and environmental advocacy. We reach out to you today as youth who are concerned about the new environmental toll that will be placed on the city by the Ottawa Hospital's new civic campus and what that may mean to the city's future.
The Government of Canada intends to create a new civic campus of Ottawa hospitals built on Dow's Lake and the experimental farms, which would take around 50 acres of land and deforest 600 to 700 mature trees. Reimagine Ottawa is an organization that is campaigning to save the experimental farm, which includes Queen Juliana Park. Its goal is to save the historic and treasured green space in the heart of Ottawa. Dow's Lake is not the most ideal location for a hospital campus. In fact, the National Capital Commission stated that Chinese pasture, which was originally chosen as the hospital's campus, would be a more ideal location for a variety of reasons.
The world is on the verge of a climate crisis. The last thing the city of Ottawa needs right now is for its largest development project to give rise to further habitat disruption, species endangerment, and deforestation. Unfortunately, this is exactly what the new hospital construction plan will bring.
What's more, this project causes permanent damage towards the city's aquatic wildlife, especially fish living in the Rideau Canal and Dow's Lake, as well as gives rise to the deforestation of over 600 mature trees, which will have permanent effects towards the city's solution to air pollution, as well as the diverse wildlife that rely on these trees as a source of shelter and food.
The Central Experimental Farm is a National Heritage Site. Sacrificing this location not only has great environmental impact, but also questions the Canadian government's values in terms of heritage. The terrain of this location is not ideal for building a hospital as well. The Central Experimental Farm is sloped. The construction of a hospital on top would not be cost effective because it spreads the building to more than twice of the footprint of a hospital on a flat site. We believe the solution to this issue is building the hospital at the originally chosen site, Tunney's Pasture. Relocating the site from Downs Lake to Tunney's Pasture would offer the most benefit to both the environment and the patients. It prevents deforestation in the Downs Lake area, and due to the central location of Tunney's Pasture, the hospital will be more accessible for patients downtown. When in critical conditions, arriving minutes faster can mean the difference between life and death.
Furthermore, there's already an established bus station at Tunney's Pasture, which would allow disabled people or people without access to a vehicle easy access to the hospital. Another benefit of the Tunney's Pasture location is the less substantial environmental and societal impact it would bring as opposed to the Central Experimental Farm. According to the Arbor Day Foundation, one mature tree will absorb more than 48 pounds of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere in 1 year. Destroying 600 mature trees at the Central Experimental Farm would be devastating for our environment. Lastly, the Central Experimental Farm is a treasured and tourist-attracting location in Ottawa. Destroying such a symbolic location would be undesirable considering its historic value.
As part of the generation to soon inherit this planet, we want to do as much as possible to prevent the further deterioration of the land. We hope you take our concerns into consideration, not just for our future, but for the future of every youth out there.
Building a hospital at Dow's Lake is not the only option. The site at Tunney's Pastures is not only more effective as a location, but also protects both the experimental farm area as well as over 600 mature trees from destruction. To clarify, the Tunney's Pasture site is closer to public transportation, on flat ground, and more accessible to downtown. Besides these improvements, the act of moving the hospital site will protect cherished land as well as carbon dioxide removing trees.
The impacts of this new site are big. Not only is Tunney's Pasture an ideal location, but stopping construction on the current site will help protect a National Heritage Site, which is a testament to Canada's agricultural history. In addition, it would help protect 600 mature trees, which contribute to removing CO2 from our environment.
Join us, as well as Reimagine Ottawa, an organization dedicated to addressing this issue as we work together to stop the destruction of the experimental farm and Dow's Lake area. How can you help? Join over 7,000 other people in signing the petition linked in our Instagram bio and on Reimagine Ottawa's website that asks for an official public inquiry on the hospital site change. You can also write your own letters to decision makers and political leaders addressing this issue. Let's do this together, Ottawa.
That's time.
Okay, thank you, Deb. Oh, question from Councillor Menard. Just so you know, there was nothing in that video that was anywhere close to related to what we're doing today.
They felt
Sorry,
quite
just a question from Councillor Menard here.
Yeah. Hi, Deb. Thanks for being here. I wanted to ask you about just the making of that video and those students and your engagement of youth in Ottawa around this site. If you can just go into a little bit more details on how and why that was made.
Okay. I reached out to them just to let them know about the loss of green space at the farm, considering their mandate. And like all teenagers, I've had very little, I don't even have their telephone number. They looked at our website and this is what they came up with. So it's something they really taken hold of. It's a project of passion for them. I don't know if that answers your questions, but this is their shtick, not, you know what I mean? I haven't had anything to do with it.
I appreciate that, and thanks for the answer. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Wendy Muckle.
Good afternoon. I'm Wendy Muckle. I'm the CEO of Ottawa Inner City Health. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the new civic hospital in general and the parking garage specifically. This facility will, when completed, be a world-class resort for our city and for our region. Inner City Health is an organization which primarily serves people experiencing homelessness or those with complex needs who have been homeless. And it's no secret that they have significantly poorer health status and life expectancy than other citizens in Ottawa. And as a result, hospital care is frequently required. And so the location, appearance, and operational plans of the new civic campus are incredibly important to us. Inner City Health also has an extremely longstanding and close working relationship with the Ottawa Hospital, including as part of the Ottawa Health Team. And so we're really interested in ensuring that all aspects of this project, which affect the care of our patients or clients, are addressed. And we're pleased to see that many of the existing concerns that our clients have are addressed in this new facility. There are several things about the plans for the parking garage which we know clients will find appealing. And I know people will think that most people experiencing homelessness attend hospital appointments by public transit. And while some do, many of our clients are so ill and have a complexity of need that requires them to be accompanied. And so in fact, about half of the hospital appointments do happen by car. So parking garages are important to us. And it is no secret that the parking garage at the current hospital site is stressful and access to the parking garage from the hospital is challenging. When Natasha was speaking, I was actually having flashbacks of my own childbearing years. I think I've been re-traumatized by the civic parking garage. I think that these issues have been very aptly addressed in the proposed plan, and we're really happy about the planning for bicycles and for electric vehicles. It's definitely something which is desperately needed. But what's most appealing to us in this new plan is the availability of green space and the presence of the public in using green space as part of the parking garage. This is a theme which consistently comes up from many of our clients, but in particular our Indigenous clients, about the need to see the land, be connected to the land, and the need to feel that they're part of day-to-day life. So for patients who are staying in the hospital, to not have to look out over a gravel roof on a parking garage and to be able to see green from four sides of the hospital is extremely appealing, and it will be therapeutic on its own. Many of our clients find going to the hospital for services very intimidating and scary, and the plans for places to rest before or after their visit, benches for them to rest if they're tired as they're entering the hospital, having places to watch people cycling, playing tennis, and just going to the LRT really helps to maintain a sense of normalcy to their experience and being part of the day-to-day life of the city. We know that those kinds of periods of normalcy really do help reduce anxiety when people are facing something as stressful as a hospital visit, and it makes their time while they're at the hospital potentially much more therapeutic. So for those reasons, we urge you to support this excellent plan for an essential part of the new hospital structure, which we believe will improve patient care for everyone who uses it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Any questions for delegation? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Marcy Stevens. And
good afternoon.
Marcy will be Paul Johannes and Doreen Stevens. Thanks, Marcy.
Good morning. Good afternoon, actually. Sorry, I've been on for so long. Thank you for asking me to speak and describe my experience at the hospital and how important all types of parking is to me. I was at the hospital recovering from a double amputee and a near life near-death experience for several months. During that time, in between my therapy sessions, a friend of mine and I would be staring out the windows and watching cars drive around in endless circles and laugh about how they were circling the parking lot as vultures over a carcass. Then my heart broke because I realized that every one of these people could be somebody who was here to visit a loved one or who may be suffering or dying, but instead they have to play this game in a parking lot for an hour with a dozen of other people. It was terrible. And parking, as vulgar as it may seem, matters to me. It isn't just people within the city, the city center, with ease access to transit or cabs who are going to the hospital. While I was there, I was visited from friends and families where my only connection to the world, my father lives in Alfred, which is about an hour outside of Ottawa. My sister lives in North Gore, and my family live in rural areas and villages throughout the outskirts of Ottawa without easy access to transit. Many of the people I need to see, most might not have been able to visit me if they couldn't commute in or if they couldn't plan to navigate the network of suburban parking lots in the inner city connection. The hospital is a necessity for the community. We should make it as easy as possible for the community to be there. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for hearing my opinion.
Thank you. Again, appreciate your time being here. Question from Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thank you so much, Marcy, for explaining your own experience and that importance. One of the conundrums with this site is we've really got to get the modal share to a point where people are taking transit, walking, and biking. Not everyone can do that, of course, but that is what we have to do here, or the site doesn't work. So, respecting the need for a parking garage, I guess the question is, how do we ensure that people are, do you see any concerns, I guess, with the LRT being 5 football fields away for people with disabilities that take the train, or for people that walk in or want to have pedestrian access, or the other advocates that we've seen, like Jerry Fiore, who's talked about the length between the accessible parking in the parking garage into the hospital. Are any of those concerns above and beyond the need for parking in this situation?
There's always going to be some people that are going to have difficulties walking, and a lot of people that I know can't use the transit way or don't feel comfortable using the transit way for reasons that I won't go into. I am lucky that I'm able to maneuver myself around quite easily in a manual wheelchair without any issues. I know that the hospital is taking into consideration all the aspects of distance and everything. I was told they were going to be adding people mover, which is available, that a scooter could use on, a wheelchair could be put on, a person with prosthetics and a walker could use. So in a way, I'm being assured that they will address these concerns.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And thank you again, Marcy. So next up is Paul Johannes. After Paul will be Doreen Stevens, and then our final speaker, Mary Crawford. Go ahead, Paul.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm the chair of the Green Space Alliance of Canada's capital, and I'm presenting on its behalf right now. But I also co-chaired the Community Engagement Group, which was a consultative and deliberative body set up by the Ottawa Hospital to advise it on the design of the new campus. And it was explicitly intended to engage in deliberation around options and to make trade-offs that might satisfy everyone, all parties involved. Unfortunately, after 2 years of monthly meetings and volunteer work, this group was not called upon when time came to make these choices. the site plan that you have before you is essentially the same plan that was presented to the CEG, fully formed over a year ago. And since then, the CEG has dissolved. So I'm here today to present site plan options that would be win-win trade-offs regarding trees and green space at the Ottawa Hospital. So we know that residents value that multi-use path quite a lot, and Juliana Park, Queen Juliana Park. And both of these are taken away by the planned parking garage and the access routes being considered in this phase of the work. Now, the original concept presented by the project team was one of buildings set in green space. But what we see in the current concept is more like green space plastered onto a concrete landscape. So, but despite this, I think the spirit of the original concept can still be retained. And the big trade-off required here is more green space in exchange basically for a taller garage. And more specifically, I think it's possible, one, to keep the multi-use path alignment as it is now. Two, as per the Urban Design Review Panel suggestions, keep the Preston corner open and green. Three, open up the Carling frontage and retain as much of Queen Juliana Park as possible so that at least part of it stretches from Carling to the escarpment. Four, there is no need for a hardscape plaza in the plan. Keep it a green lawn. It gets plenty of use currently as a nice big green lawn. Five, the site plan is really over-engineered. Why a high-line access to the hospital when access is street level right up to the escarpment with escalator and elevator up to the hospital level? At that point, more practical, less expensive. And six, and this I guess is the big part, this is the other side of the trade-off, nobody's enthusiastic really about a park on the roof of the parking garage. Reduce the footprint of the garage, build it higher if necessary, and build it on the footprint of the existing NCC parking lot. And for more capacity, consider automating car storage and retrieval. It's a huge space saver. By changing that point of contact between the parking structure and the hospital, it also might be possible to reduce the walking distance to the front door of the hospital from the car drop-off point. So with these trade-offs, more accessible green space is provided, the same amount of parking is retained, but in a different configuration. So I also want to express support for the concerns that we heard earlier from the Ottawa Disability Coalition and others regarding transit access. Access is difficult not only for persons with mobility impairments. The distances are such that anyone would be discouraged really from using rapid transit to get to the hospital. And it's unfathomable that two $2 billion projects can't close a 500-meter gap between the transit line and the hospital entrance. Solutions are possible. Dollars and political will are missing to make that happen. And finally, we would just ask that with respect to the site plan, tree conservation plan, that close attention be paid to adherence to that tree conservation plan, and that the city commit to enforcing the conditions of the site plan agreement, even through litigation if necessary. It's important that what's planned for preservation is in fact preserved in the project. That's all my presentation for today.
All right, thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wanted, Paul, there's one particular comment you made about the site plan, and it was having to do with the UDRP's comments. I hope committee has had a chance to look at the UDRP comments on this site because they're very valuable. The big comment that came from that, I wanted to go back to staff on this in questions too, but I'll start with you, is around the importance of the Preston and Carling corner. And they say, quote, they're extremely concerned about the proposed placement of future buildings that will block the view of that landscape. Extremely concerned. They also suggest a focused design review session be considered as the details of the Preston and Prince of Wales treatments evolve. That is, I mean, Councillor Leeper, Councillor McKenney and I did have more of a focus session with staff, thankfully. Councillor Brockington as well, excuse me, Councillor Brockington. And we all talked about those edges. It's really hard unless you zoom in there and really get to detail, it's difficult. But on that first point, Paul, can you provide for the committee more information about what the panel was extremely concerned about in terms of that Preston and Carling corner?
Yeah, so I'm referring to the public session of the UDRP where we were allowed to actually participate, well, at least hear what they had to say. So what I took back from that is the importance of keeping that view of the site as the portal to the green space behind it. That this is the beginning, this is the access to Commissioners Park and Dow's Lake on the one side, the Arboretum and the Green Experimental Farm on the other side. And that is announced right up front as you approach the site, right? And so to keep that corner green and open, to have it as really a forerunner and a precursor for what's yet to come behind. And in a sense, that fits into this broader concept of having this structure conceived of as buildings placed in green space, rather than, as I said, really very big engineered concrete thing covered with green space here and there. That applies to the whole Carling frontage. Someone earlier today spoke about Central Park and how in a very urban context like New York City, 59th Avenue on one side, all high rises, across the street, a green pastoral view. It's a park. It doesn't mean there's no buildings in Central Park. There are big buildings in Central Park. The Metropolitan Museum is built in Central Park. But still, the idea is on one side of Carling, all tall buildings. On the other side, at least some openness, some greenness, not just another corridor and another. I think that's the biggest loss there. So this comment, I think, from the UDRP sort of fits that general view that if we could preserve the idea that this is really the portal to a great, huge green space asset behind it, the Parkway, Dow's Lake, the Arboretum, the Experimental Farm, it's got to fit into that.
Okay, well, the occupation has just meant it's been difficult to prepare for this in some cases. So I had these in notes as well. I'm going to ask city staff to take a look at that. I had a previous email prepared, and again, it's sitting in my draft. So I'm going to send that and see if we can't get something sorted for our debate period. So thank you, Paul, for those comments.
Welcome.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Paul. Nice to see you again. Our next speaker, Doreen Stevens.
Unmute. Hello.
Hello. You unmuted appropriately.
Oh, and do you see me or is
I can't see you.
Oh, good. Thank you.
No, I can't. No, I can't see you.
You can't or you can?
I cannot.
Oh, you cannot?
No.
Okay. So, well, wow. I thought I was being seen all the while. Okay. Well, at least you see my picture, maybe, probably.
I just see you have your name written there.
Oh, okay. Oh, start my video. Okay, great.
There you go.
Oh, great.
Hello.
Okay. I always like to start with a Indigenous acknowledgement greeting for myself. And so, Kwe kakina kitiganzibi nidonjiba animatagese nindishnikas. My name is Clear Water Woman, speaking from the heart. And I'm here with in support of the presentation of the Reimagine Ottawa for specific reasons. Mostly because I've been working as a Indigenous artist with the City of Ottawa Public Arts in a mentorship for maybe 3 years now. And also, I was working with the Pimisi Station in particular with land and trees, and it never happened apparently for reasons other than probably the COVID and everything else that happened with the Pimisi LRT activities. But anyway, I'm here to support that. My question, first of all, was and it was answered by Marianne. I don't know her last name, from the Ottawa Hospital. Was she representing the Ottawa Hospital? I have never heard of her, but hello to her. Greetings to her. So I'm also, because I appeared late in the session since this morning, I've been here since this morning. So I just wanted to acknowledge that if we did recognize that we had a consultation protocol for the host nation, which is the Algonquin and Anishinaabe unceded territory of the Algonquin people. And I'm part of that member as well too. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, and as well share the idea of the trees. In fact, because of the white pine, it symbolizes the tree of peace, and a treaty, and it's a symbol for the host nation of the Anishinaabe people and the Iroquois people as well too. And also the Ananotic, which is the medicine tree. And the medicine tree is a symbol of Canada. It's the maple leaf. So in saying that, I just was asking about the protocols of that acknowledgement for the host nation, to see if they were recognized in part of this activity that was happening. If so, I've been sitting here representing that as a part of the member of Kitigan ZB. I'm very glad. And also to recognize that I heard in the videos that I was watching earlier this morning that the trees are in fact the lungs of the earth, and there is a story of that that's very significant in the traditional ceremonies throughout the Anishinaabe territory. And also we're trying to consider that the carbon tax versus the environmental awareness impacts of the environment. And in considering that, that's why I'm talking about the trees in particular. And I pay attention to the environmental awareness with the medicine trees, and to acknowledge that they are the emblems of Canada. And part of them are the birch, which is wigwas, white birch. It's the usage for us with great significance. And also the cedar and the butternut, the ironwood, the maple, the willow tree, and so on and so forth. And I for one, I was working 3 years with the City of Ottawa mentorship, and in part of my research, I did research all of these particular types of trees. And also I participated in many walks in Forêt-Boucher and Gatineau, Quebec. And I've realized that, yes, there is a lot happening with the impact of the environment. And to my knowledge as an Anishinaabe woman, I believe that, we should at least pay attention to the sites of where we're building. And I realized that Paul Joanne was talking about the reconsideration of preservation and that view for site, to keep it in mind. And I agree with that as well too.
30 seconds left.
So I just wanted to express that, and I thank you for hearing me. And I support the underground parking if it has to be, and I think that the green space would be lovely to have. Miigwech for hearing me.
Thank you. And yes, Marion, that was Marion Crow. She is on the board at the Ottawa Hospital. That's who you heard earlier.
Oh, yes. Oh, thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
Marion Crow.
Marion Crow, that's right. Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Stevens? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Miigwech.
And our final presenter today is Mary Crawford.
Yes, thank you for granting me time to speak. I am a resident in the East End of Ottawa. I hear and understand the desire for a new hospital to provide world-class care, and I realize that adequate parking is integral to that. I'm also happy to hear that there's been some involvement of Indigenous persons in the process. My concern is with the choice of site for the garage, and along the lines of many previous speakers. At the risk of repeating what others have already said and said very well, and thank you to Doreen who just spoke, I nevertheless feel compelled to say these few words. Trees provide us with tremendous ecological services, cleaning our air, storing carbon, providing species habitat, contributing to biodiversity both above and below ground, and not least of which is improving our mental and emotional states. They are integral to our health in so many ways, not to mention the safety and security of our climate, as we are only beginning to realize. Attractive as new planted trees may become in several decades, they are a poor ecological substitute for the natural woodland already there. So I would ask if the city could not please find some untreed land on which to build this parking lot instead, or find a way to bury it underground as originally suggested. I fear that removing the trees on this site in the name of human health is counterintuitive, possibly even self-sabotaging. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Crawford? I don't see any. Thank you for your time today. Okay, so that was it for delegations. We're going to move to questions to the applicant, and I'm going to allow Councillor Gower to field this portion of the meeting.
Chairs, there's quite a few applicants to add, so we will. It may take a few moments.
Okay. That's right. There's about 8 or 9 people from the applicant.
Oh, right. Of course. Yeah. Sorry.
Questions. Yeah. I know there are some directions and motions that have been circulated to the committee by email. Just a heads up, if you haven't checked your email recently. I suppose we could introduce those at any time in the meeting. Although right now, clerk's team is adding people. Do any of our committee members want to introduce their motions before we go to questions for the applicants here?
Councillor Lieber wouldn't mind getting his directions out. I think he's got to take off at 3:30.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Councillor Lieber, if you could go ahead, and we'll just give Eric a bit of time to get organized on those, to get those on screen for you.
Thanks. I think I have the. Yeah, sorry, I've lost them in my inbox here again. Oh, perfect. So I am just going to ask staff, who I presume are ready to respond to this. We've had a significant correspondence already with the Civic Hospital Neighborhood Association and yourself. I've been looping the chairs into this discussion. With respect to 2 areas, the first being construction management, there are concerns around how the construction traffic is going to impact the adjacent neighborhoods. And I'm just wondering, staff, would you take it as direction to work with TOH on a construction management plan that addresses on-site contractor parking, including limiting off-site parking impacts from the very first day of construction? To work with TOH on having a construction management plan address the enforcement of on-site parking standard, as well as the urban truck route bylaw, and to work with TOH on having the construction management plan form part of the contractor's construction site orientation?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we'd be happy to work with TOH on these matters.
Thanks. And then with respect to the in some of the environmental considerations, I am just wondering, staff, would you be willing to take it as direction to work with the owner to add some of the conditions to the delegated authority report that the owner acknowledges and agrees to commit to adequately fund a long-term landscape maintenance plan long day, that ensures the ongoing health of the vegetation through the entire life cycle of the proposal. The owner would agree to provide a landscape architect's licensed in Ontario review and approval of the proposed plantings, species, soil depths, and space provided at each location for the chosen species to the satisfaction of the GM of Planning, Real Estate, and Economic Development, and that the owner would agree to provide to city staff winter maintenance guidelines and safety plans for the rooftop and the pedestrian and cycling access to the rooftop to ensure year-round safe access prior to opening those facilities to the public?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we find these appropriate.
Thank you very much. I'll put myself back on the list, chairs.
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order. I think it's a point of order. For those of us who aren't on committee but are watching and may well have questions for the applicants or staff, is it possible the motions that have been circulated to committee members could be circulated to all council? Because that may well inform the questions or even reduce the questions that we may ask.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks, Councillor Aglay. Clerk's office can circulate those to council. Are there, Councillor Brockington, I believe, had some directions or motions as well. Councillor, are you ready to introduce those?
Yes, if it could be put on the screen, either the direction of the motion, I'll read it. One is a direction to staff looking at the, this is the motion. Okay, so this is that committee directs staff to investigate the feasibility of a raised crosswalk and cross ride at the southwest leg of the POW and Preston intersection connecting to the NCC pathway on the south side of Prince of Wales. So this is simply a direction to staff.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we'd be happy to look at this feasibility and work with the councillor.
Very good. This is the border. Well, this is actually in Capital Ward as of today. It will be in River Ward in a few months, but if we can include Councillor Menard, that would be great. The other one is a motion. This was an issue raised by Bike Ottawa, so that staff work with the Ottawa Hospital and Bike Ottawa to investigate options to improve cycling connections between the Trillium Line station, that's the Dow's Lake station, the internal Road A bi-directional cycling facility, that's where they park, and the hospital's main entrance.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this was something that came out of our meeting with Bike Ottawa and Councillor Leeper and Councillor Menard, and the hospital is aware of this and would be happy to work with on this direction.
That's good.
So, Councillor Brockington, I just want to clarify, this one is a direction, or you're wanting this as a motion?
Because I want this to be a motion. It sounds like staff is very accepting of it.
Okay, we're going to keep voting on the motions till the end when we're doing the whole report, but it is good to introduce them here. Is that it for you, Councillor Brockington, on motions and directions?
That's correct.
Okay. Councillor Menard, I know you were working on some as well. Are you ready to introduce them now, or do you need a bit more time?
Thanks very much, Chair. I want to make sure they're distributed to committee. I think 2 are ready and another one is still to be determined. The other thing I'll just mention, Chair, is Ottawa Police have asked for a meeting with Councillor Brockington and I at 3 o'clock. And so I don't know if I can get indulgence for 15 or 20 minutes at that time, but it would be helpful, just related to new issues in our wards. So related to the occupation. So if that's possible, just to have 15 or 20 minutes around that time, that'd be very helpful. And yes, I will have motions I'll introduce as soon as I'm able to with staff.
Well, I'll look to the committee. Councillor Menard's asking for a break, a little recess for 30 minutes.
Yes.
Thumbs up. Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay. We will take a short recess then. I guess we're coming right up on it. Are there any other motions or directions other than from Councillor Menard? Okay, so we'll take a break to 3:30. That'll give you what you need, councillors. We'll see you all in 30 minutes. Thanks everyone for your patience today.
For those who are on the with the applicant, we're just adding you back to the panel. If you could accept the prompt when that comes up.
Thank you, Chair. We have the motions now. Appreciate that.
Good.
Somebody wanted to tell me, Keith, that that's neither a point of order nor a point of privilege, just for the record.
I knew it was more of a question, but I didn't want to just, jump in and interrupt, but.
Sorry, I wouldn't be doing my job. They were disappointed in me that I didn't call you out on it because they felt that if it was them, I would have called them out on it. So
I was just trying to share information. That's all.
I think we need a whole new category called point of Zoom, because all these things would be not applicable except for the fact that we're meeting virtually, and it makes everything more difficult to circulate motions, to fix camera issues, whatever it may be. Anyways, we have quorum as a point of procedure, so we're good to go. So I don't see Councillor Menard back yet. Oh,
I'm here, Chair.
Do you have your motions ready to introduce now, or do you need a few more minutes?
There are the first two that I believe might be ready. I want to make sure staff are able to get those ones on the screen. There's two others in a direction as well, but I don't know if they've fully finalized them. I've given my okay on my end, but
we've received three. We've received three of the motions, Chair, and I believe two of them have not yet been circulated because we've just received them.
Thanks so much, Eric. And also, Eric, you do such a great job with this committee and previous committees you've been on. I appreciate all your help and work, by the way. So I'll read through this one if you'd like, Chair.
Yes, please.
Okay, so this is on, actually, I don't really want to start with this one. It's financing for this. Yeah, I'll start with a different one. The resolution of accessibility issues. Thank you very much. Whereas accessibility advocacy groups, community associations, and individual residents have identified significant accessibility issues pertaining to the proposed design of the parking garage for the new civic campus, as well as how the proposed plan for the parking garage creates accessibility challenges for the hospital proper. And whereas the report reads Southside LRT portal is being contemplated for providing access to pedestrian connections underneath Carling Avenue to the station on the north side. Furthermore, the possibility of a pedestrian overpass to connect the station to the 4th floor of the parking garage is also an option of consideration. And whereas the report reads, a weather protected enclosed walkway on the roof of the parking structure will link to the LRT station of the main hospital building with opportunities for moving sidewalks to lessen the distance traveled. And whereas the distance of travel from the LRT station to the main entrance is about 500 meters using the High Line and 540 meters outside on the sidewalks, with the means of access yet to be finalized, and for a person who may have physical limitations due to poor health or some degree of disability, and who are able to only travel at 2 kilometers per hour, that is a 15-minute journey. Be it resolved that staff be directed to engage in discussions with the Ottawa Hospital to address the resolution of key issues in respect of accessibility, including but not limited to reviewing and publicly disclosing the distance of travel for all modes of access, including public transit, which is meant to be the main means of access to the hospital in the future. The provision of rest areas, such as benches, are appropriately spaced along the path of travel from the accessible parking spaces to the hospital entrance. The provision of outdoor public washrooms on the hospital site, ensuring all sidewalks on and around the site meet the city's minimum standards for width of 1.8 meters, construction of a weather-protected enclosed walkway on the roof of the parking structure, which will link the LRT station to the main hospital building with moving sidewalks. Further, be it resolved that as part of the 2023 work program and subject to availability of funds, that staff undertake a study to improve connections between the Dallas Lakes LRT station and the hospital. Further, that staff be directed to ensure that the design of the hospital is presented to the AAC in Q2 2022 for review prior to granting further site plan approval on subsequent phases. That's that one. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chair, did you want staff to comment on that?
That's okay. We will come back to the motions later on.
Improving safe transportation on Preston Street. I was going to just read the be it resolved here, maybe. Be it resolved that staff, in consultation with the ward councillors, work with the Ottawa Hospital prior to final approval of the site plan to determine the most appropriate use of the western side of the Preston Street right-of-way between the curb and the proposed parking garage development, to ensure a complete street design is achieved, and review the feasibility of reducing road lane widths to provide more space for walking in the bidirectional bike lane.
Okay, and then you've got the financial one.
Yes. Yeah, I'll read a couple of whereases here. Whereas the proposed development of the Civic Hospital includes the development of the parking garage is expected to cost at least 2.8 billion. And whereas the province of Ontario has indicated a commitment of 2.1 billion in funding, which may not meet new costs for hospital construction, and even under the best case scenario, leaves 700 million to be raised locally. Whereas parking revenues are projected to provide $300 million, and whereas construction costs have been increasing at much higher rates than the hospital was first contemplated, whereas expected that the Ottawa Hospital will be asking for funding from the City of Ottawa. But as of now, that request has not been made, and the city does not know how much will be requested. Whereas healthcare is a matter of provincial jurisdiction, the City of Ottawa does not want to end up with a massive parking garage without a future hospital. Therefore, be it resolved that the city requests the mayor to write to the Ontario Minister of Health and Long-Term Care to request an assurance of provincial financing for the hospital, and to further request assurance that the construction of the hospital parking garage is backed by a guarantee to finance the building of the hospital, so that Ottawa is not left with a garage without a hospital. And be it further resolved that approval of the garage site plan be deferred until such a time that the answers from the ministry or applicant on financing have been received by the city. There's one more motion and a directions, Chair, and it may be another minute or two. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, we can come back once they're ready. Maybe Sean, just message me privately once they're ready to go, and then we can introduce those so people have time to consider them. Okay, so we're going to go ahead with questions for the applicant. I just wanted to start because one of the themes throughout many of the speakers today was around accessibility. And I think it would be worthwhile to hear from the applicant team. If you could talk to us about the consultation that you've done around accessibility specifically, and if there are any general comments you want to make on what you heard from the delegations earlier today on accessibility. And Joanne, I know you've got a big team here, so I'll leave it to you in answering questions from our committee for you to direct traffic to whoever's appropriate on your team to answer.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. Yes, actually, we've done a lot of work on the accessibility, and actually I'll step back a little bit, but at the very beginning of the project, and when we engaged our development advisor in GBA, one of the things that we were looking at was to ensure that we had the accessibility expertise, not only from within the hospital, but as well externally. So today who we have with us is Marnie Peters and Serge Valverdeau, who have been our accessibility experts and been working along the project with us throughout the whole stage. We have been listening and understanding a lot of the actual implications or requirements that have come through, and learning a lot as we go, as we've been putting together the master site plan and as well the parking structure. And maybe if I could just highlight a couple of things, and then I'm going to pass it over to Marnie. And it was news to me, so I think that's why I want to share it with you. When we originally started the planning and the programming for the hospital, I was surprised that not every washroom needed to be accessible. Fully accessible. And so one of the things that we are very committed to as the Ottawa Hospital is ensuring that this hospital is a very accessible hospital. And to that point, 1,500 or 15 to 1,600, we're still finalizing, washrooms will be fully accessible in the hospital. And this was brought forward to us by our accessibility experts as something that doesn't happen today as part of the requirements or standards that are laid out for a hospital. So I think with that, what I'd like to do is pass it over to Marnie Peters, who I think will give you a little bit of the insight and on the work that we've been doing, not only as we looked at the overall master site plan, but as well a lot of the activity that's been going on with the parking structure. So Marnie, maybe you can provide us with some updates if you don't mind.
Sure. Thanks very much, Joanne. And thank you, councillors, for allowing me to speak today as part of the applicant group. So I've been working in the field of accessibility and universal design for over 25 years, and I've actually touched many of the largest projects ever built in the city, including the Convention Center, the LRT Phase 1 project, the new Ottawa Art Gallery. And so I bring with me a great deal of experience and knowledge. I'm actually an internationally certified accessibility consultant. And so I bring with me not only knowledge and expertise in all of the building codes across Canada, but also the international best practices that are being applied around the world in various types of facilities. I'm really excited actually to be working on this hospital and to be ensuring that accessibility is at the forefront of all decision making. I am myself a person with a mobility disability, and so I bring over 30 years of lived experience to my decision making and to the knowledge and expertise that I bring to the project design team. As we start to discuss some of the distances, I know that the thought of it being a 5 football field seems exceptionally long. But I think it's really important to consider what is the breakdown of that and what does that really mean for people parking in the parking garage, accessing the High Line, in having a completely level route from the minute they access the site until they actually enter the hospital building. I know some of the distances we talk about are actually going from the edge of the site to the main entrance, but I think what a lot of people will also find really important is the distances that actually take people to the elevators that will take them to the programming they need. The site itself, initially when you think about that 30-meter grade to be overcome, I think the first image that people get when they think about accessibility is that present Carling Hill that we all know and see, and as a person with a disability, dread. But that is not going to be the experience of patients and visitors and staff with disabilities to the new hospital. And a lot of that has to do with the design and placement of the parking structure, because the parking structure facilitates that level indoor access in all seasons for anybody, people with and without disabilities. And so I know a lot of the focus has been on people with mobility disabilities, but the expertise I bring to the project means I also consider how will people with vision loss and low vision access and navigate the site? how will someone with a cognitive disability interpret wayfinding and signage and different queuing so that they can also find their way. So it's really a multidisciplinary sort of approach to it, to ensuring accessibility. And I know that I've worked very closely with everybody involved in this, from people doing the site planning, the landscape architect, the transportation and traffic engineering teams, the architects working on the structure. So because I am working with all of these teams, it's a very integrated approach to accessibility. So it's not just one element being accessible and then, you know, not knowing how that's going to interact with something else. So, you know, I've considered how pedestrians and cyclists will interact, ensuring that the site meets the city's own protected intersection design guidelines, as well as Book 18 cycling facilities. So both projects I worked on as the accessibility consultant to ensure that that cycling requirements address not only people with disabilities as pedestrians, but people with disabilities who are also cyclists. So I'm, you know, I could just talk all day about it. I'm very passionate about what I do, but I'm happy to answer any specific questions about the site.
Okay, thank you. And I know our committee members may have some more detailed questions as we go. So we will go to any other committee members who have a question for the applicant. I'll look for hands on the screen. Well, while I'm waiting for hands to go up, I will ask a question. There was one I wrote down from the presentation from the Royal Astronomical Society. They had questions about light and vibration from the parking garage itself. Can someone from your team address those concerns?
Yes, thanks, Councillor, Mr. Chair. I'm going to pass that over to Pam, who's here with us on the Parsons team.
Okay, you can hear me. I just wanted to speak to some of the conditions that were required as part of the master site plan that speaks to ensuring mitigation measures are in place that relate to the Dominion observatories. There are recommendations out of the Cultural Heritage Impact Statement that speak to monitoring ground vibrations. So that has become part of the conditions of approval, that those vibrations from construction are a requirement as part of the development. And also with respect to the design of lighting to mitigate potential impacts on that property as well.
Okay, thank you. I may ask staff as well. Just Pam, your voice is quite quiet. I think you're all sharing a microphone, but we could hear you, but it was on the low end, that's for sure. I do have other committee members with hands up. So Councillor Eglai is first.
Thank you. I'm not sure the protocol. If you want committee members to go before councillors, I'm fine with that. You had indicated committee members.
Go ahead. Committee members or councillors will all stay in the same queue.
Okay, thank you for that, Chair. I guess my first, I want to thank the hospital team. Leading up to this, my experience has been that you have been open to have meetings, briefings, discussions, answer questions, and even help facilitate meetings with community members on specific issues such as accessibility. So I want to thank you for that, because this really is a city building project, and I think you recognize that, and you need to work with everyone in the city wherever they happen to live, and we're all at some point likely going to access the new facility. So thank you very much for that. I know they've just gone up, but I'm wondering if you're able to comment on the various motions that are in front of the committee and your position on them, or if you haven't had enough time to look at them, then I'll accept that as well. But if you can give us some guidance as to how feasible you think they are, how workable you think they are in terms of what you're trying to do, I think that would be helpful.
Thanks, Councillor. With regards to the motions that were presented earlier today on the construction management and the landscape and the maintenance, that's something that we're very used to doing today at our existing locations. So very supportive, as Sean mentioned, and we will continue with that. The other motions that have just come up, we're just trying to take a better look at them, and we're getting copies of those now. I think we would like, if you're okay with that, to get a bit of time to review them and come back and give you some updates on those, if that's possible.
That's fine with me. I defer to the chair, but I think it would be helpful if we had some input from you on there. One in particular that I would like to ask about is one of the motions in part asks, I believe, I saw it quickly as well, that a presentation be made to the Accessibility Advisory Committee in Q2 of 2022 with a full design plan for the hospital site. And I'm wondering if you can comment on whether that's a feasible thing to do in terms of that short timeline.
Thank you, Councillor. I would need to look at the timing of that. It is something that we're planning to do as part of bringing the site plan forward, working very closely with Sean and the team. So definitely it's something that we plan to do and will continue to do. And we actually did meet with a subcommittee of the group on just prior to, I think it was last week actually, just to start to engage with them. So definitely something that we're planning to do. I just need to review the timing as part of our overall timeline and schedule. So that'll be something that we look at as soon as we see the motion.
Thank you. It was the timing piece that I thought might be troublesome. It's fairly short. And I guess the other question, I'm not sure if this is for you or for Marnie or a combination, but we as the chair pointed out, we heard a lot this morning around accessibility, a lot of suggestions, a lot of ideas, a lot of questions. And Marnie spoke to it in a general way, but you know, things like people movers, movable sidewalks, better OC transpo connection, you know, regular bus routes, that sort of thing. I'm wondering if you can comment on whether those are takeaways that you're going to work on. And in particular, I wanted to ask, we talked a lot about movable sidewalks, and it seems a number of delegations this morning and this afternoon spoke to whether or not that was going to be a suitable accommodation, if you will, depending on what sort of an accessibility device or mobility device you were using. So people spoke to walkers, wheelchairs. I'm wondering if there's somebody that can comment on, you know, real world experience with movable sidewalks in a scenario like this, that you know, where we would be looking at people with some mobility issues about, you know, what works, what devices work best, what devices may not work, and what you might do to accommodate that.
Thank you, Councillor. And I definitely would not be the right person to answer all of that. That's why we have Marnie and Serge on our team, as well as a patient and family advisory group as well, because you've heard a few of our patients speak today as well on this who have these similar experiences, and we want to hear from them as well. But with that, I'll pass it to Marnie to give us some of the input.
Yeah, thanks very much, Joanne, and thank you for the question. So in regards to people movers, people with mobility devices can use them. I'm a wheelchair user and I use moving sidewalks. So it is possible, the same with somebody with a cane or a walker. It really depends on, in a lot of cases, the speed that the device is set at, which is something that the hospital has control over when they have the device programmed. Now, whether or not people are comfortable enough to use it, you know, that's a personal choice. There are some people without a disability who just don't like taking people movers. So really that comes down to a personal choice, not really sort of any restriction on whether they want to or not. Somebody using a scooter or a powered wheelchair, you know, they don't have an obvious need for using such a device. So they're able to just make their way sort of naturally. And so we'd also talked about some of the suggestions that had come out in conversations with the Ottawa Disability Council, Ottawa Council on Disability, asked about whether or not we would have shuttles, something like what they have at the airports. And certainly that was a takeaway for us and something, you know, that we don't have a concrete answer on, but it was a good suggestion and something that we'll look at in terms of opportunities and feasibility. In regards to some of the other modalities, I know that's of great interest to Councillor Menard. So paratranspo buses and any type of patient transfer vehicles that are just moving patients, they're able to stop right at the front door at the main entrance, or they're able to get to the main entrance of the emergency, or pretty much anywhere they need to go. We are in consultation with OC Transpo about the ability and opportunities to have OC Transpo buses have a loop across through roads A and B to ensure that people taking public transit aren't having to walk from Carling or from Preston, that whole route. And so we are in consultations with them. Obviously, we don't have a firm answer because it's hard to have an answer about where there's going to be a bus stop when currently there's nothing there. So, but these are ongoing discussions because we recognize these are very real concerns, not just of people with disabilities, but also seniors and other users. So, we are very open to having consultations, and in fact, we have had several with Jerry Fiore, who spoke today, as well as the as Joanne had mentioned, with the Accessibility Advisory Committee subcommittee for planning. And we will have a throughout this entire process, we welcome consultation and are open to presenting to them and providing any information that they require. So we certainly have our ears open, and we take their feedback, and as always, we look at making this more accessible each time we go through the design process. So thank you.
Just one more quick follow-up question, and I apologize if this has already been discussed at committee. I had to step away for a bit. My water heater decided to spring a leak, and I had a flood in my basement. So could you remind committee, if you haven't done so already, how many accessible parking spots over and above the parking garage that you're going to have immediately adjacent to the main entrance and immediately adjacent to the entrance to the emergency
yeah,
entrance?
Sure, that's a great question. So as everybody knows, the current civic accessible parking is greatly insufficient for the community demand. AODA requirements required only 36 spaces at the new campus based on the parking numbers in the parking garage. But we're going with a best practice, and we're having 72 accessible parking spaces. So 36 of those will be van accessible, and the vast number of those located on P2 because it has a higher ceiling, so it can accommodate the wide range of adapted vans and vehicles. But there'll be 36 car accessible as well that will be spread out across the 4 different levels. And in addition to that, we will be having 144 limited mobility parking spaces. So those spaces are for people who often have an accessible parking permit, but don't need extra wide spaces. But what they really need is the ability to get out of the drive aisle safely and to get to a pedestrian route, to get to an elevator or to an access point as quickly and safely as possible. And so that is not an AODA requirement, but that is something that we are implementing in the parking garage. And in addition to those spaces, there will be approximately 25 at the main entrance at the front door, as well as about another 25 at the emergency entrance down below, just to ensure that people who really can't make that distance, that walk from the parking garage, do have access and opportunities to park right at the front door. And so we are considering different options and opportunities to make sure that people can find the space that most suits their needs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dudas.
Yes, thank you very much. I almost fear that after hearing the number of delegations today, that we're losing sight of what's being built here. We're talking about a parking garage, but we're also talking about a parking garage this is going to serve a hospital. And, I am, don't want to pit trees against a hospital, but we're looking at something that is going to bring a world-class healthcare facility to our community. What I would ask is, once again, we've heard from a number of delegations. They all had very valuable concerns and questions and thoughts. but I'd like to understand a little bit more from the team about why you're building this hospital, how it is going to benefit our community. One of the questions was about tourism, and we've been through this at the last planning committee, but this parking garage is going to serve a hospital. And very quickly, if you could just summarize why we need this hospital built and why we need it in a timely fashion. And I'm going to highlight the fact we're in the midst of a pandemic. So, I think that the conversation is incredibly timely. And if you could summarize that, I'd very much appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. I'll do my best to summarize this very quickly for you. When we presented the master site plan, we looked at a phased approach for the hospital. And, as I mentioned in my opening today, the existing Civic is 100 years old. It has served us well, but throughout the pandemic, we've really realized, if I just picked on 2 or 3 things that really need to be expanded on, and one of the main things there is the 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, 1 accessible bathroom, and access to natural light and wellness, which is one of the big things that will be happening here. Each and every one of the rooms, the patient rooms, will be a single bedroom. The other thing that this really does do as well is integrate the academic and research and clinical programs efficiently on this site throughout the program. And you heard today Dr. Jody Warman talk about her patients, and this will be the world-renowned neurosciences center. So the patients being able to get their care, to be able to do the research that will help actually cure or hopefully find a cure in the future is also some of the main benefits to this. And as we went forward as well and looking at it not only from a community perspective, and we've talked a little bit before, it's around the opportunity for the new jobs, not only from when we're building the hospital, to be over 20,000 opportunities for people to have employment and work, and look to actually expand that and teach and be able to bring in, the communities. You heard our Building Trades Council today speak about the opportunities with the trades and how excited they are to actually come on board, to actually attracting talent to come and work as part of our research and our hospital. So I can continue to go on and on and on, but really it's about the research, the care, the patient care journey, and integrating the care for them. The other thing that we've learned through this pandemic is it's not just about getting care at the hospital, it's a comprehension of that whole patient care journey, from the time it starts to the time it finishes, and making sure whether it's virtual, integrated, research, and from Eastern Ontario to Western Quebec and Nunavut. So the sooner that we can get this in place, I think just the technology alone will also be something that will just be world renowned.
Okay. No, I appreciate that, because I think, once again, at the end of the day, to me, this parking garage connects to a hospital. So I guess the other question I have too is, we did hear a lot from delegations. We have been receiving emails just about the parking garage, the location on site, why it's being built the way it is. There's been comments and concerns about accessibility and how it was done. You've mentioned, and you have your expert on accessibility here. I'm curious if you can just give some insight into kind of how you came to the conclusion that this parking garage, the way you wish to build it and how you're building it, is the right thing for the future of the hospital.
Okay, well, I'll start off, but then I will probably go over to Jason Emery, who you've heard about. But I think the first thing was when we looked at the overall master site plan and the phasing, and clinically, what we wanted to provide for our patients was first and foremost, because as you know, this is a phase, and also we'll have future bills of integrating other healthcare activities as well as innovation and of the future on the site. But with regards to the parking garage, when we did the original one of the things that we wanted to make sure of is that, number one, we would have access, easy access, wayfinding, and minimizing the impact as well on our community. So maybe, Jason, I'll pass it over to you to take a little bit more on the details around that, and then we can cap off after that.
Thanks, Joanne, and thanks, Councillor Dudas, for the question. One of the issues around the location of the parking as well as the hospital is very much access to the site. So there's a lot of mention of that here today, in fact, about concerns about crowding along Carling and Preston in particular around those intersections. So to be able to pull apart all the different pieces that need to be segregated in the hospital, whether that be the emergency department access, the transportation for the transports on the urban truck routes that were also mentioned, specifically Prince of Wales up and through to the lower portion of the floor of the hospital. All of those pieces for materials management, for example, all have a particular place and access point. And if we were to kind of bring that all together really close to the corner of Carling and Preston, all of those pieces would be very difficult, if not impossible, to put together. The other piece that was mentioned was the difficulty in going down into the grade as well, and the bisection of the site by the LRT. So all of those pieces make it such that pulling those elements apart as we have are actually really key to making the hospital work in terms of its programmatic function. So that's really at the core of the answer. It's the clinical components of the hospital that need to be met. How each of those are accessed from outside, as much as, very importantly, the patients as well.
And I also wanted to ask too, so one of the things you are building a parking garage. You are going to be relying on a large number of people, whether they're clients, people coming, or even your staff using transit, cycling, and walking to your site. How will you, I guess I'm trying to figure out how to formulate this best. You need a parking garage. I mean, if anybody's coming and they have a health problem and they need to get to you soon, you have to drive. I mean, in a lot of cases, not necessarily all, but if I'm coming from the east end of the city and there's an emergency, I'm driving. Absolutely. What I'm wondering is, in terms of mitigating the impact on traffic in the community, making sure that there's not overflow parking. We see this on Linda Lane and in Councillor Cloutier's area. We want to mitigate the impacts on the surrounding community. How will you encourage people who are coming to the hospital in the future, as well as your staff who are going to be there every single day, to use transit, to take bikes, to walk, to find alternative methods, carpooling, EVs? How will you do that in the future? Because once again, we want to make sure that you're finding alternative modes of transportation to the hospital for those who are able to do so.
Great question, Councillor Dudas, and I'll start off, and then I'll see if I miss anything. I think the key here is that we're very fortunate. This is a great transit-oriented site, and yes, for the complex illnesses, a lot of people will actually be needing to access via car. But what we're doing as part of the hospital is, starting today, we're looking at how we could green passes for our staff, really having them want to come and take the transit. We're looking at actually integrating the parking and the Dow's Lake station into it and making it safe and open so that people will be encouraged. We are a 24/7 operation, so we want to ensure that they're encouraged to take it, as well as working with the city with regards to having easy access for the buses that would also be continuing on into the site as well. And last but not least, we've been working very closely with Parsons and Mark Baker and the GBA team. And as part of the site plan that will be coming forward, we are initiating the transportation demand management strategy. And part of this will be to incorporate that not only for the new campus, but across all of our campuses, to ensure that we're encouraging people to have the modes of transportation that are easiest for them and very transit oriented, to minimize the impact on our environment as well, and make sure that that is there. And I think the other thing that we've done, sorry, I'm rambling a little bit here, is that we're also got the bike storage and making sure that the bike areas are very close to, and having secure biking and having access to those within the parking structure, making it easy not only for our staff, but as well others to come and utilize that. So I don't know if Mark has anything else that he'd further like to add to that, but that's what we're doing to not only today, but as we move forward with the overall site, to encourage this with our staff and patients and families.
Yeah, I can add to that, certainly. Thanks, Joanne. Well done in describing that. I think I'll just elaborate a bit more on the TDM. I think Barbara was our second speaker, and she spoke to that early on in the day, and the importance of having a strategy as well as an implementation process defined. So we're in the process now of building the strategy work we've done thus far and heading towards a path of implementation. So that's very, very important, and the hospital is fully committed to that.
And my last question is, at every meeting you've been at in the conversations that you've had with councillors, you've expressed a willingness to continue to work with the ward councillor, the community, your patrons. Are you willing to commit to continue to do that as this progresses through the process and until the first shovels go in the ground?
Very much so. And if I can just expand on that a little bit, we've actually setting up a community advisory council that will actually have our first meeting this spring, and it will kick off with different healthcare partners, regional partners, community associations. So we're definitely be doing that. And as a subcommittee of that, we're going to be setting up the transportation demand management team, which was part of the motion that came out of when we had done the master site plan. So we are very committed. And I would also say that, we're also very committed to, if there are additional meetings and stuff and things similar to what we did prior to coming to this meeting, we actually deferred a couple of months so that we could hold some additional meetings and try to communicate as best we could the information and the work that is being completed.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Menard.
Hello.
Councillor Menard, we can hear you.
Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, I just, sorry, I was on another call there for a second. And seemed to be some background noise or something there. Just thank you very much for answering our questions. One of the things that our communities have been very concerned about, and one thing I've been seized with, is the TDM study, as well as the neighborhood traffic study and the components of working with our community associations as soon as possible on the transportation management plans. And so I guess I just want to hear, if I can, a commitment that is going to take place as soon as possible, because it's been left. We're about to go through with a parking garage, it looks like, without having that done. And that's the main concern. I mean, besides the site itself, which is a difficult site, the main concern I'm getting is traffic management, traffic demand, how we're going to shift that modal share for this particular site. So, I mean, are you able to commit today to start that conversation with them meaningfully and to involve them? Because so far they've been asking for that and they haven't been getting it. And so I just wonder what kind of commitment we can get today to make sure that they're involved intimately in those discussions. They're good people. This is their neighborhood. They just want to know how it's going to evolve with a massive change in around their homes.
So the answer is yes.
Okay, so and thanks, Joanne, is there a timeline that you can give in terms of when you can start that engagement with them? Because they've been waiting and asking, and I mean, ideally this is sooner rather than later.
We'll be setting that up very shortly. So we'll be reaching out if we very shortly within the next couple of weeks.
Okay, that's appreciated. Councillor Duda started talking a little bit about that kind of modal share and that shift that needs to happen. One of the ideas and discussions we've had, one thing we have in the city is a U-Pass, it's a universal pass. And U-Pass isn't meant just for students. It can be used in multiple ways. It can be used for individual buildings, other things. So in this case, ideally, hospital workers would be provided with a bus pass, either free transit fully or integrated in somehow to their working environment. Is that something you're starting to discuss with OC Transpo as well? I'm happy to hear about the buses going in. As you know, that was my motion, one of the motions that we had last planning committee. Is that also on the table of how to get them to take transit?
Very much so, because as you know, it's a bit of a cultural shift. So we want to start now and look at our existing campuses as well. And then when we move to the new campus, it will be something that just continues to evolve because we have such a transit-oriented site. So we are starting to have the discussions with the city. We're in discussions actually with them now, and more to come on that.
Okay, there's been a lot of discussion, obviously, about the length of travel from that LRT station into the hospital. And it's a major concern because we are trying to shift that modal share to such a great degree. So measures like free transit or something else, to me, is one of the only ways we're going to get that to happen is you have to induce it. And so I guess in terms of that length, and the accessibility concerns there, what other measures, I guess maybe I'll ask a couple of questions. The South Side portal that we keep seeing, is that a guarantee? Like, is that in the plan? It doesn't appear to be in the plan to me, and I'm not certain how it's going to work or if it's been fully decided, but the South Side portal on Carling where it's talked about people popping up after going into the LRT station and popping up on the South Side, is that a sure thing?
Thanks, Councillor, for your question. I know that we're in very good discussions with the city right now in looking at that connection. And so I would actually suggest that I don't know if they're on, maybe Vivi Chi, if she wanted to comment on that, because that at this time, or Sean.
Well, let's share that. We can get to that once we get to our questions for staff. And
oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm not used to this process. My apologies.
No, that's fine.
So the answer from our side, from a hospital perspective, is very much so. We are working to ensure that there is an integrated connection, a safe integrated connection to the LRT, to the hospital. And my understanding, and the staff can elaborate on this when we get to that, is that we are working with them at looking at a couple of options, one over or under, and that analysis will be completed and the study is ongoing. So my apologies, I don't know a lot around all of that detail, but I don't know if there's anything more that you would like us to add at this time, Mr. Chair or Councillor.
That's okay. No, I appreciate that answer, and I will ask staff separately. That's a major part of the garage, right? The integration in and how it works. So the other piece I wanted to talk to you about was the financing of this. This is a DBFM, so a design, build, finance, maintain, public-private partnership. I'm wondering, do you know who the partner will be, that's the private sector partner will be yet? I guess you have to send it out for proposals, that sort of thing.
We do. And maybe just to step back on this, as you know, there's a number of steps that you work through in the process. But what I can tell you is that this particular project has been approved by the Ministry of Health, by the province, Ministry of Health and Infrastructure Ontario, along with the Treasury Board. And the timeline has been agreed to work forward to select who would be our development partner on this development company, actually. And that is moving forward now as per the schedule that's been published by Infrastructure Ontario. And the schedule that was published as part of the overall approvals for the financing of this project allows us to continue to the goal that we were looking at of opening the doors in 2028 and starting the construction in 2024. So it is a fully approved and funded project from the province. Yeah.
Sorry, did you want to add there?
No, I was just saying, as we've mentioned before, this is a phased project, right? So it has different components, and one of those components that was approved as part of the overall site plan and the budget was the actual parking as well.
Fair enough. So the on the maintenance side of the DBFM, would it be the private consortium maintaining the park? The so-called park on the fourth floor of the parking garage, or,
so
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
So I'm just wondering if it's them that's maintaining, they would be the ones maintaining, you'd be farming that out to them to maintain the park, or is it another agreement that would be in place for the maintenance of the park?
So there will be someone who will be responsible for maintaining the park as part of the overall program that we move forward with, and that's yet to be determined as we work through the different agreements with the Ministry and the Infrastructure Ontario at this time.
But I think it's good that the TOH is responsible. And these subcontracts and arrangements with the Dara Tennis Club, as an example, or with the consortium groups, that's the TOH's responsibility to make sure that they're carried through, that they're carried to quality standards and so on. So the responsibilities here, and that's connected between ourselves and the city and the applications that are before you now.
Okay, and how much is the City of Ottawa going to be requested to contribute to the project?
Currently, we're in discussions with a number of people with regards to our local share plan. As you know, that with the local share, a lot of that is coming through either the fundraising that's being done and through our foundation, or looking at a number of different opportunities to create different revenues. And as Graham was mentioning, different partnerships as well. So we currently don't have all that completed at this point. It will come as part of the overall strategy with the new site, the new hospital build when it comes forward.
Okay. It'd be nice to know what we're going to be requested, if it's 200 million or 300 million before we start to build on the site. Have the costs that were originally estimated of the 2.8 billion for the whole build out, including the parking garage, was from 2016. And I had sent a separate email, but I haven't got a response yet. And I'm just wondering what is the cost now? What is the projected cost now? And we've heard a lot from Mr. Willis recently about increasing costs per month. So I'm just wondering where do we stand now in terms of the total cost of the hospital?
So what I can update you on there is, you know, this is a very large multi-year project, and I don't think we ever would have thought that we would be where we're at today and look to see things coming out of the pandemic. I can tell you that as we've been going through our costing reviews with the province and with Infrastructure Ontario, that they are taking into account any of the additional costs as part of the overall total project and incorporating the escalation that they're seeing that has happened over the last few years and looking forward. With that, though, we do have a capped amount of money by the government that would incorporate and take those things into consideration. And that is one of the main reasons today why we continue to push and not delay any further, because the more and more we delay, it really does impact the purchasing power that we do have. It's similar to what we're seeing today in our own society, whether it's with regards to the supplies of food or equipment or just housing. So these things have been taken into consideration as we go through and we look at a project that stems over multi-years. And so yes, it is incorporated. And as we continue to build out the main site of the hospital, you will see the additional costs come forward, but you can be assured that they have been taken into consideration by the province and Infrastructure Ontario.
Okay, and is that cap 2.8 billion?
I don't have the final details of that at this point, but that will be coming forward when the costing is complete.
Okay. The site itself is a difficult site. You're up and down. The parking garage itself, you're coming off the LRT, you're up to the 4th floor, and then trying to hopefully do a straight shot into the hospital from there because of the elevation differences. The extra cost from the site, I imagine, is a factor, the site, because you have to work around that trunk sewer. You're having to go up and down with the travel and the actual infrastructure that you need to get them in and out. And so on the site itself, if say a new government is elected in Ontario that thinks the site is a terrible site, that it should have never been put there in the first place, and doesn't want to fund a site that's not compatible in terms of the environment and other considerations of park space in the core, what other site would you consider at this point? Because that is a potential reality, right? You could have a change of government in June. And the last thing I'd want is for a parking garage to start to be built with a new government that is dead set against putting a hospital on this site.
I'll ask for a quick answer from the applicant, but it's so far outside of a site plan application for a parking garage.
I can just help out. We can't. Like all of the project is given provincial, the Ontario province has given approval to it. The early works is to facilitate it, to keep us on the schedule that Joanne was talking about because of the cap monies in it. So Councillor and Mr. Chair, I think us debating site locations is maybe a nice thing to do this afternoon, but unfortunately that's not really what we can do or are here to do.
Okay.
And maybe if I can just
Sorry,
add to that, this is an approved project by the province, and we did receive our stage 3 funding, and they approved our actual master site plan. So it is an agreed project to go further on this site and continue, as Graham was mentioning, with the early works project being the parking. So they are fully supportive, and it is moving ahead.
Okay, thank you for that. Chair, I'll try to bring it back to the site plan. And of course, the last thing we want is a giant parking garage without a hospital. But in terms of the site plan itself and the construction of this itself, how long, one of the delegates and the Dow's Lake Residents Association did a great job. They've done incredible research, and I really want to thank them. But how long before people will be able to use the proposed park on top of the parking garage? Like, when is construction supposed to start if you receive approval, and when is it supposed to finish?
So we're hoping to receive the approval, and as you heard today from one of the delegates that was speaking, the Dara Tennis Club, they would be one of our first groups to come on to the park, which would be in the as soon as it would open the parking structure, as well as we're working very closely, as you heard from Marion Crow today, looking at Indigenous and community gardens that would be able to actually be part of that as well, along with a few other partnerships. So our goal is to shift and move and create that park as at the time in which we are hoping to open it in 2024.
Okay, and when would construction start?
Of the parking structure?
Yes.
If we receive approval today, we are hoping that the construction of the parking structure would start in the spring of this year, summer.
Okay. And then you're thinking 2020, sometime in 2024 for the full use of the upper parking garage area for residents. Am I accurate in that?
You know,
I think it's in there. If I could just jump in to help. Councillor, good question. This is about an 18 or 20 month build program. It's large, as you can imagine, and so if we can get it under construction this spring, as Joanne was mentioning, we'll see it completed in the later fall of 24. So I would imagine then we with parts of this, like the Dara Club, some of the installation of tree planting along Preston and Prince of Wales and so on can go ahead that fall. I would assume more practically we'll be into some of that detailing in the spring or summer of the 24. And it's at that point we'll be mobilizing and starting the hospital proper. And I think through our discussions and our walk on the campus, it was really important to us to get the parking garage in place. Even with the labor agreement that's now in place with all of the trades, they've agreed to parking on this facility, so we're not into the neighborhoods. There's a lot of reasons why we want this up and running to provide the safety for the community around us and for the supply of materials to the main hospital, which, let's not kid ourselves, is a huge, huge project. So with that, we can get the hospital underway and then continue to mature the landscaping and detailing of the garage that 24 spring, summer. But certainly some of the aspects I want to snap. We would all, on this side of the fence, love the thing completed by the end of 24. It's why, honestly, we've been pushing so hard to keep this schedule. The winter's getting away in Ottawa, as you know.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll leave it there for now, and I'll probably have questions for staff too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much. I wanted to say, as somebody who hasn't been in this for years, I have been following it, and I really wanted to thank Joanne and Graham and Sue for my own personal briefing on this. I did speak to a number of councillors, former councillors, current councillors. I have had the history. I went through all the newspaper articles. I like to always make you understand that I do actually read a lot about the issues before us instead of just showing up for a vote. But I will say that the Ottawa Civic has been a big part of my life. I have family members who have died there, and I have 4 of my very favorite people in the whole world who were born there. and which means that I spent a lot of time in that Ottawa Civic. And I can tell you, from other times with family members being down in that infectious disease area, or visiting friends, or my own stays in the hospital, the thing I remember most is the horrific parking situation over there. As great as that hospital is, that parking situation is the thing that you remember. Being in labor and being dropped off at the front and not knowing where your husband might be, or if he may ever show up, if he ever gets a parking spot. May he be there for the birth of the baby? Not a lot of fun. So I will say I've had a lot of personal connection to the Ottawa Civic, members of my family working there their entire careers. So I know that the Canada North is far away, and I absolutely appreciate the councillors from the area and all of the people speaking today who will have it in their neighborhood. But a lot of people from Canada North and much further out use that Ottawa Civic regularly. And we're talking about a parking garage here today, but the exciting part of it is that it then means we'll have a new Ottawa Civic. And I sit on the CHEO Master Planning and Programming Committee, and I have been on it for 3 years. And there's nothing more exciting, maybe other than building a school, than planning for a hospital. And the first part of the CHEO campus, also the construction is of the parking garage. So that is actually, I hope nobody from CHEO is listening, but kind of a boring conversation compared to this. When you see what this parking garage will be like and how much more it offers, it's actually one of the most exciting things I think we may ever look at. It is beautiful, and all of the speakers here today who have concerns, I really feel that their concerns will be addressed. I'm sure they're worried right now, but I have great confidence that their concerns will be addressed. I was going to make a point that always is amazing to me, is that right now that Ottawa Civic is not accessible to everyone. 100 years ago, when it was built, people didn't know what we know today about what the accessibility needs are. So in my opinion, let's do this as quickly as we can so we can have a hospital that is actually accessible, because we don't have one now that's accessible for everyone. As hard as we try to adapt after the fact, former trustees were trying to retrofit Devonshire and Lisgar, schools like that, after the fact, AODA standards. We think, how will we ever possibly bring those schools up to standard? But you have a new opportunity to build a new hospital, a new parking garage. This is where AODA standards, you're like, yahoo, we can actually do this now. We're not just trying to do something after the fact. So I would just say, I won't, but I'd like to call the question, because I think the time is now. If we were at all worried about another government coming in and challenging us, at CHEO, we had that reality happen to us with the design of the new CHEO campus. And the new government came in and said, no, this is great. And we weren't even anywhere near as far down the road as we are here. And the new government said, no, we're still good with it. So I don't think we have any concerns. But if we did, then why wouldn't we call the question and get this done now? But anyway, I will just say that I think that this is a great idea. I feel that all the concerns we heard today can be addressed. And I certainly will be supporting everything except for something that I will read again and again here, but has to do with delaying it. And I wouldn't be supporting that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Joanne, have you and your team had a chance to consider those last 3 motions that were introduced? There was one on financing, one on accessibility, and one on Preston Street design. Do you have any comments on those?
I'll be honest, I haven't been able to look at them because I've been answering the questions, but I know the team's been looking at them here. If you wouldn't mind, Councillor, if we could have about another 5 to 10 minutes, and then we would come back to you if that would be okay.
Yeah, well, we'll go ahead then with questions for staff, and when we're done interrogating our staff, we'll come back to the applicant team.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Okay, so let's shift gears and go into our questions for staff. We'll just give everyone a chance to get ready for this. Councillor Menard, actually, before we do that, did you have another motion or direction ready to introduce, or is that still to come?
Staff have been doing an amazing job working through this time yesterday, last night, and this morning. So I appreciate all their work. Let me just say that first, Chair. I don't know if there's one more ready for them to go right now. I've given my approval on everything, and they've given their approval backs on the pieces that we had. So I think we're there. All right, so here's another one. Yes, This was related to one of the delegations that spoke today around that Preston and corner of Preston and Carling. So whereas the Ottawa Hospital Phase 1 parking garage was reviewed by the UDRP, and whereas the UDRP has expressed concerns about the proposed placement of future buildings that will block the view of the landscape along the corner of Preston and Carling, whereas the UDRP continues to express their concern regarding the location of the Innovation Center at the Preston and Carling intersection, and whereas the UDRP recommends the Innovation Center be set back to ensure the green aperture can be maintained, as this is a critical view to the capital landscape. Therefore, be resolved that staff work with the Ottawa Hospital to address the placement of buildings along the corner of Preston and Carling to protect the view of the landscaping along this corner, and report back prior to approval of any further site plan application within this development. Just want to make clear that this is, I'll go into it later, Chair. Thanks.
Okay. So we'll come back and we'll deal with the motions and get specific comments from staff on the motions towards the end. But just we'll go to general questions for staff right now. From
Chair, there is an additional motion from Councillor Menard. If I could have a few moments, we can finalize it and put it up on the screen, or we can come back to it later.
Well, do you need 30 seconds or do you need 3 or 4 minutes, Eric?
Probably 30 seconds.
I'll give you 30 seconds because it's good to have, the more time we have to review these, the better.
In the meantime, did you know that this site, when it was vacant back in the early 1980s, the then Dow's Lake Community Association requested that it be a parking lot so they could get rid of the parking issues that were in their community? It wasn't yet known as the Queen Juliana Park, of course. By then it was just the vacant site after the buildings had been torn down. I didn't look that up myself. I don't want to take credit for that. Just we had time, so I thought I'd share.
Good filler, Scott. Thank you.
Okay, looks like it's up on the screen, Chair. You okay if I go ahead here?
Yes.
All right, so I'll just read the therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to ensure that in addition to consultation on the neighborhood traffic study, staff shall work with the Ottawa Hospital to effectively engage the local communities, local community associations, and appropriate citizen advocacy groups on the transportation demand management study, which engagement shall be initiated prior to site plan submission of the main hospital building site plan.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Menard. So if we could have all of those motions circulated to all of City Council, because we have a lot of folks tuning in, and also sent to the applicant team so they can have a chance to review as well. I would appreciate that. And we will go to any questions for staff. I will ask the first one while everyone's putting their hands up. The question about the light and vibration, have those issues been assessed and reviewed as part of this site plan? And are there any staff concerns about those two issues?
So, Mr. Chair, through the master site plan, there was conditions on lighting against the to mitigate lighting against the Dominion Observatory. So those are in place on the master site plan, and those will be enforced when we get to the site plan control application for the main hospital building. And on this site plan, much with all our site plans, we have standard conditions for site lighting, and I believe that the TOH team is looking at specific lighting for the garage and how it would illuminate outside of the garage, with the garage having open air on the sides. So they are looking at that, and staff will be looking at that.
And could I also ask staff just to comment on concerns about consultation specifically around accessibility, but also consultation in general? Do you have any comments based on what we heard from delegations or even from the applicant that you could share with committee?
Yes, Mr. Chair, just through our normal processes and procedures, we circulate the accessibility advisory committee through all of our site plan control applications, and we did that for the master plan and for this phase. But more importantly, I think working with our clerk's office, we and TOH have committed to bringing a full presentation with TOH to the advisory committee in Q2 of 2022. So I think that's the most important piece there, is that we want to bring them to the advisory committee to make a full presentation.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for staff? I'm seeing none right now, and I'm incredulous that there are no questions for staff. Councillor Menard.
I'll start, but it won't be that long. Thank you, Chair. Thanks to staff again for working heavily in the last little while on several motions. And so I did want to talk about, there was one question around the South Side portal and the confirmation. It's shown kind of in a picture, but it's not confirmed. It's not part of this site plan as far as I can tell. Can you just give us an update? Where is the current thinking around how people are going to be accessing from the LRT station into the parking garage, and how they get up there and across?
I'll take that one, Chair. Councillor, there's ongoing discussion between the various service areas at the city with the hospital, talking about that connection. However, staff are planning to conduct a proper study in 2023, provided that council concurs and has the funds through the 2023 budget process for us to take that on. And you'll see the statement of work, the scoping of that report. And that will be looking at the connections, whether it's below ground or a bridge over top. And we will take whatever information that's been taken from the discussions that are taking place now, because it's an ongoing issue. It's not going to wait for our study to begin in 2023. So there are investigative discussions right now, and then that will roll into our study once that gets underway.
Okay, thank you for that.
And with that process, of course, there will be consultation as typical of EA studies.
Thank you for that, Ms. Chi. That's really helpful. In terms of the discussion we had just earlier about modal share and hospital workers having access to a transit pass to encourage that type of travel, are those discussions progressing as well? I know it's more of an OC Transpo discussion, but it obviously may factor into our own transportation master plan and how that works. I'm just wondering, are staff open to that as an option of having a pass for each hospital worker, whether it's provided free by the hospital or some other way that it's a U-Pass?
Well, I believe that's what Ms. Reid had mentioned when she was talking about TDM, and there are a whole bunch of other measures as well that they will look into as part of that TDM study. And they're having discussions. Typically, it is the employer that pays for these things, for the passes, so rather than it coming out of OC Transpo's budget. So for corporations, but we would support it naturally. So that helps, with the transit ridership as well.
Okay. We had a discussion briefly about the transportation in communities, parking in communities, that sort of thing. The big concern from my communities is that I've heard that the next site plan, before the next site plan comes forward, we will engage them heavily. And I got the hospital's commitment that in the next few weeks, they're able to reach out and start engaging them. We heard that today, and that's really appreciated. From a staff perspective and staff side, your role is more to support the hospital in those discussions, or are you intimately involved in the procurement of that and the involvement of community associations? I just want to know who I need to go to make sure that the connections are made, because we've been trying to have that happen for a while now, and it hasn't, because it just hasn't. We haven't been willing to talk about it, right? So just to be crystal clear for everyone here, how does that process work? Who should be connecting directly with those communities? Is it the hospital directly, or is it city staff?
Well, all the decisions that come from council staff will be implementing and working with a hospital to make sure that the actions, the directions, the conditions approval are all adhered to. So we will, if the hospital is not engaging, then we will make sure that there's engagement. We're working very closely with them. We will continue to do so. Their parking, we know that there's a concern about parking in the community for construction workers. So that's going to be part of their construction management plan that they're to develop. So we'll see those details, and of course we'll keep an eye on the eye out for the interests of the public and this council with regards to this file.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. The last question I'll ask, Chair, is around the financing. We are going to be asked, it seems, for some type of financing here. Do you have any idea of how much that could be for the City of Ottawa and how we would pay for that?
Chairs, right now, the city does not have any funding set aside. There will be discussions about this, and if there are any recommendations that come out of those discussions, we will be sure, staff for finance will be sure to be presenting this to council with all the details. But right now, nothing yet.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Chu. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Dudas.
Yeah, maybe this is more of a process question. I really would like to hear from staff as well as the applicants as we go through the motions. Some of them make absolute sense, and then other aspects of them, I'm concerned they're going to put unnecessary pressures on the hospital as it's moving forward, as well as our staff. So I'd really like to know, are we going to go motion by motion, have staff weigh in the hospital? Is that kind of the idea?
Yeah. Sorry, I was going to say when we get to the motions, we're just going to introduce them one by one, and then ask staff's thoughts on each motion. In terms of getting the applicants' response, I'm not going to do that one by one. Before we go to motions, we can get their comments if they have any at that time.
Okay. And then my question is to, it's likely either Vivi or Wendy, is do we actually know that the hospital is going to come to the city with an ask for funding? Like, is that a given, or is it just an assumption?
I can actually add on to Vivi's answer earlier. So what the hospital has identified, and I think Ms. Reid kind of spoke to that, is there's a local share component, but that local share component is made up of a lot of different things, right? They're running a huge donation campaign. They're also looking for donations from the local community in terms of tradespeople with respect to services or goods or things like that. And, they will also come to the municipality and seek some funds. We don't know what that's going to look like, but as Vivi said, we would bring anything back to council in terms of what that municipal contribution would look like and how we would fund that contribution.
Okay, and then at that time, we have that fulsome conversation about what the city is willing and able to do at that point.
That's correct.
Wonderful, thank you. That's all, Chair.
Councillor Brockington.
These are questions to staff, I take it?
Yes.
Just on the note of financing, it would be good to know of all the patients served in a given year, what percentage come from Ottawa? We serve Western Quebec, we serve the territories, we serve other parts of Ontario, Eastern Ontario. And if there is any movement to expect the City of Ottawa to contribute to this provincial initiative, then it should be borne by that same percentage. So if Ottawa residents make up 70% of patients, and there's an expectation or a realization that there should be municipal support, then it should be shared in that same percentage. I think it's a bold expectation that the hospital and or province would think the city taxpayers would contribute, but we can have that debate and discussion another day. But I would like that data. I would like to see from the Ottawa Hospital on any given year a percentage breakdown of who their patients are, where do they live. I think that would be important. It was asked earlier when we first started asking questions. One is about the traffic, the transportation demand management study. I think I heard the hospital state that there'll be some initial work done in the weeks coming, I think in an answer to Councillor Menard's question, but what will these studies produce that haven't already been produced? And if there's key data missing right now, why would that not have been provided as part of the site plan application?
Mr. Chair, I can answer that, and then if Ms. G needs to add to it, that'd be good. So the transportation demand management study is going to be the study which comes up with strategies to implement the modal shift. So when we went to council, we have the parking that is basically set at kind of the lowest range of rate next to the transit station, which is what the city we encourage for a kind of a TD transportation area. And then the strategy is going to be, well, how does the applicant push that modal split? So that's why it was conditioned at the master plan level prior to registration of the site plan for the main hospital building. And that's why it's prudent that with the motions, we meet with the communities in advance of that site plan application, talk about the strategy to push the modal shift.
Thank you. And I apologize if this question was asked while I was in transit. And if it was, just tell me and I will not take up more time of the committee. The provincial environmental assessment that again has been referenced by delegates today. What are timelines to hear back from the province in this regard?
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if there's a mixing up of provincial and federal. I'll speak to the ones I'm aware of. So there is a environmental effects analysis, which is an EA covered at the federal level, and it covers off both the municipal requirements and the federal. And in my understanding, there was, for lack of a better term, a bump up request by residents for the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change to review that. And I believe a decision was rendered a day or 2 days ago by the minister at the federal level that no further action is required. That it rests with the NCC level.
Okay, I appreciate that. One suggestion I made to the hospital going back last summer, and again we heard it today, I think from the Green Space Alliance representative, was an option to save green space and area by building higher. Mr. Moore, can you comment on whether options included building a taller parking garage, which would have reduced the overall ground area, which would have saved green space and trees?
Mr. Chair, I'll go back real quick. I can confirm a provincial EA was not required from our environmental planners. So I can't speak to how the Ottawa Hospital designs a hospital or how their functional need. The one piece I can speak to is that if the garage was higher, then the high line is on the top floor of the garage, which strategically links at the same level to the main level of the hospital on top of the ridge. So there's a relationship between the height of the parking structure and the high line going into the main level of the hospital. But thank you.
Okay. Because you can always have a 5th or 6th deck and just have people come down a deck or 2 to get to that one that's parallel with the front doors. Sorry, I've forgot what I was going to ask right after that. I'm sorry, I'll have to come back. I know there are no other speakers, but it will come back to me. So sorry, Chair. I'll yield the floor at this time.
Okay, so yeah, there are no other speakers. So I'm actually just going to go right now, just quickly before we move on to motions. I'm just going to ask Joanne if you had a chance to review and if you have any comments that would be relevant for the committee on the motions before us. There's the one motion from Riley Brockington on cycling direct routes, and then there's 5 from Councillor Menard, and we've already dealt with the directions, so those aren't in front of us right now.
Thank you, Councillor. I think I heard, or Mr. Chair, I think I heard that. So we would like to have a bit of dialogue and discussion on the motions, and this is a bit new to me. So if I'm stepping out of turn or something, if you let me know. But I was just going to go through the motions and tell you which one we had a few questions on and which ones we didn't. Is that okay? How does that look?
Yeah, I don't really want to have a discussion. I mean, we don't do, that's not what we do. I mean, it's up for us to have a discussion about if you have some preliminary comments on the motions, I'm just giving you that opportunity to put that forward. This is not something we normally do, but it's different with the hospital.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. So I would just like to say that the two motions put forward by Councillor Brockington, we are okay with. No further questions on that, which was the Prince of Wales raised intersection and the city cycling route access to the Trillium Line station. On the environmental green space conditions put through by Councillor Leeper, we are okay.
Don't worry about
with
those
that.
ones. Those are fine. Those are gone. So those
Okay,
have already
I'm
been
sorry.
accepted. So
Okay, thank you. And then for Councillor Menards, there's a couple that we would like to make comments on. The first one is the resolution of the accessibility issues. This will be something that we will address as part of the site plan application for the main hospital. And when you're looking at the timing of that, we could agree to 2022, but again, difficult to just say Q2 2022. So I'm not sure if you need me to say anything more there, but that's one
fine.
that.
No, Chair, sorry, I'll just jump in. This is a really odd process. I don't think we've ever done this. Doesn't matter what the process is with who the proponent is, to be honest with you, but the Q2 2022 is related to the Accessibility Advisory Committee. It's not to do with the rest of those pieces in there.
Yeah.
So, and I think staff support that motion. I think if you want to go to staff, Chair, maybe that makes sense, and we can go that way, but this is an odd way to do it.
yeah, well, in the past, I will say in the past, we have had advanced time. So when we did, I'll just go back to October 1st, when we had the motions well in advance October 1st, we actually did receive comments outside of the forum that we're in right now from before we move forward. Now, you'll remember we accepted all those motions from October 1st. So anyways, that's all. I know you're right. It's fine.
It's been, well, no, you're right too. It's been late. Like these have come late, so I get it. I get it. I just think I've worked with staff directly with them, right? And you know, if you want to. So anyway,
I don't disagree. It's okay. So, anyways, just yeah, it's fair. So you have the motions before. We can talk after the meeting. I will go to staff on them. I don't disagree that it's awkward that I'm going back and forth with you on the motions. So I'm gonna move on from that. Joanne, Graham, we can talk about that further. We'll go back to Councillor Brockington if you have remembered the question that you had.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sorry to take up more time, but during the debates for the master site plan, there were a number of motions put forward by myself and colleagues about tree retention, tree location, planting trees in advance of them coming down. I'm wondering if either staff or the proponent can talk about whether we've made progress in this area. And again, retention of trees means we were going to relocate. There were some trees that could be physically removed from their current location and replanted. So if staff could have a comment there, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Appendix A of my report just shows, it tracks all the motions that were presented. So there's that, but specifically to the tree replanting or relocation, the applicant identified, I think, 13 trees that were proposed that could be relocated. And we are still exploring and working on the success of transplanting them. So that's something that we took and are working with the Ottawa Hospital on and their staff.
And then timelines for actually planting, there's what I think a 5-to-1 ratio that is going to be used. When does that start?
Mr. Chair, what staff put in the master plan was the canopy target of 40%. I believe the 5-to-1 was something, and maybe the Ottawa Hospital, Graham Bird could speak to as I think a verbal commitment made at the meeting, but staff put in a 40% canopy target. And through the plans that the hospital has submitted, currently they're in the range of about 31% for the whole site, not including the top of the garage. We're pleased with how we're working with them on towards the 40%. And at each subsequent phase, we're going to relook at the canopy, overall canopy plan, and see how it can progress towards the 40%.
I appreciate the canopy targets. I thought that there were some discussions with Ag Canada about planting trees on their property, and we want to get a head start. Why wait until the garage is built to start planting trees sort of at the end, when landscaping is normally done, when we can start planting as early as this coming season? So Ms.
Yes.
Reed or Mr. Bird?
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you.
I was just going to say, Councillor, we're with you. That's exactly what our intention is, to get going on this tree planting as quickly as we can. So with the garage project that's before us at the moment, you'll know there's some cutting along the LRT tracks that need to be done. The replacement numbers, I think, are 600 or 700 as part of this particular component part of the overall master plan. We're in discussions with Tree Canada and others. Councillor Eagle-Eye was good enough to connect the dots there to see how we can get on with some early planting on the rest of the site. With our Indigenous group, we're even looking at ceremonial arrangements on trees that do have to be cut, to see how the wood can be reused in the architectural detailing of things like the High Line or the main entry to the hospital and so on. On the smile of trees, as I call it, which is the heavy landscaped area along the ridge, we're looking at removing invasive species and any of the dead and replacing. So there's an active program that's in front of us that we're going to get out as quickly as we can. And so the simple answer is yes, we don't want to wait till 2028 till we embark on the replanting. And I know that Joanne can speak to the conversations that are now going on extensively with Agriculture Canada, with NCC, and with the experimental farm team, because that partnership is coming to life very well. And we want to, quite frankly, deal with the borders between the property lines and make the property lines disappear when it comes to planting and to tree relocation programs and so on. So Joanne, I don't know, or would like to add to that? But
no, other than
we're keen to do it.
Exactly. And it is moving along, Councillor.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go one by one through those motions. Again, I'll start with Councillor Brockington's motion on cycling route access to trail stations. So the motion is, be it resolved that staff work with the Ottawa Hospital and Bike Ottawa to investigate options to improve cycling connections between the trail line station, the internal road A bidirectional cycling facility, and the hospital's main entrance. Councillor Brockington, do you want to comment on that before we vote on it? Or it's pretty self-explanatory.
No, I just want to keep us moving along here.
Okay, so on that motion, is that motion carried?
Carried.
Thanks. Go to Councillor Menard's motion on the resolution of accessibility issues. So we did have a lot of discussion today on accessibility, of course, and the resolution is fairly lengthy, but I will read it out just for the sake of committee. Therefore be it resolved, staff be directed to engage in discussions with the Ottawa Hospital to address the resolution of key issues in respect to accessibility, including but not limited to reviewing and publicly disclosing the distance of travel for all modes of access, including public transit, which is meant to be the main means of access to the hospital in the future. The provision of rest areas such as benches are appropriately spaced along the path of travel from the accessible parking spaces to the hospital entrance. The provision of outdoor public washrooms on the hospital site, ensuring all sidewalks on or around the site meet the city's minimum standards for width of 1.8 meters. Construction of weather protected enclosed walkway on the roof of the parking structure, which will link the LRT station to the main hospital building with moving sidewalks. Be it further resolved that as part of the 2023 work program and subject to availability of funds, that staff undertake a study to improve connections between Dow's Lake LRT station and the hospital. Be it further resolved that staff be directed to ensure that the design of the hospital is presented to the Accessibility Advisory Committee in Q2 2022 for review prior to granting further site plan approval on subsequent phases. So just to quickly, to Sean Moore, just get staff's comment on what this is. Like I said, I know you've been working through accessibility concerns on this. So you just
yes, Mr. Chair, we're happy to engage on these items in the bullet points. Continue to engage, and we're happy to, as committed, to go back to the AAC in Q2 of 2022 with the applicant. So we're in support.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Councillor Curry. Question?
Yeah, I guess I just don't understand the last part of that. You know, sorry, the motion's now gone. Now I gotta find it on my screen. Can we put it back up, please? Thanks. Just that for review prior to granting further site plan approval on subsequent phases. So there are a lot more site plans that still have to come forward.
Yeah, it's the whole rest of the campus.
Oh, for the hospital, not for this
Yes,
parking
no,
garage.
not for this. No, the garage is done after this, and then we move on, and then we will get more site plans coming forward, more of these discussions, hopefully relevant ones on site plan when they come to committee in the future.
Okay, and just so I'm clear, I thought I heard there though that the hospital staff were saying though that they didn't think they could do Q2. So how can our city staff promise something if we can't be sure that the hospital group can do it?
I think the hospital was speaking about the other items that were there. I could be wrong.
Well, is it possible to just get clarification if they're thinking they can't Q2? I thought I heard from Joanne only 2022. Q2 she didn't think we could do, but
yeah, quite frankly, we should be asking them to go there as soon as possible, Councillor. They probably should have been doing a full presentation to the AAC prior to this meeting, not just the smaller steps. So
without engaging in debate, my understanding was that staff were intending on having a presentation to the Accessibility Advisory Committee later this year anyway. Is that not correct, Sean Moore?
Yes. So, Mr. Chair, we had reached out prior to this meeting with the Ottawa Hospital about a potential presentation to the AAC in Q2, and they were amenable to that. So that's why staff are saying that we are in agreement with this motion.
okay, if it can't happen, it wouldn't happen. It just wouldn't happen. Like that would just be life. But I guess if it's in there and we just say, well, let's hope that it can be. I'm just saying if they're telling us that they don't think they can, I hear you, Councillor Menard, that it should be done quickly, but if they end up not being able to, then I guess it'll be what it'll be.
Well, I guess we just won't approve any site plan if they can't. I mean, this is the whole, you saw how many delegations there were, Councillor, today about accessibility and the concerns there. The Accessibility Advisory Committee is meant to review these types of things. This is a major development. It's not just a smaller development. So that is the point of this. And what we'd be doing is exercising our authority as a planning committee to ask the hospital to go there with the AAC and engage in these issues. So that's what this motion would do.
Yeah, okay. It's a bit awkward, right? Because it's not, we have motions here before us that aren't necessarily relevant to what's directly in front of us today. These motions actually fit better with what we did back in October, which is the master site plan for the entire site. That said, it is committee can entertain these discussions and these motions on these future site plans if it so wishes.
Yeah, honestly, Councillor Menard and Moffat, my thing is just the wording of it. Does it tie us to that? Like, does it really say that if they don't show up in Q2, then there will be no further granting of site approvals? Like, I just, the words are always important, I find, but.
Yeah, so who can we
if I may be helpful for a second.
Yeah, sure.
Listen, I think it's quite reasonable for staff to take a presentation on the hospital in Q2. There will be further presentations of further steps of the process, and I think it's entirely reasonable for the hospital to give an update on where we're at. There are lots of good questions that we can answer, and I it's my contention the committee should take the motion as presented.
Okay, well, that's really helpful. I just wanted to make sure that it didn't say something it didn't.
No, yeah, there's three separate parts of the motion for the most part. So the bullet points are things that would be asked to be worked on through the subsequent plans. And then the next two things are separate from that. The timing doesn't relate to the actually implementing those things. Councillor Gidas?
Yeah, I have a question about some of these bullets, and I mean, I don't have any problem with engaging in discussions, but was the plan, and maybe I missed it, was the plan for the hospital to provide outdoor washrooms? Was the plan for the hospital to provide moving sidewalks? I'm just, there's a lot of stuff in here about the hospital itself, not about the parking garage. And I'm just wondering, there's no issue with having conversations, but if there's this in the public realm and people then anticipate that this is going to happen and the hospital is not willing to entertain any of it, then what's the point?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a question to me, Chair. Or
no, it's a question to staff. Sorry,
okay.
Sean. It's not. I appreciate it, Sean. You can weigh in the end. I want to know from staff. Like, I don't want to raise people's expectations if we can't ever see any of these comes to fruition.
No problem, Laura. Yeah, that's what I've been working on, right, with staff and referring it directly to them. That's what we've been working on directly. So I'm happy to have staff answer.
Mr. Chair, I think a lot of these items that we were okay with the language that says engage with it in discussion so we could get information. It's not necessary to engage to have interior designs of buildings being approved through site plan that we don't have the powers through the Planning Act to do, such as mandating movable sidewalks, but I think it was to engage with them to get a better understanding about these types of items to see what would be included in their plans or not. That's where staff are coming from. So yes, I agree that some items, not all items would be included, but we're willing to engage to see how the Ottawa Hospital is moving on any of these.
No, and I appreciate that clarity because I think, once again, the conversation is absolutely essential. I'm very grateful for Councillor Menard and his work on this, and Councillor Lieber too. His directions were phenomenal, as well as Councillor Brockington. I guess my concern is that if we raise people's expectations that they're going to get a movable sidewalk, and then it's just not doable because we live in a winter city and maybe it doesn't work. Maybe it doesn't actually meet accessibility. None of us around here are accessibility experts to the best of my knowledge. So anyway, I'm happy to support it if staff are saying support. I just want to make sure that the public's expectations and maybe my councillor colleagues' expectations are kept to the realm of the possible, as opposed to, let's ask them to do something that is completely out of the realm of feasible.
Yeah, I mean, as Sean Moore says, I mean, these are things that are going to be discussed. If someone out there interprets these as being surefire things that are going to happen, we can't make decisions at committee based on what people might assume. Councillor Eglai?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the indulgence. I'm not voting on this, but I am engaged on this file, and I just wanted to follow up on something that Steve Willis said. Steve, you had indicated that you were okay with this motion in its entirety. And I guess my question to you, it's not up on the screen, but I think it says staff to ensure that the design of the hospital is before the AAC by Q2 2022. So I guess my question to you is, how does staff make sure that the hospital's design is final? I think we heard that they didn't have a problem with going to the AAC in 2022, but they didn't think they could meet the Q2 timeline. So I don't want to set either the hospital or staff up for failure. So practically, how does this work?
So, Mr. Chair, Councillor Eglai is quite correct that I did not pick up on that one item. I think we need to engage with AAC in Q2 2022 to give them a live update on where the hospital is at, what's been done, what's under consideration, and what are they looking at. I think AAC would benefit to meet directly with the hospital's accessibility consultants because they're some of the best in the country and start the dialogue. I'm always encouraging people to have dialogue before designs are finalized. I think it actually makes the process work a lot better, and it saves everybody time and money down the road. So I think if Councillor Menard is willing, and I can't speak for him, just a wording correction on that item to instead that they start consultations in Q2 2022 and don't link it to the completion of the hospital plans. Because as I said, many of councillors will know, I believe that people should engage in pre-consultation on design as early as possible before people have committed with finalizing design submissions to the city. It saves everybody time and money and ensures the changes actually happen. So I regret that I didn't pick up on the point Councillor Eglai made, and I would recommend it, but I can't speak for Councillor Menard.
Yeah, I'm not trying to throw a stick in the smoke, but I don't. If I could vote, I wouldn't vote for the current wording because, again, I think it sets up either staff or hospital or both for failure on what we've heard today. But I don't disagree with Mr. Willis that the AAC should be engaged, that they should have an update as soon as they can get an update and provide feedback. But again, to me, it doesn't make sense to pass a motion that sets up either the applicant or the city for failure. And I think based on what we've heard, that's exactly what this motion would do.
Yeah, if you want, Steve, if you want to take a moment and revise that last line, bottom line is we know this is being presented to the Accessibility Advisory Committee. We know that this won't be the only time this project goes to Accessibility Advisory Committee. I don't think it's to imply that the final concrete design in 2022 of a hospital that won't open until 2028 is going to be available in 3 months' time. I don't think that's what the motion means. So if you want to just clarify the bottom line, I can come back to this. Is that fine with you, Councillor Menard?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, of course, we're not expecting the final design for 2028, but they have pre-designs that they've been working on.
Yeah, the conversation's supposed to happen there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Conversations there. And all these other bullets, folks, other councillors, these are ones that we've been receiving from accessibility advocates. I work with staff. We whittled them down on what may be achievable, what may not, to start these discussions. So there's nothing about failure here, Councillor Eglai. If anything, there should be support for accessibility advocates in the city.
Yeah, so just bring it back to me with some clarified wording on that last line, and then we'll go from there. I'm gonna move on to the next motion, which is about improving safe transportation on Preston Street. This is probably gonna be more for, I know this was discussed already, but from Vivi Chi, just to jump in on if she could, be it resolved that staff in consultation with the ward councillors work with the Ottawa Hospital prior to final approval of the site plan to determine the most appropriate use of the western side of Preston Street, of the Preston Street right-of-way between the curb and the proposed parking garage development to ensure a complete street design is achieved, and review the feasibility of reducing road lane widths to provide more space for walking in the bidirectional bike lane. I know staff had a lot of conversation on this in recent days as well. So if you could just provide some comments on what this motion does and your comments.
Sure.
Yes, Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, is it for me?
Sorry, to staff first. I'll go to you, Councillor, afterwards.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yes, the current design already has the complete street elements in there, and I think the only difference here with this motion is that we would have a second look at the right-of-way along Preston for the section south of Carling to see if there is any space there that we could use to enhance or widen the active transportation facility. So it's more of a revisit, have a look again, and it's a review rather than a commitment that it will be done, that things will be changed. So we don't have we can support this motion.
Okay, Councillor Menard, do you want to wrap up, or do you just want to, are you fine?
No, I'll just say thanks to staff. I had met with Sean Moore along with other councillors on this, and we had talked through this piece. So this is the result of that. Appreciate those meetings.
Okay, and I saw that. I know staff are working with the widths and whatnot to see what's possible, and we'll keep on doing that. Any comments? I saw Councillor Curry's hand up for a moment, but you're okay? Okay, I don't hear anything. On this motion, is that carried?
Carried.
On the next one, which I think this one is really the master site plan more than anything. It's about the concerns along the corner of Preston and Carling, speaking to the future buildings there, which would likely be a site plan that won't come for years. But it's therefore be it resolved that staff work with Ottawa Hospital to address the placement of buildings along the corner of Preston and Carling to protect the view of the landscaping along this corner, report back prior to approval of any further site plan application within this development. So mission staff's comment on this. This is something that probably won't happen for maybe 2 or 3 terms of council, because these buildings aren't going to be built here this decade. So I don't know that this motion has any teeth whatsoever when it comes to what's going to happen in 2032. Steve Willis.
Sorry, Chair, I was working on a suggestion for council. I apologize. Could you repeat the question?
So it's the relevance of this. I'm just concerned that this isn't speaking to something that's actually currently in front of us or will be in front of us anytime soon. But it's asking staff to work with the Ottawa Hospital on the placement of the buildings at the corner of Preston and Carling.
Chair, my recommendation is this turns to a direction that staff consult with the councillor on this matter and to take it as a consideration into the subsequent site plan phase. I understand what the councillor is asking for, and I think our urban design team will look closely at this. And I think a further discussion with the councillor about what he's hoping to achieve is a worthwhile exercise. And I think we can talk with the hospital about that. But as you said, this is not before committee right now. So that's my recommendation, and I don't
think it hurts to approve the motion today, but I don't think it actually does much.
Chair, at the end of the day, I think staff can live with this recommendation, and ultimately will advise on the disposition of that recommendation when we get to the site plan, because it's not clear to me at this point when that will be at that stage, because it's not the next site plan; it'd be even further down the road.
Fair enough. Councillor Curry?
I simply was going to say, can we make it a direction then? Because even the protect the view of the landscaping, what does that mean? I think that this is more of a direction than something that's a motion that we're not.
Well,
really
essentially a direction is a motion that just gets voted on. It's the only difference in this case. That you can make this a direction, it wouldn't actually make a difference. It's the willingness to accept it by committee. Councillor Gower?
I just have a concern about the wording again, addressing the placement prior to the approval of any further site plan application within the development. To your point, Councillor Moffat, this is so late in the phasing to hinge any other part of the site plan on this seems to be a bit of overkill. Although I do agree with Mr. Willis's advice that it's certainly worth looking at and having a discussion. I'm just concerned about tying it into future site plan approvals of any other phase.
Yeah, Councillor Menard, did you want to speak to it?
Sure, I'll just speak to it because this has come up at the UDRP recently. It was when the hospital presented their latest design, right? So that's how it came up. Associated with this site plan, as I understand it. That's why it's here before us. So I don't know if folks had a chance to read through either the UDRP result or watch that meeting, but that's what UDRP is. That's their biggest concern in terms of the overall site here. So agreed, there'll be a future site plan that speaks to this, but when it was presented to UDRP, this is what they came up with. So I think it makes sense for us to give staff some direction to come back and look at this, given UDRP's strong concern about this. And honestly, we can go from there. It's going to come back to us in the future, as they say. Many of us won't be on council at that time.
So I think I'd be willing to give staff a direction to say, sure. Look at this, work with the Ottawa Hospital and yourself, Councillor, and Councillor Brockington, the area councillors too, to review this as part of future, for future consideration. But I agree that the motion that's in front of us shouldn't be tied to future site plan applications. So would staff accept that direction? I know it's not written out and I just said it verbally, but would staff accept that direction to work with the Ottawa Hospital to review the placement of the buildings at the corner of Preston and Carling?
Chair, one minor suggestion that we also include the NCC in this because they have interests as well that may not. I think this needs to be a multi-party discussion. So, but as a direction, yes.
Yeah, the NCC doesn't like us today, but no, that's fair. Maybe they'll like us tomorrow. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to move on. So you're okay with withdrawing that motion then, Councillor Menard?
Yeah, that's fine. It can be a direction. I think staff also see it as an issue, and it's helpful to have this discussion. Thanks.
Sure, no worries. Okay, so moving on to the next motion about the financing for the Civic Campus and parking garage. Again, it was introduced earlier. Therefore, be resolved that the City of Ottawa requests the Mayor to write the Ontario Minister of Health and Long-Term Care to request an assurance of provincial financing for the hospital, and to further request assurance that the construction of the hospital parking garage is backed by a guarantee to finance the building of the hospital, so that Ottawa is not left with a garage without a hospital. And be it further resolved that approval of the garage site plan be deferred until such time that the answers from the ministry or the applicant on the financing have been received by the city. So obviously this one is fairly impactful. This one would defer the decision that we have today on approving this garage, which means a building permit could not be issued. So I obviously have concerns with this. I understand the desire to see a commitment from the province, but we also know that and we heard about that process that the province has in terms of their funding and approvals process. Councillor Menard, do you want to speak to it? Obviously, I just said a bit of stuff, but if you want to speak to it a bit.
No problem, and that's fine. I appreciate the comments, and I understand the concern around it. I mean, just coming from my community, the concern is that we're building this giant garage here, and that there's not enough assurances for how much the municipality is going to have to pay for it, what financing is in place with a growing cost for the hospital in the future, and if there's a change in government and that financing changes. The last thing we want, we've heard the garage is going to start to be built in the spring. That garage starts to get built and the financing isn't in place. It's a concern. So it takes the time it needs. I understand some people may not be able to support that. I understand that. But the first clause, I think, should be supported. And you may want to vote against the second clause, and I understand that. But I think it's important to have this considered at this time, and really important that we don't get a giant garage here without a hospital. Thanks.
No worries. Councillor Egley.
Thank you. This is a question for either Steve Willis or legal, I guess. First of all, I don't really understand how this is related to site plan, except as an attempt to stop site plan. But I guess my bigger question is, do we generally request applicants on a site plan application to confirm to the city that they have funding in place to proceed and finish their project?
You know the answer is no.
Well, but I'm asking the question because this.
No, I know. I'm just saying, but you know it's no. You know that we never.
The motion just seems to me to be out of order. But that, again, I don't get to vote on it. But if I did, that's certainly the position I would take.
Councillor Brockington.
Steve Willis was on the mic there.
Sorry, you're asking a question for Steve Willis.
Here, I was actually going to ask Ms. Enta to reply because, as Ms. Enta will explain, this is outside the authority of the Planning Act.
Yeah, it's very much a political motion. I mean, I wasn't going to go to staff because it's really not something that's based in staff. This is a decision with us. But Ms. Enta, by all means.
Mr. Chair, it is outside the jurisdiction of the Planning Act. I can't speak for planning, but to Councillor Egley's point, legal does not check on the financing ability before a development comes to us at the time that we're requested to draft an agreement further to an approval.
Councillor Brockington.
We've gone through a zoning process, master site plan, and now site plan for stage 1. Surely to goodness, the Ottawa Hospital has received confirmation from the province that the money is guaranteed. What exactly has been communicated to the Ottawa Hospital? I'm willing to entertain the first clause of the motion, but I think it would be shocking to anyone that we would be going through a years-long process and there's no money commitment yet. Can we get some confirmation?
Who's best to answer that question? Would it be Steve Willis or Sean Moore? Sean, would you have that by chance?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I was doing a motion here. Could you repeat the question? I apologize.
has the city through the Ottawa Hospital received confirmation that the province has communicated assurances that the money is there to build the hospital?
Chair, this question is better directed to Ms. Reid, but if I am correct, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, Treasury Board of the Province of Ontario has earmarked funding for this project and has booked it. It is subject to subsequent stages of approvals to the province because the Ministry of Health has and Infrastructure Ontario have a complex multi-stage approval, but the money has been booked for the project at the provincial cap.
Okay,
thank you. Chair, I only ask that, I know it's not procedure, but if I've made a statement in error, Ms. Reid be allowed to correct me.
The answer is yes from the applicant, as per a text I just received.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not going to split the motion. I don't support it.
Yeas and nays.
Yep.
I would like the motion split if we can.
Sure.
Yeah, and if I can have wrap up, Chair.
Yes, of course. Go ahead, wrap up.
Thank you very much. I think it's important that before we approve the parking garage, at the very least, we ensure that the mayor is asking the Ontario Minister of Health and Long-Term Care to request the assurance of the provincial financing for the hospital, and to request that the construction of the hospital parking garage is backed by the guarantee to finance the building of the hospital, so that Ottawa is not left with the garage of the hospital. That's the first clause. So the support of that clause is a request to get some guarantees here. You heard today that no cost guarantee. We didn't hear what the total cost was going to be, and we know that that's increasing. We also don't know how much the municipality is going to be asked to pay. We know we're going to be asked, but we don't know how much. So we're approving a project that we don't know how much we're going to have to pay for. So at the very least, I'd ask you to support the first clause. I understand if you can't support the second one, it is quite political. And the reason it is political is because I don't think that this parking garage should be built here. And I don't think the site is right. And I don't think the financing is in place to guarantee this. And I don't think that an election is necessarily going to resolve that. It may actually make it a lot worse. So second clause is political. It's meant to be. The first one, though, I think you should support in getting those assurances. So appreciate your indulgence, Chair, and thanks to committee.
The realist in me tells me that the first part of the motion could be answered by the current government, who then could be defeated, making that part irrelevant as well in the future. But that's just the dumb realist in me. So going to yeas and nays.
Chair, could I please clarify yeas and nays on
either part, on the first part, then the second part?
Understood. Yeas and nays on the first portion of the motion. Councillor Dudas?
No.
Councillor Curry?
No.
Councillor Tierney?
No.
Councillor Leeper?
No.
Councillor Brockington?
Yes.
Councillor Menard?
Yes.
Councillor Cloutier?
No.
Councillor Kitts?
No.
Councillor Hubley?
No.
Chair Moffat?
No.
Chair Gower?
No.
2 yeas, 9 nays.
Okay, and then yeas and nays on the garage site plan deferral.
Chair, I'll withdraw the deferral. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councillor. We now go to, I was going to say the last motion, but I got to go back to that first one. So transportation demand study and transportation management study, therefore be it resolved, staff be directed to ensure that in addition to consultation on the neighborhood traffic study, that staff shall work with the Ottawa Hospital to effectively engage with local communities, local community associations, and appropriate citizen advocacy groups on the transportation demand management study, which engagement shall be initiated prior to site plan submission of the main hospital building site plan. This was discussed earlier. I do not remember entirely what what the hospital said at this time. They did commit to working with community associations and the neighborhoods on all these issues, but I can't remember particularly the timing. So do you remember Sean Moore, do you remember the comment there?
So, Mr. Chair, yeah, this is building off of the council motion where there was commitment to engage, and so we're dovetailing the TDM engagement into the neighborhood traffic study engagement, which TUH and their consultants and staff were willing to do. So this just puts it into a motion, what we agree to.
Okay, so staff are comfortable with the motion here?
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Councilor Leeper?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It obviously makes total sense, and I'm happy to support it. But what is the timing? And I'm sorry I had to miss some of this afternoon's meeting. It's obviously a busy day. What is the timing for that site plan submission of the main hospital building site plan?
Mr. Chair, I can't speak to the timing. So that's why we tied it to prior to submission, because we know we want to engage with the communities before a submission is made. But I can't speak to when a site plan submission would come in for the main hospital building.
Do you think it's a year, 2 years, 3 years, 2 years?
I would be, Mr. Chair, I'd be speculating. I mean, they have talked about sooner than that, but I would be speculating to give it time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions before I ask Councillor Menard to wrap up on it, even though I don't think he's going to have a ton to say. But any other comments? Councillor Menard?
Oh, just thanks to staff for this. And I appreciate the hospital also confirming that in the next few weeks, to Joanne Reed's comments, next few weeks, they'd be willing to reach out to local community groups. We've kind of already got those community groups solidified through other discussions that we've had on different parts of this past site plan that are ready to go. So hopefully that process is made easier, and I appreciate this work. It's probably one of the most important pieces of work for my communities. So thank you.
Great, thank you. So on that motion, is that carried?
Carried. Great.
Thank you all. Back to the first motion from Councillor Menard that we spoke to, that I just needed some better wording on the final resolution. If we have that ready, can we pop it up on the screen? Because I have no idea what it says.
So, Chair, just if I may, and in all fairness to Councillor Menard, I just texted him at the very moment, so it's not. I don't want to surprise. It's not fair that he's surprised by this. The hospital has asked if we could change Q2 to mid-2022, just to give them just a little bit of wiggle room. Sorry, Councillor Menard has just responded that he's okay with that as a suggestion. So in the very last line where it says Q2, we change that to mid-2022. But we have consent from the hospital, and the councillor has indicated he's comfortable with that wording.
It's magically changed.
And I don't mean to speak for the councillor, and I apologize.
But he's smiling, so it can't be that bad.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, so on this motion, with the revised wording of staff be directed to start pre-consultations in mid-2022 on the design and provide an update to the Accessibility Advisory Committee as design progresses and before the city considers final approval. Is that carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Now I got to find the report. I actually don't have the report open. So can we put the final report up on the screen? The final recommendations that are actually in the, so I can read it. And then we can go home. Some of you are already home, so you can leave the room that you're in. It's kind of ironic that Jeff has wallpaper of transport trucks, but whatever. All right, so site plan control for 930 Carling Avenue, 950 850 Carling Avenue, sorry, and 520 Preston Street. One, that planning committee endorsed a site plan control application for 930 Carling Avenue, 850 Carling Avenue, and 520 Carling Avenue to permit the development of a 4-story, 2,500 space parking garage, which includes a rooftop amenity space as a component of the overall Ottawa Hospital Master Plan as detailed in document 2. And 2, that planning committee return delegated authority to staff for further changes to the approved plans, conditions, reports, and for the site plan control agreement. Do you want to do yeas and nays on that?
Yeah, yeas and nays, please.
Okay, so it's as amended, yeas and nays.
Sorry, and is it being severed?
Do you want to separate one versus two? Is it necessary?
I'd be voting differently on 1 and 2.
Then we'll separate 1 and 2.
On recommendation 1, Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Klutzy.
Oui.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Chair Moffat.
Yes.
Chair Gower.
Yes.
9 yeas, 2 nays.
Can I do carried on 2? On return delegated authority? Is that carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Right.
Thank you. And if memory serves me correct, because I missed, oh no, I was here at the start, but did we, we've already, I think, completed the rest of the agenda, which was nothing. Obviously we have. All right, off the top of my head, because again, I don't have the agenda in front of me. Other business? None. Notice of motion? None. Inquiries? None. Adjournment?
Carried.
Yeah.
I don't know if I did that in the right order off of memory, but hopefully I did. All right, thank you all. Have a good night.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, chairs.
Thank you.
He yawns as he says bye.